Ryan Harris will start the day. And as we come to expect from Harris, bang on target.
Yep, so it's a new storm that they have to weather. They have to weather it differently, Joe Root and Michael Carberry. These Aussies are going to come at them all day. They're going to be short, sharp spells so that they can be as fresh this evening as they are this morning. Shane Watson will come into play. Nathan Lyon will do the legwork into the breeze, and they'll fire men up like that for 4 and 5 over sharp bursts.
Wait, no!
Well, let's have a look at the field that Michael Clark is starting with. He's got 2 slips, a gully, man at point, just backward of point, which is fairly regulation. But I suppose the man who's in an unusual position is just in here, that short cover. He's even a little bit squarer than that. And then you've got your regulation mid-off, who is actually pushing a little bit squarer, verging on an extra cover, and a catching mid-wicket. Very specific to the batsman they're bowling to, and very specific to the Adelaide Oval.
And there's no reason why England can't fight hard today. The pitch is still good. They will be tired. They'll be a bit stiff and sore after almost 2 days in the field. But I just think they really need to show some fight, some guts, some pride for their country and their team, but still play positively. It's not just a day of survival and getting through the day. They've got to play positively.
Like that, and it's gone straight to the man. Yeah, look, it's a different field this morning. Last night, they were coming out to bat against an Australian team who dominated with the batting and only had 21 overs to bowl to try and get as many wickets. So it was just an energised performance, with Australia knowing they were going to get a breather sooner rather than later. Today they're starting out. They would hope to bowl England out today, but if it's only 1 wicket goes down in this first session, or no wickets, then they're setting themselves for a day in the field. So they won't be the same energy as last night.
Joe Root on the front foot a lot so far this over. Those last 2 deliveries, Harris pitching up. I suspect England, and a lot of the Australians suspected England bowled too short yesterday. And let's have a look at their wagon. Well, you can see how many runs were scored from mid-wicket and cover back. 149 on the onside, mid-wicket, 114 offside, and then third man and fine leg. Very few down the ground. Now, Australia today are endeavouring to make England score down the ground. That's where it's the most difficult here in Adelaide.
That's a maiden. The last one just staying down a little bit, 1 for 35.
And opening the bowling for Australia this morning from the Cathedral end, Mitch Johnson.
Cook got a belter of a delivery, unplayable delivery. And that was a big moment. That was early on in those 21 overs for Australia, so it really got them lifted to another level as well. And they were pushing hard and probably should have got that second. The last ball could have been referred, and then there was the run-out opportunity, but Rogers missed the stumps by a fair way in the end. The man who's creating all the jumping around is Mitch Johnson. And he's just so confident at the moment.
Yeah, you're right, Slats. That ball that he bowled to Alistair Cook yesterday afternoon was an absolute beauty. The worst delivery you can possibly imagine from a left-hander's point of view. It angled in and then just straightened so late, whether it was in the air or just off the pitch, and Cook had no chance. He would have got most left-handers out that ball.
3 slips. Carberry very watchful. I thought he was impressive with his defence yesterday. He had to weather a big storm, a lot of short pitch deliveries that if he was in normal batting stance would have crashed into his head. That's how ferocious it was and accurate.
It is a different feel though today. You know, that it would have felt fast, it would have felt ferocious last night. The Aussies would have been really chirpy, but it's the start of a new day. Had a good night's sleep, probably had a good warm-up. The seeing conditions are perfect. Might take Mitchell Johnson a couple of balls or an over or so to warm up, and just gives you a bit of a more confident start.
Short of the man at square leg. So Joe Root, it's amazing what can happen when you're getting to the end of a day's play and you've weathered a big storm and you're just tense. Here he is. He's trying to get up the end with only 2 balls remaining, and that could have been out. You could argue should have been out. The way that they field these days and the direct hits. And then the next ball Big LBW shout. Haddon was drifting down the leg side, and I think that guided whether they took a review or not, and Haddon said, well, I was going down. I don't think so, Skip. They didn't go upstairs. It would have been out. So that's how we finished it last night. It was drama plus.
Oh, that's a good delivery too. That's length real and pace, 143 Ks, but right on the length with a little bit of off-cut into the pads of Carberry.
Yeah, this is a dangerous delivery from Johnson. You can see that Carberry's guard is over on off stump, which is interesting. Mitchell Johnson can get one to nip back into Carberry. He's a big chance for LBW again. So normally as a left-hander you take middle and leg or middle stump, but Carberry's definitely pushed his guard right across to off stump.
That hit so hard on the leg and the material of his pants, it's left a cherry. There you go, have a sniff of that.
Yes, I think Joe Root might have been harshly treated if that run out had caused the dismissal of Carberry. Have a look at Carberry at this end. Very slow to move, and that's the metre. He was short. So Joe Root sees a run there. It's an aggressive move to keep the strike ticking over and get a single, and Carberry nearly let himself down there. So he too has to be very aware. Those gaps, drop and runs are there. When you have so many aggressive field positions, there's lots of gaps.
Yeah, that's a fair point. He was just resting on the bat at the other end, wasn't he? Didn't want to be facing. Now he is, and now he has to be impeccable with that technique and hope a ball doesn't do anything out of the ordinary.
I think that came because the intent of the English batsman was just to survive last night. So they weren't expecting to take the quick singles. If you're in a positive mindset, you are backing up, you're looking for that quick single, and obviously Carberry wasn't looking. It was the second last ball of the day. Root hadn't pushed a lot of singles before, and so they definitely weren't expecting a quick single there, but it was actually a run there, without doubt.
And that's the intent they need this morning.
Right there!
Well, thinking about the single, another maiden. Good start for the Aussies, 1 for 35. The very popular Piers Morgan from the UK. Right, England, enough faffing around. I want runs and lots of them. Thank you. We've got the King Faffer up here in the commentary box. Ian Healy.
No.
Just
Yes,
a time
Mick.
waster, aren't you?
No,
Just
I'm
faffing.
I'm a time enjoyer.
Kylie Clark, very proud day. We all know he'll be completely content once they have won, yeah. Man hug done. Chavelli looks like he could still go out there and carve out a quick half-ton. Yeah, I agree. Dancing at the crease. Rob, love the Channel 9 commentary. Fantastic stuff and great team. Oh,
I love
tweet
playing those-
anytime.
those
Tweet anytime.
Those imaginary balls. You make lots of runs against them. So you see the attack today is all full with the odd bouncer. Carberry was brought onto the front foot. He's batting deep inside his crease, so he's not going to get forward very far, and that's why Australia have to be very mindful of what a full length is. It's right up there. Joe Root spreads his feet okay, and he makes a forward step, but down the pitch is the hardest to score.
First run of the day. And that's implied that they want to change, really, England. They need, I think, and I understand it's very easy to sit up here and make comment, but I don't know that the intent is there yet. The energy, and I think of the energy you used to bring to the crease, Mike Hussey, the energy that Michael Clark brought to the crease yesterday. You know, trying to grab the first hour.
Yeah, but it's not easy. It's definitely not easy. You know, the Australians are bowling well. You can only play as well as the bowlers are bowling at you. You know, I know you can try and put the pressure on them and make them bowl loose balls, but it's extremely tough. I just get the feeling that in the context of the whole series, this is a huge day. If Australia knock England over, it's going to be very difficult to come back. But if England can bat through and bat the whole day, then it shows people that they are up for this series and they're ready for a fight. They're willing to fight. So I just get the feeling that this is a big day in the context of the whole series.
Totally agree. We find out what sort of bottle they've got today. Are they in the fight? Well, we've seen them fight for 3 years. We've seen them succeed for 3 years. You believe that they can get through the day, and realistically, what's a good batting day? 320? 300, let's say.
Yep, they'll take 270 in the precarious situation they're in. I like the energy of Ryan Harris. 23.3 overs it was, and Joe Root gets the first run of the day to take it to 1 for 36. And he goes, oh, you're kidding. Like, they are not giving up any runs at all. His hands are on his hips. 1 run. This is the last ball of the 24th over, and they've only yielded 36 runs. And they're still cranky when one gets away.
It's a tidy leave. 1 for 36. Beautiful day here in Adelaide. It'll be high 20s. Best of the 3 days. Yesterday was fine, but it's just a little bit warmer this morning. And the opening day was quite chilly. There was a strong wind all day, which was uncomfortable for the players and certain members of the crowd who forgot to bring a jumper. No troubles today. Here's Mitch Johnson.
No.
Looking forward to the cricket show today, Hush. You're joining me, and we're going to run through a few batting drills, aren't we, for kids that they can do in the backyard or on the cricket oval, wherever.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, Slats. I must admit, yeah, some drills for some kids, but also for dads that take their kids down to the nets and, little things to work on. Maybe for the coaches of the local teams, maybe we can give them a few tips on just little things to help out the young batsmen around Australia. Hopefully some future Australian Test stars out there.
So that'll be during the lunchtime break, Eastern States, 12:30. And we'll be looking at kit bags as well. Close to the glove, down the leg side. Yeah, George Bailey has done a kit bag experience with Ian Healy, as you did last season or the season before, and apparently he's the complete opposite to you, Hush. You're meticulous. You had things tucked in neatly everywhere. I mean, you couldn't fit another thing in your kit bag, or is George very relaxed?
He didn't know what was in it. Huss had bags for bags. So he'd have a bag of something in another bag, which would go in a bigger bag. Bales says, I don't know how many bats I carry. He's got no idea how many bats are in there even. He seemed to know batting gloves, and there's a lot. There's about a dozen pairs.
They're probably not even matched up. Oh, that's a good short delivery. There's another one right in the button.
It's a good bouncer there. It's a great thing about a cricket team. You get so many different personalities and characters. We're all different. I remember Ricky Ponting. He used to spray gear all over the dressing room as well. It's a great bouncer, right on the money. Good pace too.
George Bailey got told by David Warner his shoes were a disgrace. And he said, no, these are all right. They haven't fallen off me yet. So Warner went and got him a pair of shoes. David Warner is George Bailey's shoe sponsor. That's him.
Well, you used to have the Kiwi whitener all the time, didn't you? You were always whitening your shoes. And you're in a similar vein, Huss. You're very meticulous with how everything went in the bag, in the bag, in the bag, in the bag. What if you had to get to the bag, in the bag, in the bag, in the bag quickly?
Which bag are you talking about?
Well, the third bag or fourth bag. There was nothing happening quickly.
I knew exactly where everything was, and I just didn't want to get caught short or not having something, you know. I just wanted to make sure I was very well organised.
You have been missed in the dressing room, but not by George Bailey, with your scales. You know, you used to carry the bat scales to weigh your bats. But George doesn't know what he likes about bats. He just closed his eyes. He picked up a bat and goes, oh, that feels so good. And that was it.
It's not a bad way to be. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's the sucker ball. So you'll notice every now and then it'll be that full wide one trying to draw Root into a shot and get that outside edge.
Yeah, Johnson's asking questions here of Root. So you're at the crease and Johnson's running in and you're thinking, is it going to be the short one? Is he going to try and tempt me outside the off stump? your mind's not clear. You're trying to guess which ball's going to come. You're trying to pick up cues from Johnson as he's running into bowl. Is he running in a bit harder? Could this be the short ball? There's all these things going through a batsman's mind, which makes it so difficult.
Straight up to speed. That's what we saw last night. And all these spells will be in short, sharp bursts. So England, they'll just have to get through 4 from Johnson, and then it'll be Siddle. Another maiden, only 1 run this morning, 1 for 36 still. The Chapel stand, it used to be on the other side. We've got an incomplete stand running the entire length of the eastern side now. So Chapel stand on the western side, next to, it's all the members area, or next to the members area. There's the Sir Donald Bradman stand and the Sir Edwin Smith stand. It is just an awesome ground. It always has been. It's one of the most picturesque, and I think it still is. It's a stadium now.
The players like it.
That's handy.
Very thoughtful. Ryan Harris stands in his follow through and hands on chin. Maybe I might go round over the wicket. He doesn't have to stay round the wicket to Carberry all the time. He might change up the angle before too long. This is angle in. He might go over the wicket and get it going across him for a little bit, then come back.
Oh, Haddon. Was there something there? He certainly moved nicely. He was airborne when the ball hit the glove.
He's taken a few of these in the last 6 or 8 months, Brad Haddon. Just hope Michael Clark looking up at the board. They're still looking for what it might have been. Is it thigh pad? Yes, it's thigh pad, thankfully, for Brad Haddon. He actually went too far. Past the bat. Snicko comes into play around the thigh.
Yeah, and a change in that technology. It's real-time Snicko. Once upon a time, it was the picture and the sound that was brought together, whereas this is all happening at the same time. So very accurate, and giving us the summation we now know is that it came off the rump through to the keeper. It's hard going, isn't it, scoring runs too this morning. And a lot of talk, I suppose, from Cook and Andy Flower as to what the tactics are today, and it might be just left to each individual. I don't think KP, Kevin Peterson, will come out and not play his shots. He loves batting at the Adelaide Oval. And Australia will always feel in 5 test matches there'll be that big score, that big 100. It might be today.
I think from a batting point of view, approaching today, you just got to play every ball as well as you possibly can on its merits. Each player will play it differently. Carberry's got a different style to Root, and definitely Peterson. But you've just got to play your game. There's no point trying to play like someone else, or if you know, try and play shots that aren't your shots. You've just got to be yourself and play your game.
It's a nice stroke. And that's as simple as they should make it, isn't it? You know, I mean, if there's not a ball to hit, well, you can't hit a ball. If it's a good ball, you're respected as such. The only thing that you can alter is how you're trying to rotate the strike and be aware that there's a single. And they weren't aware last night when there was that near run out, as you've explained earlier. There he is. As Warnie says, the walking ego. He loves the big stage. Nicely played. So there he's been patient. He's waited for something on his legs that he can clip for 2. Very good concentration. 1 for 40. There you go, England. They're everywhere now. The Barmy Army in town, and they are full of support. They've been smiling for a few years now, given the success of the team. So they'll be hoping to see a powerful English performance today. Very passionate supporters, aren't they, Heels?
Yep, and it's a tightrope today. They can lose the Ashes today, or they can stay in the Ashes with a good batting performance. They'll still have to back it up with a good bowling and batting performance in this Test match, but in the second innings. But they can certainly stay in contention if they don't lose Adelaide.
That length there, quite comfortable for Rudy. He's always favouring playing off the back foot, and that's in that zone where he can jump in behind it. Not dissimilar to the way Michael Clark gets in behind that back foot or the short delivery. It looks very similar indeed. It's dragging him forward with that surprise full delivery that could be the key.
Oh, this is an unbelievable experience for a 22-year-old. You know, Root must be a great player to get into this England side out of the massive system they have over there, 18 county sides, at such a young age, and now he's taking the next step.
Wait.
Highly regarded, I'm sure, and comfortable on the back foot, but he's working hard today to get that front foot coming towards the bowler as well.
And what an education for him to be able to come to Australia as such a young man, experience these conditions, tough cricket, batting number 6, batting number 3. They're asking a lot of a young man, but he looks like to me like he looks forward to challenges, and is just loving every moment of playing international cricket.
Just about to mention, Mitchell Johnson round the wicket. You might need a leg gully, and Michael Clark moves Steve Smith from third slip to leg gully. So Joe Root can now expect a couple at his ribs. Oh, this is fun.
Yeah. It's what I wanted. It's what I hoped for. There he is in behind it. Well, you think of the education already on this tour. You talk of the experience. This was at the Gabba. This is what he had to get through, and he made good ground in the second innings. He didn't throw the wicket away, but it was Mitchell Johnson who was providing, as you'd expect, all the challenges that we're now seeing at the Adelaide Oval. Carberry ended up losing his wicket, and it was Shane Watson taking the catch. So that was Carberry, but Root was out there copying the same stuff. So he's developed even in a Test match, and now with conditions that don't bounce as much, he looks comfortable.
No!
There you go, bang in behind it.
Oh, Mitchell Johnson looked like he was getting close there, didn't he, from stump cam? Steaming in. It's 20 metres away, but doesn't look it.
Nothing happening.
Doesn't look 20 metres, does it? And that's what Mitchell Johnson wants. Oh!
And Heels, I wanted to ask you, from a wicketkeeper point of view, with Johnson coming around the wicket, do you adjust your first slip to bring him a little bit tighter, or do you leave him as is? Because there's a little bit of a gap there between Haddon and Watson.
Wait, no!
Yes, you do have to be very mindful of the new angle, Mitchell Johnson. You see, that one had a lot of angle on it, wide of the crease, Mitchell Johnson. So that does draw the wicketkeeper further in behind the batsman and would open that gap up between first slip and keeper. So that gap, if the angle is going to draw Brad Haddon to his left, that gap is going to be much wider. Watch where he goes. Yep, he goes left. And if Mitchell Johnson achieves an edge there, that gap is very vulnerable. So Haddon really should bring Watson a touch closer to him in times like this.
No!
There's the fuller ball, and he was going back. He was going back. Gets through it. That's another Johnson over down this morning for them. 1 for 40. Clark 100. That was special yesterday, as well as Haddon's, and that's why 570 is the first innings total broad, 3 for. And Stokes got 2 wickets to start off his international Test career as Nathan Lyon comes into the attack. The old curator here. He knows the ground quite well, although he returns, and it's changed with the new stand that we're sitting in. It's certainly very familiar with the surrounds.
And we heard Shane Warne this morning talking about what fields he would have. Let's see how close they are to what Nathan Lyon and Michael Clark are going to employ. He's got a backward point that's a bit deeper, probably trying to save on the cut shot. And then a square catcher. Yeah, Chris Rogers is the deeper man at backward point. George Bailey and Steve Smith underneath the helmets. And then another square catcher, like a square cover.
Well, this is a big moment for Carberry because he allows line to dictate terms. A lot of the times he starts that spell, and he could go a different way this morning and think, right, I'll be willing to use my feet. I'm confident at hitting down the ground. We saw that at Bellerive when in one of the warm-up games he hit strongly down the ground. There's no one there, so that's some good positive play. And if he maintains calculated risk against line, he won't be able to settle into a long spell.
And the middle of the pitch, when Nathan Lyon has to pitch the ball when he's straight on the stumps of Carberry, is beautiful. The landing area, very plain. There's no rough at all. So he should be able to trust that and play into big gaps.
Oh, so close. That's that one. He gets out in front of the pad. He's feeling for it. Good areas from line. Bailey hungry. You watch the movement.
Good hunting there from Bailey. Read it off the bat.
Well, it helps when you're fielding in those close positions, when you don't think the batsman is going to play an aggressive strike. It allows you to almost creep in, even though you're so close. Bailey, he was searching for it. What a shot. Meaning the camera work, not the actual shot that was played.
There's only 3 men on the leg side, so Carberry can work out that anything straight, I can just paddle it, maybe pick up 2 every time, 4 if I get it well.
Very good. Oh, guys.
What did that do? Did everything.
It was one of those window washer leaves by Carberry. I wonder if it did take the edge. It doesn't look like Brad Haddin's that disappointed. It's a faster, flatter ball that grips and spins. He wipes inside it. Haddin a little distracted, can't glove it.
Terrific start from line. 1 for 42. Well, England, they've got through the first half an hour. They've looked solid. Run rate, though, 1.5. That will increase the longer the partnership goes on. Changing the commentary, it'll be Shane Warne, Michael Vaughan, Mark Taylor.
Thank you, Michael Slater. This partnership 33 from 153 balls. They really have to work at it. That's a better shot, though. That may go for 4. And in fact, it will go for 4. You haven't got to get it quite out of the middle here at the Adelaide Oval to get a boundary square of the wicket. Good intent there from Joe Root.
Yeah, morning everyone. That's good from Joe Root. First run's off Johnson. Good striding. Head over that front pad and lovely timing. That'll settle him down.
Good morning, everyone. Very interested to see the mindset and the attitude of the English batsmen today. Already this morning, I think it's been, yes, there's been some good bowling, but the run rate, 1.63. They've got to be careful. Australia not getting wickets. They're allowed to be patient because the scoreboard's not going anywhere. Then it takes 1, you can get 2. So as much as occupying the crease and spending time there for England batsmen, they have to make sure they tick the scoreboard over and give the bowlers something to think about, and Michael Clarke.
This is last over. This is Nathan Lyon's ball that Brad Haddin didn't take. I don't think he hit it. It just flicked the back leg there. Just near the logo there. Let's have a look. Nothing as it goes past the bat. There's just a little flick there. Just near the pocket. So even though it wasn't gloved correctly by Brad Haddin, it still wouldn't have been out. Well, it could have been given out, but I dare say would have been reviewed. Flicked away nicely. That's 4 more. And that is the beauty as a batsman of pace. A bit of bat on the ball and away it goes.
Yeah, just drop the bat on the ball and it races away. And I agree with you, Warney. I think they've got to have a mindset of just looking to rotate the strike. Just send the message to the bowler. If you bowl a ball like this, we're going to punish you. Now, they can't just sit at the crease because they're so far behind. And Australia will realise if England do that, they only need a half an hour spell, get 2 in that half an hour, and it just changes. So they've just got to keep asking questions of the bowler.
Yep, jump on the bad ball like that, a full one, whack it away to the fence, and then rotate the strike with singles. They can put pressure onto the bowler.
Oh, now past the outside edge. Up to that delivery, it's been the best over really for England in the innings just about. And it's brought about by, yes, a good bit of intent from Joe Root, then a single. That's what we haven't seen enough of, I don't think, as well. Joe Root, after hitting the boundary, then pushes a one, then gets Carberry on strike, who gets a ball down the leg side and flicks it for 4. That's the beauty of having a left and right-handed combination out in the middle. If you rotate the strike, you're making the bowler change his line every delivery. See there, it's been the best over in terms of runs so far in the innings. Lots of maidens. Yep. Another single. This time though, oh, I wonder if the chance may have been at the striker's end there. David Warner was the fieldsman. I think Joe Root was a bit late leaving. I'm not sure that was the right end to throw to.
Yeah, and these David Warner and Michael Carberry, they're probably the 2 quickest on either side. Look how quick David Warner gets to this ball, how quick he anticipates it, picks it up and releases, but how Carberry's quick too. Just good cricket, good judge of a run. Even though it was tight, it was still a good judge. Warner's quick.
I'll tell you what, Warner, it's rapid fielding, it's rapid running as well from Carberry. He strolls in.
Yeah, there was just a little hesitation from Joe Root. I think there may have been a better opportunity at the striker's end. But once again, very good intent there from England and their best over, 10 from it. 1 for 52. So 9 for 570 Australia declared yesterday, and England 1 for 52 in reply. And Shane Warne here with me. I'm interested with this field, Warne. You and I were doing a little demo out there before the start of play. And you were playing the role of Nathan Lyon, and I was playing the role of Michael Carberry, the batsman. And the field that you set for me was exactly the field that we've got out there at the moment. Have you been talking to the Australian off-spinner?
Well, I had a general little chat to Nathan Lyon and Michael Clark, and this is exactly what they came up with too. So I think they were just thinking exactly the same as what we were, working out the angles and working out the pitch and what they'd seen already from yesterday. So I like this field. I think it's exactly what we were talking about. It gives some Carberry some incentives around through the onside. There's plenty of catches. And for that shot there, if he tries to push the ball into that gap, got that short square catching man too. I think it looks an excellent field. Yeah, it's a good field. The one change I would make is that Mitchell Johnson's out on the boundary on the sweep. I'd have him in 20, 30 yards for that top edge sweep shot. Carberry's looking to play. We've already seen him top edge one.
Nice use of the feet, that's 4. That's a nice piece of batting from Carberry. Advanced, got to the pitch of the ball and found the gap.
Good shot. Yeah, look, you could play around with that square leg, guys. At the start of the over, you could bring him in 20, then the next over, push him back. You could mix that up. But this is what England need to do. They have to have that mindset and they have to have that intent to score, to try and put some sort of pressure on the bowler. Yes, they've got a lot of batting to do. But if they just sit there the whole way and the whole time, eventually one will have their name on it. So it's good intention. There it is again, the boundary and then the single.
And it's good from Carberry. If you go back to the Gabba in that first innings, he made 40, but he allowed Nathan Lyon to bowl 3 maidens right at the start of his spell. And he's come out in this innings and he's looked to be more proactive. He's looking to score. He's looking to get back and cut. And that shot, just seeing the foot movement is excellent. But it's more the mindset change with Carberry, which I like.
Nice adjustment there from Nathan Lyon too with that piece of bowling. The previous ball just a little bit full and Carberry punished him through the offside. Next one was right on the money. Well played in the end. And a slog sweep. This is in the air. This could well be out. Chris Rogers has got that. And Nathan Lyon's got the first wicket of the day. That's a huge breakthrough for Australia. Joe Root's gone.
Well, looking to be positive there, Joe Root. The only thing is he really didn't get enough deliveries before he judged up and summed up the conditions. He tried to go after Nathan Lyon. It wasn't quite there. Good bowling, good catch on the move too with Chris Rogers. That's exactly what Nathan Lyon needed. He's got a lot of bowling to do, and he's got one early. It's what Australia needed too. England haven't really gone anywhere on the scoreboard. Joe Root's gone for 15 and England are 2 for 57.
Well, Nathan Lyon has made the breakthrough for Australia. He's removed Joe Root. Won't look a particularly good shot, but it's one of those ones where you think Joe Root was hit a boundary last over and the adrenaline was starting to flow, and he's probably thought, I'm going to get one away, and top edge, Rogers does the rest. Now we've got Kevin Peterson.
Yeah, Joe Root will be back in that. He knows you've got to give yourself a chance. First ball to the off spinner. Sees that big gap on the onside. He'd seen the likes of Harris, Lyon, hadn't smashed Graham Spon into the stands yesterday with that type of shot. But you have to give yourself more of a chance.
And this is a great change too. Peter Siddle's knocked over Kevin Peterson, I think, 8 times in recent memory, and he does very, very well to Kevin Peterson. So it's good timing for the wicket as well, because Mitchell Johnson was ready, just about ready for a break. He might have given him one more. Because Kevin Peterson's coming, he said, rightio, straight to you.
It'll be interesting to see when Kevin Peterson comes on strike, how the running between wickets goes.
Well, I'll tell you what Carberry's got to do. It's on your marks, get set.
Good start from Siddle. Yeah, it's one of those ones, isn't it? Joe Root's been there for about 40 minutes and he just hit a boundary. Then a nice single last over. And his first ball off Nathan Lyon, he thinks, all right, I can't let him settle. I'm going to go after him. So he goes for a bit of a slog sweep. It dropped on him a little bit. Top edge, Rogers does the rest.
And I think that's the key point. When you're facing spin or you first get out there, you might have got some boundaries against the quickies, but it's his first ball against the off spinner. He's got to work out, is the ball dipping, is it turning much? And that helps you with your sweeps and using your feet. You've got to have a look first. Absolutely no issue with Joe Root trying to play that shot. None whatsoever if I'm an England supporter or the captain. But that shot without the information collected so far facing deliveries, that's all I'd say. Yes, it's fine to have that intent, but face some deliveries before you work out what's the best shot to play. He knew it straight away too. You can see him put his head down.
As you said a moment ago too, Warner, it's big for Nathan Lyon because he bowled a couple of nice overs yesterday to Carberry, beat him a few times, nearly had him out. And then by the end of the day, well, here we go. Here's a chance. Here's a chance. Oh, no, couldn't get there. Once again, Kevin Peterson was sitting back a little bit. I think the running between these two is going to be very interesting.
Well, go back to the one-day series back in the UK just a few months ago. These two opened the bat and they ran each other out. 1 in the first game at Edgbaston, 2 at the Rose Bowl just a few days later. They say things comes in threes.
Well, the one thing Kevin Peterson does when he's on strike too, he drops and runs very early. I can think of some of the Australian players that I play with. Darren Lehman, the coach, he used to drop it and run. It goes straight to a fielder. You used to have to get on your bike at the other end. Dean Jones was the same. Michael Slade, if he hit anything in the middle, he was off. He thought he deserved a run.
Well, you're saying now to your mid-off, Michael Clark, get in tight. Cover point, get in tight. He's just moving him up. Gully, get in tight. We saw him at the Gabby. He ran and took one to Gully. Mid-on, get in. Carberry, get ready.
On your marks, get set.
And also 2 catching men for Kevin Peterson at mid-wicket. Already got him out once there this series. Just going back to Nathan Lyon for a moment, Wardy, you made a very good point about him getting an early wicket. I said yesterday he started well, and then I thought Carberry got on top of him a little bit. He didn't look anywhere near as dangerous. Straight away here, he's now got an early wicket, so his confidence will be lifted. Absolutely no doubt.
Yeah, no, he's spot on, Tubbs. And the thing for Nathan Lyon is his patience. Obviously, the Australian selectors over the last few years have chopped and changed a little bit, and he wants to feel like he's the #1 spinner. I think after Brisbane, he feels he's the #1 spinner. He did a good job. And now in this test match, a wicket early for him just consolidates that and allows... Oh, get ready.
Here we go.
But it allows him to be patient. I think when Nathan Lyon is allowed to be patient like he was in Brisbane and just toil away, he's an excellent bowler. Talking about the running between wickets. Look at this. It's right in the gap. Bit of hesitation from both. Look at them both ball watching, and they're halfway down the pitch. Trust your partner's call. Don't ball watch.
Trust your partner's call. I don't know about that. Depends how good a caller they are. Good fielding though there. I think that's Ryan Harris in the gully. He knocked that down well. Bounce there from Settle. 2 for 58. Don't forget you can follow all the action this summer with Cricket Australia Live, the official app. Live match streaming, latest news, stats, behind the scenes, exclusives, content. Cricket Australia Live is free to download and available on iOS and Android. It's brought to you by KFC and Toyota. Visit cricket.com.au/live and download it now. Nathan Lyon to continue. He bowled a couple of balls last over, Nathan Lyon. One he got driven. Lovely shot from Michael Carberry. And then the next ball, he just made a nice little adjustment with line and length. Dragged it back about half a metre. It's good length also. Got him playing around that front pad. You're just going back to that last over. You'll see that this is the previous ball. A little bit extra spin.
Well, I think as you were talking about that last over, when Carberry played that good shot and used his feet and smacked it through the covers, I think what Nathan Lyon then gets a wicket of Joe Root on the last ball of the over. Suddenly now Carberry will be stuck back to his crease. It's very hard for him then to get back out there. So I think you'll see Lyon with his confidence up here and might spin over and bounce. And suddenly it looks a different mindset from Carberry, sort of stuck there at the crease again.
Yeah, absolutely. It does put pressure on the batsman that's still in. But you look at England's mindset and game plan, surely they'd have been thinking, right, just keep lying out there. The pressure's on the spinner on this kind of deck. Don't give him an easy early one. And they've done just that.
And there's that full one again from Nathan Lyon. Just occasionally he gets a bit flat, I reckon. Doesn't get the drop on the ball. There was the boundary ball from last over. You can see it's a bit fuller and a bit wider. And then ball 5, he got a much better adjustment. Got a thick outside edge and they got a single. He made a nice adjustment. Hayden building up pressure, 2 for 58. Now Carberry and Peterson at the crease at the moment. Ian Bell next man in, and then Ben Stokes on debut. Big partnership this one. Ian Bell has been good form. Stokes on debut and Pryor not in great form.
Yeah, it's a when you look at that, and we just showed you the next batsman coming in. Ian Bell was probably the difference between the two sides in the last Ashes series. He really is in the form of his life, Ian Bell. But after that, Ben Stokes on debut. Interesting to see how he handles the situation. Then Matt Pryor, who's been horribly out of sorts this year. And then you look at the tail, the bowlers, Broad, Swan, Anderson, Panesar. So Australia, I think they're only a couple of wickets away from really being in amongst it.
Yeah, and you look at that tail. Broad, Swan, Anderson, Panesar. I know it's a different surface to the Gabba, but they ain't going to be wanting to face Mitchell Johnson.
It might be a different surface, but it's going to be the same stuff.
It's interesting how it's changed, isn't it? How the tides turn all of a sudden. We're saying the same thing about the Australian side only 6 months ago. The batting looks a little bit frail. The tail's not making as many runs as you'd like. If you look at the England side, they've got Cook, Peterson and Bell. They're 3 star players, really. The 3 you want to get. Oh, and he fends at that. It's a bit of a half shout from Haddon. Haddon thinks there was an edge for sure. Peter Siddle didn't hear much. Now, Michael Clark's going to have a word to the Australian wicketkeeper here. Haddon was convinced there was a noise, yes. And he's talked the captain into that. He said, all right, if you think there's an edge there, we'll go with it.
Well, there's a noise and Kevin Peterson's playing away from the pad.
Well, let's have a look here, because Haddon, basically Michael Clark didn't look that interested, and he was just standing next to him at slip, but Haddon convinced him. This is Haddon's call. Is it Peter Siddle again? The front foot's fine. He's got something behind the line. It was touching the ground before it went up, so that's fine. Now, there was a noise, and Peterson looked around quickly. Is it a little faint one? Look at him look around there, Tubbs. Straight away he looked around. Did it carry? Yes. Is there a mark? Hot spot? Is there a little thing there? A tiny little white mark there. Just look at that white mark on the bat there. There's a tiny one there. I tell you what, he might be given here.
I think you're right, one is a little speckle just on the outside.
It's a feather. It's a feather. You can see it just there as the ball passes. There it is.
And
it's going to be overturned, this.
Peterson follows the ball, which is the biggest indication for me.
Yeah, I reckon that spot, mate, is a bit high, though. I'm not sure that spot that you can see there is where it passes the bat. Let's have a look what real-time Snicko says. There's nothing on that. Oh, I'm not convinced that mark that was on the bat was caused by the ball. It might be a reflection or something like that off a sticker or something like that, a part of the bat. But I don't think that little mark you could see was on the same line as the ball.
Jeez,
mark is definitely higher.
Umpire Tubby, me and Vaughan, we've given it. We were pretty quick on the button, we were.
The mark was just a little bit higher.
But look at his body language of Kevin Peterson. This was a giveaway for me. Watch him. There's nothing else that could possibly hit. He looked around very quickly. I just wonder if he's got one of those faint edges that just hasn't been able to be picked up. A little tickle.
Well, Peter Siddle certainly didn't hear anything. He didn't appeal. Michael Clark didn't. Well, there's an edge this time. He's got it through. Harris will probably keep this to 2. He's certainly fishing for the ball, though, isn't he, Kevin Peterson? Let's have a listen. You can see Mitchell Johnson mid-on. He thinks there's a noise. Now, there's a mark there, but it's late, and it's also, I think, higher on the bat than where the ball is. Certainly no noise.
Well, we had him, didn't we? We sent him on his way, Vaughnie. We saw the hot spot. Yep, push the button, you're on your bike.
Well, it doesn't matter. He's still there, so... And he's off the mark, which is always a relaxing state for the England dressing room. When Peterson's on none, you have a bit of a panic. Now he's away, he'll just relax a little bit.
And it just shows you how important is the people interpreting the technology. That's how important it is to interpret the information that they've been given, they can see, and then pass it on to the on-field umpire. It's really, really important. We've seen so many mistakes being made.
Well, this time he gets an inside edge and it races away through forward square leg. So we'll get another 2 there. But it's been an unconvincing start for Kevin Peterson. It's 2 for 62. So Peterson's now on 4 and Carberry 37. 2 for 62. Still plenty of men around the bat. Nathan Lyon has the pressure on Carberry.
Tell you what, you just got to love Test cricket. I know, you know, there's a lot of 2020 these days and one-day cricket, and that's a fantastic version of the game. But what we've seen so far, the last Ashes series in England, and now this summer so far, the way it started, and the Ashes fever around the country. Well bowled. Just everyone's getting into the Ashes, and it's 5-day Test cricket. I think all of us that have played the Test cricket game, we absolutely love it. It was the real test of us as players, and you used to test yourself against the best around the world. Some days it'll go all right, some days it wouldn't, but the 5-day Test game, just so many beautiful things about it.
Oh. The cut shot nicely played, lovely use of the feet. Got into position quickly, hammered it.
Yeah, he's crunched that one. Picks up length quickly, Michael Carberry.
The good thing that Carberry's shown this morning, yes, he's been on the crease defending, but any opportunity he's had to score, he's come down the wicket with one that was a bit over pitched and he hit a boundary. He's gone back to cut a boundary. He's looking good, Michael Carberry. He's looking good. He's looking quite positive.
And also those men around the bat. And you got your silly mid off sniffing there, getting close. Once you've got a few going past your ankles and past your chest, you don't get in quite as tight.
And you might just ask the captain, still here, Skip? You want me here? Yep.
Actually, we did a little demo yesterday, didn't you? And you were in the bat pad there. You're pretty keen to get out, and there was no ball involved.
Good decision from your skip. Out I went, Warner was bowling some pies.
I tell you what, he went straight down to the tailor because he ripped the trowel too. The trousers went too when he went down. The trousers went right from underneath.
The muscles, they're a bit tight.
It's 2 for 66. So 2 for 66, England. Siddle none for 10. It's been a fairly quiet start to the series for Peter Siddle. And very steady, mind you. He certainly bowled well enough, just hasn't picked up all that many wickets so far. Only the 2. Certainly has had the wood over Kevin Peterson, though, in recent times. It's been a tight morning so far. England saw off Mitchell Johnson. Some thunderbolts. That was off the thigh guard. That was off the leg. So they certainly weren't drop catches. And then we saw some nice stroke play from the England batsman. And then this, the wicket of the day. Joe Root holding out to Chris Rogers in the deep. And then an appeal from Haddon, Mitchell Johnson, but nothing really from the slips. That's through him again. This time I think inside the bat. Really does seem to worry Peterson with the length he bowls, Siddle.
Yeah, and he's just getting the ball to tail back into the right-hander. Bit of seam movement, just off the crusty deck.
Just enough movement, that's all it is. It's not a massive amount of movement, only a half a degree. That's all you need, the right length. In the air, he's got him! Yes, he has! Siddle's got him again. He's advanced to him, flicked him away on the onside, and George Bailey just hung on about the 4th attempt.
Well, this is a poor shot from Peterson, it really is. The ball before does for him, because he manoeuvres himself to that onside exactly the same as at the Gabba.
It was just the patience and boredom of Siddle that made Kevin Peterson do this. He was just nipping the ball on a length, and look at that juggle. That's a mark, son. Play on. That's a mark. Good catch from George Bailey. Kevin Peterson gone in the same fashion as Brisbane and just losing patience to Peter Siddle. He's gone for 4. It's 3 for 66.
Michael Clarke ringing the changes in his 95th match. He's England's linchpin. The other one's just departed. 3 for 66 in 34.5 overs. Very deliberate field placings and plans for Ian Bell. Peter Siddle stands stationary at the top of his mark. In he comes. The pressure would have worked. Picked it up well. The first ping would have really worked and had Bell in all sorts.
It was hit right off the middle by Bell. Very confident looking shot. An excellent piece of fielding there from Peter Siddle. Just a bit cranky with himself for not throwing the first time. But very confident start for Bell.
Good length. Nothing easy there at all. Sir Donald Bradman made batting in Ashes clashes look easy. The Immortals is superbly presented, and there's only 100 units licensed by Cricket Australia, so I'm sure it will move quickly. 1300 676 020 or www.officialmemorabilia.com.au. This time. Perfect bowling. That's why Siddle's hands are on his head. They put the man at catching cover and almost worked. 3 for 68. Two men placed for that exact intention of Kevin Peterson. Second juggle, no panic. Third juggle, fourth. I think there might have been a bit of flutter there. George Bailey, the heart would have been going. Carberry doesn't quite get the gap. Brilliant fielding at short cover.
So disappointing too from England's point of view. Flat pitch, massively behind in the game. You've got Joe Root slog sweeping into the outer and handing his wicket away, and then Kevin Peterson walks at Peter Siddle and sort of arrogantly flicks him into mid-wicket where there are two fieldsmen there, and he's gone too. When it's as flat as this and you're this far behind in the game, the one thing you cannot afford to do is hand your wicket away.
Well, Kevin Peterson had an early wobble or two against left-arm orthodox men, bowling spin to him, but now Peter Siddle has his measure 8 times.
Dig in, make yourself hard to dismiss. I mean, I know he's an imposing player, Kevin, and he's got an unbelievable record of batting like this, but in this situation, England have got to get up around 400 to have any chance of doing anything in this game. Going to be tough from 3 for 60.
It's a good shot and well fielded. The Australians are hyped in the field and they're doing it well.
We've seen already the way Bell's played, a confident drive down the ground, first ball to Siddle. He's hit a 2 through the covers, driving Nathan Lyon confidently there. That's one of the reasons why I think he should have been at 3, because he can impose himself on the game, give Australia something to think about.
Here he comes again. Can't get past Siddle. The one thing they're worried about, this England side, and Shane Warne talked about it just recently, is having Root, Stokes and Pryor together. That's their fear. They've lost confidence in that lower to middle order.
Well, if it's 4 for 300 by the time you get to Stokes, you haven't got the problem. Now, you know, Bell, when would Bell rather come in? Come in for the first wicket, 1 for 9, or would you rather come in at 3 for 66? Well, I'd much rather come in at 1 for 9. 1 wicket down could be a fluke. 3 down, that ain't a fluke. The bowling side's on top.
Oh, that's fantastically played. He's had such an apprenticeship facing Warne for year after year. He likes Lyon a little bit better.
As a class player, Ian Bell batted beautifully in the English summer and uses his feet to the spinners really well. Takes them on. Downtown he's going here and really sits the challenge back on the bowler. It's a beautiful bat swing and a lovely strike.
And if they're worried about those blokes in the middle order, what are they picking them for?
Yep, that's right.
Oh, yes.
Bell solid in defence, 3 for 75. It's Peter Siddle's English record, 54 wickets in his 17th match, 6 for 54, his best. And Matt Pryor 9 times, Kevin Peterson 8 times. Swan, another batsman still to come. Round the wicket to Carberry.
I have no doubt that Michael Clark and Darren Lehmann will be piling into their blokes at the moment, saying how up for the fight is this English team? How much do they really want to dig themselves out of this hole? They've had 3 wins in a row in Ashes series. Now they're right under the pump, and early signs from this innings are not particularly up for it. As I said, slog sweep, hand your wicket away. Walk at a fast bowler and flick it to mid-wicket, hand your wicket away. So now the foot's on the throat.
Carberry's looking good and feeling good. No ball, they pick up an extra one there. He's dug himself to 42 from 109.
And that's another reason why Bell should bat at number 3, because Carberry is a good, solid player, but he's not the sort of guy who's going to take charge. Cook doesn't really take charge. He's a guy who bats for a long time. Peter Siddle overstriding there, but Bell has that authority about his batting where he can take charge and get things moving and give the opposition something to think about.
Finds the gap here too. pretty comfortable getting onto the front foot in time, allowing that bat to swing through powerfully. Picks up 3.
At the moment, Australia are being allowed to play the game the way they want to. Now, if you're in a contest and you're allowing the opposition to do what they want to do, whether it be the bowling side, the captain with his field placings, in any aspect of the game, if you're allowing the team to do what they want to do, you're in deep trouble. And on the second day when Australia started, they got no answer. They did the prodding. They got no real response from England, and that's when England started to be in trouble. And they're in deeper trouble now.
Bell takes strike, takes guard. Siddle comes back over the wicket for the right-hander. They've got that catching cover in place again. More than likely want Bell driving. They don't get him driving because he pitches short. Gets a scooped pull shot played, and it's 2 runs.
This is a massive wicket now for Australia, Ian Bell. He is the class left in this batting lineup. If they can get rid of him and England are 4 for less than 100, they'll be pinching themselves going into lunch.
And this has been a trend for England. Even though they won the series 3-0, they were in trouble most innings at 3 down when Bell came in. It was just that Bell got 3 tons in England. But this is not an occasional happening now. It is an absolute trend with England that they're losing at least 3 wickets before they get to 100.
Well, on the Cricket Australia Live app, that's the viewer's verdict question. It's a lot of runs. It's amazing that Australia got to 570 yesterday through that brilliant partnership of Clark and Haddon. 570, which means 370 is the follow-on. Will they make that? 82% at the moment say no.
The best players in this game always place themselves above the game situation, and Ian Bell is a high-quality player. You think of Tendulkar, Lara, Ponting, modern era superstar batsmen. Never seemed to matter where the game was at. They just dominated bowling with their skill.
Great shot. They want him driving, and he drifted onto the pads, and it's 4 through mid-wicket.
Trend continuing here in Australia with England not having made 200 in either innings at the Gabba, and they're in danger of going the same way again here in Adelaide. If you're making less than 200, certainly if you make less than 200 in the first innings, you're going to lose a lot of cricket matches, especially 5-day ones.
All the pressure, the fielding pressure is on the other side of the pitch. That's why Siddle got that last delivery wrong. A little better, but Bell looking very convincing. 3 for 85. How easy is this game, they're saying? Little 148 under the belt. Michael Clark's strategies are all working. They just can't get rid of Carberry, and Bell's looking good at the other end too now. So it's going to be hard to dislodge these batsmen time and time again all through the day. Oh, beats the bat beautifully.
I thought they didn't get on, these two. According to everyone outside of the dressing room, there's no love lost, and that all looks pretty comfortable.
Definitely. Definitely. Lions spin and bounce. Carberry hasn't been difficult, hasn't been easy to get past his outside edge because he's played shots like that. Square cut.
Well, if you're quick on your feet, there's not much margin for error for the bowler. And that wasn't a bad ball by any means, only just slightly short. But Carberry was so quickly pushing back there, giving himself just that little bit more room. That's how you can change the length of the ball, by being quick on your feet. And it's not just coming forward.
Doesn't get to 50.
Heard you talking this morning, Chappelli, out on the ground about playing spin bowling. You must hit the bad balls for 4 every time. You've got to tax the bad balls from slow bowling.
Oh, he gets it again. It's in front of point. There's a man out there to prevent the 4. But not his 50. Third test, first 50.
Well played. Unlucky in Brisbane in the second innings. Went back through his legs and dislodged the bails. Batted well in the first innings and has batted well here. Puts a high price on his wicket. And that is a fine performance.
And he's forced the field placement change. He's forced the man back onto the point boundary, which means, OK, it might cut down the odd 4, but it gives him some easy singles away on the offside, and particularly easy singles off good balls.
Ian Bell's taken line down the ground as soon as he overpitches. Here he comes again. That is even better. It's long and it's long enough. Bell on fire. 3 for 96. Well, Ian Bell's introduction into the batting lineup has just sparked everything. He's put the pressure on the bowlers. He's picked Carberry up a little bit. He's now on strike to Peter Siddle. 11 off that over from Nathan Lyon. Now it's Siddle. Carberry has passed his first Test 50.
It's just quality batting. I remember Mark Waugh and the way he used to play really good spin bowling. He just took them on immediately and took them downtown immediately and really said to the bowler, well, what are you going to do now? This is the second time Ian Bell's done this, and the second time it's gone for 6. And they are both beautiful cricket shots. And now, not only Nathan Lyon, but also Michael Clark's got to have a think about what they're doing.
And Carberry picked up runs from Siddle last over too. So Michael Clark now has to think, OK, what's my next plan? Is it Mitchell Johnson for a burst before lunch? Harris? Carberry has been solid.
Yeah, he's grown in stature in this series. I thought he looked pretty good, pretty solid in the first innings at the Gabba. As Ian Healy said, he was a bit unlucky in the second innings. But what I like about his batting is he's learnt. Nathan Lyon troubled him in Brisbane. He troubled him the first couple of overs here, but he changed what he was doing. Got quicker on his feet, left his crease occasionally. And that was the reaction to what the bowler was doing. He figured the bowler is troubling me. OK, I've got to do something to give the bowler a bit of a headache. That tells you immediately that you've got a smart cricketer on your hands, a thinking batsman.
He doesn't like OPSM much, does he? Hardly any runs down the ground, and so it's difficult to get him driving down the ground. That's what they want him to do, because that's where he's not as comfortable. They've tried it and he's resisted, and he's then gone back into his favourite areas like that.
One of his less convincing boundaries, but 4 nonetheless. 100 up for England, 3 wickets down. We've got to remember with Michael Carberry that he does owe his side 113. He dropped Brad Haddon when he was on 5 and went on to make 118. It was a pretty simple catch. So he's carved out 54 of that 113 he owes. And if he gets 113, he would have well and truly paid his mates back.
Oh, you're a bad teammate, aren't you? You remember that sort of stuff. He's hoping everyone's forgotten it, put it aside, and you're still doing maths. Sort of have him get back square. What every 50 milestone in this innings, team 50, has come up with a boundary in the game, not just the innings.
The point that you're making, James, is another plus mark for Carberry. The fact that he's dropped a bad catch. He should have caught it. It was costly, but it hasn't got him down to the point where it's affected his batting. So he's left that out on the field, said, right, now I'm batting, I've got to try and make up for it, but he hasn't let it get him down. So that's another plus mark for him.
Well, that's full. Siddle wants him playing that shot, but not that well. That's great. 3 for 104. So England picking up the pace. Bell 20 from 13 in a tight test scenario. Tight situation. He comes in and he's playing with that sort of expanse. Michael Clark has had a good chat to Nathan Lyon now. They're taking their time. He's dropped Ryan Harris back to long on down the bottom right of screen. He wasn't there last over. So Michael Clark might have said, right, let's continue to throw it up and see if he wants to go somewhere else rather than down the ground with ease. He's thrown it up and he's worked it for a single down to there.
Well, that's what he's opened up for himself, Ian Bell. Some nice easy runs down to mid-on. I'm sure he'll be thinking, well, now I'll go elsewhere for my boundaries. But I've opened up a nice easy single, which is fine. That gets me down the other end. And the scoring rate, since Bell came to the crease, the scoring rate has really picked up. The partnership 39 from 29. Suddenly England are dictating the terms.
That shot's been very common in the last 3 overs of late Nathan Lyons to Michael Carberry. He goes to 60 now.
And that's what comes about. I mean, Carberry has used his feet a little bit to Nathan Lyon. He's driven him a couple of times, but Bell is going to get some short stuff. You can guarantee that after having used his feet so well and hit him down the ground.
Nathan Lyon has to do an enormous amount of bowling in this game. Here are 2 shots. He's gone down and gone over wide mid-off for 6, and then beautifully over long on for 6. Changed the whole complex of the game. Complexion, the whole field, the whole style. And this guy bowling, he's going to have to bowl a lot of overs in both innings because we go straight to Perth for another test. So Michael Clark doesn't want Mitch Johnson doing a lot of bowling. He doesn't want Ryan Harris doing a lot of bowling. Same can be said for Peter Siddle. So if you knock him out of the attack or at least start really taking him down, the captain's got a lot of thinking to do.
And it's already being done because Shane Watson at second slip's warming up now. So he's a little security blanket they hope to rely on for half a dozen overs at a time, twice a day maybe. Also, Nathan Lyon's pace is getting a little bit consistent at around the 90 mark. It's a good straight ball. 40 overs have been bowled, 3 for 107. 107, so 370 is the follow-on target. I'm sure Australia would like to bat again and split up some bowling efforts in first and second innings. A little change about to be made. It's not Shane Watson who was warming up. It's Ryan Harris replacing Siddle at the Cathedral end for his second spell of the morning. Harris 8 overs, none for 8, 5 maidens. Never really settled this morning. He had 3 or 4 overs, 3 overs I think he had, and seemed to be a little bit irritated, a little bit unsettled. So can he find some rhythm from the Cathedral end? No! Very economical, of course, none for 8 from 8. And Shane Watson, while he warms up, has got his hands full with the KFC. Question to us.
Graham Gooch made 1 Test century in Australia. When was that?
It's unbelievable. Graham Gooch only 1 Test century in Australia.
Run out for 99 at the MCG, I can remember that. That was 79-80 series. He wouldn't have made 100 before that, I don't reckon.
Balls that's edged. Well stopped by Haddon.
Got a pair in his first Test against Australia. 75 at Edgbaston. No, sorry, might have been Law. No, Edgbaston. Yep. So 82-3. I don't think he came here because he went to South Africa on the Rebel tour there for a while. So he was out of the England side for a while.
Well, I remember playing against Graham Gooch in a tour match here in 94-5. 3, when was that? 2-3
I reckon
somewhere.
you're talking about 91.
2, when was that? 2-3 it must have been.
I think it was 91.
91?
1-2 maybe. 91-2.
91-2, okay. So that's my guess because I know he was on that tour. Oh, yeah, there we are.
And it was here in Adelaide. Finds the man at point. He is squared up.
That's a long time after he started. He started in mid-70s, 1991, 75. That's a big career. He was an unbelievably good player, Graham Gooch. I can't believe he only made 100 in Australia.
Well, I reckon he missed that 82-3 tour, and I think he probably missed 86-7 as well. I don't remember him being on that one. So he was out for a while, as I say, with that Rebel tour.
That's a beautiful shot. Gee, he leaned into that perfectly. The foot was there. He waited for the ball to come on. In the last minute, the hands come through.
He doesn't try and overhit the ball either, Ian Bell, which is one of the reasons why he's such a good player. There's no massive flourish of the bat. He just gets his weight transferred through the ball beautifully. Look at that. And there's no attempt to overhit it. That's proper batting.
Well, he only got the one in Australia, but he murdered that one at the MCG, trying to take a short single to mid-off.
Consequences of overhitting. You see it straight away. So that one, Ryan Harris did something different in his run-up. We'll have a look at that after the break. 3 for 111.
Another change in bowling for Australia coming into the attack from the city end.
3 for Nelson. 1-1-1. Now the change, a double change. Nathan Lyon out of the attack. Ian Bell's hit him out of that. So too Carberry, and Watson is going to come and try to produce something straight, maybe keep a little bit low, hurry onto the front pad of one of these two batsmen and pick something up before lunchtime. And talk about the lunch break, the cricket show on today in half an hour's time. Mike Hussey gives all the kids and coaches a batting clinic. We'll run through all the batting techniques and batting drills where you can practice on your own or with a coach or a parent. And we'll rummage through George Bailey's kit bag as well. 41 overs bowled here, 3 for 111. Carberry on 60.
Darren Lehmann has declared that Shane Watson will do plenty of bowling in this game, so that's a good sign for Australia that his body's up to it.
Gets him playing a square drive first up. And Carberry does camp back in his crease a little bit. When we look at his next stance, when he's ready to bat against Watson, we'll see where he is. Generally, his front foot, which is open, the toe points almost down the wicket. It's only on the crease. And that's why Watson and the Australians have to be very aware of that, so that they pitch the ball even fuller than normal to a normal batsman who's a little more advanced than that. It's not too bad for Watson. He's been deeper in the crease than that at times.
They have gone over the years with some very weird stances, English batsmen, haven't they? They make something that should be pretty simple more complicated than it needs to be. You stand with the old coaching manuals with your feet are shoulder width apart and your bat tucked behind the toe, the back toe. But through the years, they've had some very strange stances. Graham Gooch being one of them. He used to hold the bat in the air. Never affected his ability to play, and it's not affecting this bloke's either. Everyone's different.
Yeah, being comfortable is an important part of your stance, but being confident in it, I mean, I doubt there's probably anybody else in the world who could adopt a stance like Chanderpaul, Shivnarine Chanderpaul of the West Indies. He looks like he's facing up to the square leg umpire about to bowl, but have a look at the pile of runs he's made. So he's obviously comfortable with it and he's confident with it, and there's two pretty important reasons to keep doing it.
The other key with that, Chappelli, for coaches of young kids around the place is everyone doesn't have to conform. You hear so many coaches saying, right, well, this is how you do it and there's no other way. And, you know, the kids naturally learn a way that suits them, and if it works and if when the ball's released they get into a good position to hit it, that's pretty much what's important.
Performing is what's important, not conforming.
And I think it's one area of the game we've overlooked as coaches now. You see lots of clinics of kids. They don't hold the bat right and they don't have the right stance to start with. They've got no starting point anyway. And as a coach, you know where a bowling attack is going to target you. If you're not holding the bat, you know, textbook way, you better not be you will limit your scoring opportunities, and they're the areas a bowler will target. So you try to get a child's grip and stance effective in scoring runs in many areas of the field. Don't limit that, but yeah, sure, try something different. That's okay, as long as you're not limited in your range. He's got the big high wrists, or the cock of the wrists and the bat right up, but his hands are still very low. And he's been leaving the ball very well this innings. Still on 1-1-1. Two very effective wicket takers operating with the ball for Australia at the moment. That's the first wicket to fall today, and it was 2 for 57. Chris Rogers taking the catch of Joe Root, Nathan Lyon the wicket, and Kevin Peterson. What a biggie. George Bailey fumbling away, but Peter Siddle picked up Kevin Peterson for 4 right when they needed it. They're changing the commentary team now. Shane Warne and Mark Taylor are with Mark Nicholas.
Thanks. Here's this partnership now worth 45. The Australian bowlers have been pretty good, though Bell's determined to unsettle Nathan Lyon. It's a heck of a deficit. England have to just spend session after session playing ball after ball on its merit. What you can't do is look at the big picture, because it's too big to take in a deficit of 459. You've got to be yourself, and Bell's doing that very well, as now is Michael Carberry. Michael Carberry's hit 10 boundaries in that innings of 60. And Bell's going along like a train, 25 in just 20 balls. Shane Warne and Mark Taylor are sitting here. Shane's talked a lot about his time with Carberry when they played together for Hampshire. And Mark talked about Carberry this morning when we were trying to set up how the day may look, and Mark imagined himself batting against Nathan Lyon, and a lot of the things that Carberry's done reflect that.
Yeah, I wasn't big on using my feet against the spinners, or against the off-spinner anyway, when the ball's turning away. And you've seen that from Carberry today. He's played one lovely cover drive off a very full ball. Generally, he's looked to cut. He's waited for that short one, and when he's got it, he's hit the boundary, and now he's changed the field. So his tactics have worked very well. And all of a sudden, I think also Bell coming out and playing aggressively has dragged him along a little bit also. So I think these two are now working well together. 45 they've added from 46 balls. They've upped the run rate, and then they've asking a few questions of Michael Clarke and the Australian bowlers. So that certainly has helped.
Now Ryan Harris. Field to Ian Bell reflects something that Ian Chappell and Shane Warne were talking about yesterday in our pre-play segments, that 2 fielders on the drive on the offside and 1 at short mid-wicket, just to slip in a gully in place.
Yeah. Afternoon, everyone. I think the one thing that Ian Bell has shown is why he's in form. He's in the best form of his life. He's matured a bit. He's got a great technique. He can take on the shorter ball, and he looks to be dominant against the spinners. And I think that's why, to me, I had him at number 3 before this Test match, because of the way he can counter-attack and come out and play well. And talking about the fields, he's suddenly put the pressure back on Michael Clarke, and all the fields that we discussed, as you said, Mark, about bowling, okay, they go back to sort of plan B, and that is bowl straight at the stumps and have some catches either side of the wicket in front of his eyes and just toil away. So they've gone back to plan B, the patient mode, with some catches. And that's through he's only faced 22 deliveries, but he's on to 25 with 2 4s and 2 6s already. And it's the way he's got those runs, and he's put pressure back on the Australians in such a short amount of time.
I think the problem is for England, when they looked at their batting lineup, and I agree with them, Warnie, that I'd had Bell at 3 also. But I think they're worried about, obviously Stokes on debut. We don't know how well he's going to play in his first Test match. But Pryor's been a concern for them at 7. He averages 41.5 in Test cricket, but only 12 in his last 8 Test matches. 4 ducks in that time, no score over 50. And I think they were worried about having Root, Stokes and Pryor at 5, 6 and 7 if they'd have had Bell at 3. So I think his form, or lack thereof in recent times, is why they didn't go to Bell at number 3.
Wait.
averaged 110 against New Zealand. This is prior in a series against New Zealand in New Zealand, and since then really has struggled in his last 8 Test matches. Admittedly, 7 of them have been against Australia.
Yeah, he struggled in England, that's for sure. Really struggled when England needed him at times. He struggled, and Australia had the wood on him. Had the wood on him in Brisbane as well, and he's a big key player. He's a senior player, and sort of a lot revolves around Matt Pryor too at number 7. We've seen what the number 7 can do with Brad Haddon in Brisbane. 632 Australia. Haddon goes on, big partnership, and then in this Test match too goes on, gets 100. So it's a key player, and that's his career. 3,800 runs at 41. It's very good from your keeper, but in recent times, look at the end, nothing over 50 for a long time.
He can bat. Don't worry about Matt. This may be his day. It's 3 for 111. Nelson, they call that in England, the unlucky number. The Australians refer to 87 as unlucky. England 111. And in the old days, umpire David Shepherd, who's no longer with us, but a popular Cornishman who played cricket for Gloucestershire, used to hop at square leg. He reckoned if you had your feet off the ground, the luck wouldn't turn against you on 111. Warney's nodding. He remembers David Shepherd.
Oh, he was a great man. I actually enjoyed his company away from the cricket. He used to umpire Test matches and would be staying at the same hotel. He used to end up having some long sessions at the bar talking about it, umpire, and as a player and as an umpire, he was a fantastic man, Shep. I used to love his little hop. He was just umpired in the right way. Didn't mind if he made a mistake. Said, sorry, son, got it wrong. Move on. And he accepted it, no problem. Might have mumbled a little bit with it, but you accept it because he was a good guy and we miss him.
And it's often the case with umpires, isn't it? It's the ones who really enjoy the game, enjoy officiating the game, and, as you say, admit their mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. Players make mistakes all the time. And we sit up here and analyse them over and over again. So it's often those umpires who say, oh, sorry lad, I saw that one as LBW, I didn't realise you hit it, and they admit it and move on. They're often, as you say, Warnie, they're often the better umpires.
Yeah, the ones that you could approach, you could have a chat with, enjoyed it, and also just they didn't want to try and overdo it. They just stepped in when they needed to.
A good crowd on here today. We had nearly 34,000 day one, 35,000 day two. Good crowds on television, and this game being watched right around the world. I don't know what the worldwide audience would be massive though, particularly in Australia and England, I suppose. Already 27,000 at the ground, I've heard it. People watching from their lounge rooms, and a chance to just a quick cheerio to Daryl Eastlake, a wide world of sport legend who I know will be watching this game from his home on the Central Coast. He's been a bit ill of recent times, but I believe he's on the improve. So big Daryl Eastlake. Warnie, you can do a good Daryl Eastlake, can't you?
He's a good man. He's got, I used to love listening to him on the TV, especially if he did the weightlifting. Oh, here we go. This huge man comes up to the bar. Oh, here he goes. Oh, and away you'd go. He was fantastic. So we wish him the best and hope he improves quickly. Oh.
Yeah. And knowing him, he'll be watching. Great bloke. Hi there, Daryl. People are already asking about 111 and Nelson. Well, of course, it's one eye, one arm, one leg. Though the one leg thing's a complete myth. Go to Trafalgar Square, because Nelson won the battle at Trafalgar. Go to Trafalgar Square in the middle of London, and there's Admiral Horatio Nelson standing atop the column, and he's got 2 legs. It's 3 for 111. KFC Classic Catches, Channel 9 in KFC, giving viewers a chance to win $2,000 and a year's supply of KFC. In each segment, we show you 4 catches and ask you to vote on which one you think is the most popular. To enter, call 1902 559 222 and follow the prompts or SMS the letter that matches your selection, plus your name and address, to 1995 222. Catch a Graham Swan, good grab, falling away to his right side at the Gabba.
Handy cricketer, Graham Swan. We haven't seen the best of him so far in this series, but he's handy with the bat, even though he's made no runs. But good off-spin bowler and a very useful fieldsman. We saw a really good catch to move George Bailey in the first innings of this test match. So, very handy cricketer.
Then catch B is Chris Rogers. This was a good grab. He had to make a lot of ground, and you can watch he keeps his eye on the ball as he runs, and then his hands get in trouble and he goes with fingers pointing to the sky, which at that level of catch, sort of, what is that, knee height, difficult.
That's a real difficult catch. The amount of work and meters he had to make up and then catch it, then it just starts to toil away from you after he made the decision to have the fingers pointing up. Had to keep going with it. It's a good catch. We saw him take another good one this morning.
Rogers really, he's a cricketer who gets everything from his ability. Steve Smith, catch C, not dissimilar to Graham Swan's. A little lower, but again, falling away. At the Gabba, you get a lot of time. The ball carries nicely, Mark. It's a nice place to field at slip.
Lovely place to field and slip. Hit there and the whacker, I think, probably the 2 best places to field. A bit like Graham Swan, this guy, though, Steve Smith. Once again, we haven't seen the best of him so far in this series, but a useful bat, part-time leggy, picked up some useful wickets and a good field.
And then perhaps the most played catch of them all.
Geez, you got some support, didn't you? Another rubbish delivery. Someone takes a great catch for you.
Seriously, how did they get in Pigeon's right hand? How stiff was Michael Vaughan? Look at that for a catch. It bounced out of the left hand into the right. Good on you, Pidgey.
If you ask McGrath, he'll say he knocked it. He knocked it from the left to the right.
Yeah. Very, very good. It was good fun playing with all you guys. It was good fun in that Australian team for a while. We had some good fielders and it was fun.
A reminder of the numbers, 1902 559 222 and 1995 222, depending on whether you're texting or SMSing. And the segment of KFC closes at midnight, December the 9th. That's my favourite catch. There you go. I think it's my favourite ever. Yeah, I think ever. I like Steve Waugh's down by the sight screen at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. I like that one in New Zealand when they ran over the boundary's edge and threw it back for the support fielder to take it. But more and more players seem to pull that off now. There's good cricket from everybody. 3 for 111 still. Bit of extra bounce there from Ryan Harris, and because Ian Bell's in such a good position technically and he decides not to sway and the ball gets bigger and bigger on him, he ends up hitting his glove, but he gets that bottom hand off the bat and the ball drops down safely. It mightn't look like it, but there's technique and skill in this from Bell. A little forward press, then back he rocks, surprised by that bounce. Pulls with it well.
It's quality cricket, isn't it? You mentioned that in your call, Mark, that fine fast bowler in Ryan Harris gets a ball up to that height. His 11th over. Extra bounce and gets a good player like Ian Bell who's in good touch to rear his head back and take it on the gloves.
Yep, good play, Ian Bell. Just looking at the way the play's gone, there's probably 10 or 11 minutes. There's probably 3 overs to go. I'm just looking at the way the game is. I wouldn't mind seeing Steve Smith have a bowl. I just think, I know the quicks have done well and I know they're bowling well and it's all attritional cricket and the batsmen are getting set, but I think someone like a Steve Smith comes on for an over or two. I just think he might bowl a full bunger or a half tracker, then a jaffa. It might just get a wicket and jag one and save your quickies a little bit more here. Give Lyon a rest like he is now. change of hands maybe, but I just think it's worth Steve Smith having a bit of a bowl. He has got Ian Bell before. Something happens when a part-time, just a wristy full stop bowls, a bit of extra bounce, a bit of extra spin. Just wouldn't mind seeing Smith have a bowl before the lunch break.
He does spin the ball, which is to his favour. When he got Bell, Bell was playing an orthodox forward defensive stroke and caught the outside edge and went to slip.
And did Michael Clarke bring him on in Brisbane too pretty early when Ian Bell came on? I think he might have too. So got him out twice. I wouldn't mind seeing him just have a little roll.
Well, Carberry's done that very well. He's known where his off stump is, even when the bowlers have switched to bowl around the wicket. So he's not committed there when that ball has extra bounce.
Just ran his fingers across the seam on that one, Watson, and it certainly gripped and went away a little bit. He's a miserly bowler, Shane Watson. See there, 2.4 overs, no runs given away. And I suspect with Shane Watson, what Australia are hoping for is he might just get the odd ball to skid. It's not really a skidding type pitch, but it can get a bit low as this game goes on, this Adelaide pitch. And what you hope for is you might get a few LBW and bowl decisions when balls just keeping a little bit low.
Tell you what, there's the graphic of where Carberry's been able to let some ball go, the green ones. It looks like Marcus Trescothick batting there in our diagram. Have a look at that. I'm sure they could do with him.
Trez has lost a pound then.
Good as it gets. He's absolutely creamed this Michael Carberry. Look at that, spanked it, and what a catch, the left hand. One hand from Davey Warner, inches from the turf. Gee, that's a good catch from Davey Warner. Didn't the Aussies love it? Got that big breakthrough, Michael Carberry. That's an unbelievable catch from Davey Warner, the pocket rocket. Carberry's gone. He's gone for 60, a well-played 60, and England are 4 for 111.
We've just seen one of the most special catches of them all. In fact, we were talking about top catches, talking about Glenn McGrath, and off air we talked about Bob Simpson. We were going to come back and refer to it. Famous catch back in 1961. We talked about Steve Waugh, about Andrew Strauss again off air, and now David Warner is going to go into the history books as one who's pulled off something as special as any of those.
Yeah, that's as good as you're going to see.
Mitch Johnson straight back into the attack. Yeah, well, I always like catches close to the wicket as my favourite, I suppose, being a former slipper myself, but I think they require, obviously, reaction. They also require great technique, and when we have a look at that catch from David Warner again, you'll see it's a brilliant piece of reaction, but it's also a magnificent technical catch because he caught it behind him. In the end, he tried to go two hands, but couldn't get the right hand to it, so he just let the ball sit in his left hand by catching it behind him. It was brilliant technique.
Now his sharp thinking straight away, with England having another little hole to exploit. Mitch Johnson back into the attack. It's Ian Bell who's on strike and he's in behind it. We have a fabulous feature on David Warner at tea time today, the newly built David Warner perhaps, but the moment we won't forget that one, nor will Michael Carberry.
Yeah, poor Michael Carberry, he must have thought this is four, but watch how David Warner thinks about going two hands. Then he realises he can't get there, can only get the left on it, and how he lets it go by him almost, catches behind him. That's just brilliant technique, and it creates a softness in that left hand that allows him to hang on to it.
It's also not a panic. He's nice and relaxed when he took it. If he goes hard at that and puts his hand straight out with a hard hand, I've got to catch this, it's going to bounce straight out. But well, look where the ball actually goes into his hand. It's past his body. So he's got his technique right, he gets himself in the right position, he goes with it, he can't get there, he lets it hit his hand and then wraps it around, it's caught him behind himself. That's as good as it gets.
I don't think slow-mo does it justice.
We should see if we get it in real time
yeah,
too.
It does. Carberry, look at Carberry, look at Carberry.
You won't get tired of looking at that. Davey Warner's going to watch that all night tonight too. Oh, it's a wide. Just trying to do with an extra yard of pace on the break.
It's the old Mitchell Johnson there. We haven't seen much of that so far this series. But it's a sort of catch, though, that wins you a game. Carberry's going along nicely. And when you're talking about him when he came into bat, how he dropped that catch a couple of days ago when he could have had Brad Haddon just before stumps, and Haddon goes on to make 118. He's just about put that behind him, and all of a sudden he gets to 60 himself and gets caught like that. That's the sort of things that gives you nightmares.
How much of that is instinct, and how much of it is you actually seeing the ball and consciously moving to catch it?
Well, I think a lot of the scientists these days almost call it muscle memory. I think he's got obviously an ability, has David Warner, but he works hard on his fielding also. So when a catch like that comes, he's practiced it enough that it's instinctive. As Warnie said a moment ago, the not so good fieldsmen see it at the same time as David Warner does, but they'll go hard at the ball. They'll thrust the hands at the ball because there is that little moment where you panic rather than just keep yourself soft and allow that ball to go past you. It was something that Mark Waugh, and he's probably the best fieldsman I saw in the game, he would do that as well. He'd let the ball go past him and just let the hand be soft enough to let the ball sit in it. So he wants to go two hands to start with, but then he can't get there with the right hand. He hasn't got enough time. But his hand is soft enough and he's not going hard at the ball. It just sits in the left hand. Has to go straight in, mind you. But he gave himself every chance.
Yeah, I agree with you. Mark Waugh was the best one I saw in my 20-odd years of playing with and against. He was easily the best all-round fielder in any position. And it was a very similar thing that Mark Waugh would do, wouldn't it, Tubbs? The way he just let it come. And I think, Mark, I think it is instinct, but also the practice. They do. You watch Davey Warner in the morning, he does those practices. He does all that. So, yes, you've got to have the match awareness. You've got to have that presence of mind to be aware for it and then have the skill to be able to do it too. Just great stuff. Got to love Test cricket.
Bell gets a boundary. Hearts in mouths here at the Adelaide Oval, 4 for 116. We have a really good feature on David Warner at Tea today. He goes back to his roots. He talks us through his early life with his family. We hear about how things have changed for him of late. He has a girlfriend who's had a huge impact. She features. That's Tea time today, David Warner. Now Michael Clarke going for the jugular. A left-hander, a new batsman on debut. Ben Stokes, 4 round the bat. The last over before lunch. Oh. He plays his first ball all right. A short leg, a silly point, a slip, a gully. A man squarish on the drive there, a sort of short cover, you'd say. There, to the right of picture. 5 balls till the lunch break.
Oh! Just talking about what's coming up with the cricket show coming up very shortly with Michael Slater. And he's got Mike Hussey on board. He's going to give a bit of a coaching class on batting. And I know Hussey will be running between the wickets. He'll be catching. There'll be everything in it. So stay tuned to the cricket show.
He's sleeping with his cricket bat too.
Oh. So going to have a look through George Bailey's kit bag. I wonder what's in that.
Before the break, boy.
We're in the red zone too here. England didn't make Mitchell Johnson's the last over. It's 12:31.
Oh.
Didn't work hard enough. They didn't work hard enough to make that Mitchell Johnson over as the last. There's 2 deliveries to go. It's about to click over to 32.
Lyon's done the right thing. He's made Stokes play at every ball. 2 balls till the lunch break. First one he's been able to leave. That's manna from heaven if you're a nervous batsman. England on the ropes. You're in your first Test match.
And we're not even halfway through the Test match.
Oh, nervous energy, young boy.
Well, they done it. That's a pretty good stroke.
That's fuller.
What a good morning for the Australians. Disciplined bowling to begin with. Some good catching, some good thinking from Michael Clarke, some inspiration from David Warner. And the consequence of it is England in awful trouble. 4 for 116, a deficit of 454. They've got to rid that figure from their minds.
Very good afternoon and welcome to the Adelaide Oval, here for the resumption of play after lunch on day 3 of the second Commonwealth Bank Ashes Test match. It's been once again a very good morning session for the Australian cricket side. England began the day at 1 for 33. They've lost 3 wickets, in 3 further wickets, moving their score to 116. So 4 for 116. There's still 454 runs behind Australia. Ian Bell has looked in pretty good touch. That's been one positive for them. So did Carberry, to be fair, until he was brilliantly caught by David Warner. Ben Stokes on debut is out in the middle, yet to score. So lots of pressure on Bell, Stokes, and then Pryor next in, and the bowlers. They need to make this their session. It's going to be Mitch Johnson on the first over after lunch. 2 slips, a gully, catching squarish cover. 2 men back on the hook for Bell. Good start for Johnson. And good afternoon to the 2 Ians, Chappell and Healy.
Good afternoon, Mark. So Mitchell Johnson ready to fire up. The pressure the Australians created and sustained in the first session brought about 2 false shots. Joe Root out for 15. Kevin Peterson out for 4. And then, as you said, David Warner created the half chance of Carberry. They're the half chances that England let slip in their fielding innings. But Australia have grabbed it and created a massive wicket. The top scorer out to a stunning catch.
Yes, you described it pretty well, Ian. A stunning catch by Dave Warner. But England created some of their own problems in that period. Carberry and Bell got stuck on 111. That was the catch that Warner took. It was a beauty. And so well pointed out that England didn't grab those half chances and even the easy ones. But 33 balls on 111, you can't get stuck on any score. It doesn't matter whether it's a dreaded score or any score. You can't get stuck for 33 balls and not be trying to do something about it. It just seemed to me that they weren't really looking for singles. They were smacking nice shots down the ground to a deep mid-off and not looking to get a single. You can't get stuck for that long. I think that you're just asking for trouble.
Often big moments in every game of Test match cricket that change the game, and this is one of them. Carberry on 60, playing well. Short ball, pulls it down and hard. And there's David Warner turning a boundary into a wicket. Just thinking back to those missed chances of England's. Carberry dropped one himself. Should have caught Brad Haddon late on day 1. There was also Joe Root at mid-wicket, where he dropped Michael Clarke when he was only on 18. It's off Swan. Clarke hit that firmly. Now it's a tough chance, but you compare that drop with the catch of David Warner. That's Clarke on 18. He goes on to make 148, and Australia make 570. He hangs on to that. Australia are in real trouble. They would have been 5 for 205 had that catch been taken, and you never know what would have happened after that.
Just shows you that dismissal of Carberry. Sometimes you can get into trouble for doing the right thing. Carberry played the pull shot, rolling his wrist, hitting the ball down. He just didn't quite get it to ground before Warner, and I think you've got to give Michael Clark some credit for having Warner in fairly close there. But if you hit that up and don't try and hit it down, you hit it straight over David Warner's head. You might even hit a 6 here in Adelaide with the short boundaries, but he did the right thing and he got punished for it.
And Watson back at the bowling crease. The happy knack of breaking a partnership. 1 for 3 from 3. 1 for none from 3.
That's a maiden start. The middle session, 4 for 116. So the keeper prior and then the bowlers to come. So a lot resting on Bell and Stokes. Bear in mind, Stokes on debut, yet to score. Here's Nathan Lyon. 2 slips, 2 bat pads. So plenty of pressure on the debutant.
You got one at least that I remember to spin and bounce past the left-handed Carberry this morning, Nathan Lyon. He's got to create something to get some doubt in Stokes.
Oh, yes, Gaz.
Well, the best thing Stokes could do here is get a single and get Bell down that end, because Bell played Lyon very comfortably. So get the hell out of there, get a single, get down the other end.
Oh.
I'm sure he'd love a single too, Chappelli, to get his first test run. He's had a stop-start game, poor Ben Stokes. He thought he had his first test wicket when he got Brad Haddon's edge of the bat. He's on about 50 and was called back because he bowled a no ball. He had to wait to pick up Michael Clark many hours later before he registered his first test wicket. He's now waiting for a while for his first test run.
And Nathan Lyon doesn't want to get too straight to him because he can push something past short leg and there's a run there. He needs to hang it out on off stump. And that's where all their men are. Stokes thought he got one there, but Warner's patrolling the covers.
That goes back to that point that James Brayshaw was making earlier on. When you do get a loose one from a spinner, make sure you put it away.
Nice to hit. There's a chance if he can hit here. Oh, he fumbled. Ryan Harris, that was an opportunity. Would have been a tough one. It was hit very firmly to his left, and he knows it, Ryan Harris. Had he picked up cleanly there was an opportunity for a run out.
Yeah, but I think it's mainly at the keeper's end. Stokes is going to make it. And you see how much shorter Bell was. Bell probably couldn't believe that he was coming. But the call went out. Keeper. But once it was fumbled, there's no chance of anything. So Stokes, he's away.
He's now got a run to go with his wicket. It's 2 wickets, actually.
Oh.
Round the wicket now. Nathan Lyon stays to Ian Bell. 4 for 117. There's the deficit for England, 453 runs. So we'll put that out of their minds at this stage and just bat. That's what they need to do. They need to get through this session without any damage. Still a good batting pitch, but it's been the pressure from the Australian bowlers from both ends which have brought about the wickets, and some excellent fielding from that man.
And then some dull batting, as Chappelli mentioned. You know, lack of energy, lack of intention to drop into gaps and go. So Mitchell Johnson's first over back was good. He was in the 145s region in his first over after lunch. Here's number 2.
This will be a good test for Ben Stokes. Mitchell Johnson steaming in now. Hit on the pad, that's close. Was there an inside edge? There's going to be some overthrows regardless. Could well be 4 of them. Now, I'll be interested to see if there's a review here. Interested to see what Murray Rasmus signals first. Yeah, he's given it as runs. So he's made an assumption that there's an inside edge on that. The Australians aren't convinced. They think there's no edge there. Now, it's bat on something. There were certainly 2 noises. I don't know if it was an inside edge or whether it was bat on pad.
Yes, it might have been the bottom of the bat thumping into the pad just before the ball thumped into it. I think the line looks good.
Yeah, I thought he might have just got outside the line of off stump. He's just behind there when he lands.
Oh, did the back of that heel land? I think it would have. It was something touched the back edge of the line.
Now, I don't think there's any edge on that. I think the Aussies have got that right. I think that's bat on pad. I'm not sure he's got an inside edge on that. Now, the last piece of the puzzle will be, is that going on to hit the stumps?
What do you reckon?
I reckon that's going to hit a loose leg stump. Let's have a look. So there's a hot spot, but that's from the pad. You can see it's quite a big line. He hits himself on the back pad and then the front pad. But I'm not convinced he's got an inside edge on that. Actually, I don't think there's any mark there from the ball on that bat.
No, very convincing that there was no inside edge onto the ball. Back pad, front pad, ball cannons into front pad. Now let's get the line. Oh, that looks good. Is it outside the... It's good. That's good enough to overturn the original decision, which was not out.
Yes, confirmed by Marais Erasmus. Stokes is going to go here. So Mitchell Johnson's made a breakthrough straight after lunch with pace again. Stokes gone for one. 5 for 117. Well, straight after the lunch break, Mitchell Johnson has struck. He now has the figures of 2 for 24. England 5 for 117. Matt Pryor, the keeper, comes in. England in all sorts of trouble. Still 453 behind. Matt Pryor, good average, 41.5, or close enough to it, 700s. But in recent times, struggling. Norton 4 at the Gabba. Average of only 12.5 in his last 8 test matches. 3 slips, 2 gullies. Matt Pryor's a sort of player who likes to play shots too, so this could be interesting.
Wait on!
Oh, definitely. If those stats you talked about are rock bottom for Matt Pryor, this is the scenario for him. Everything to gain and just spend time in the middle and find it all coming back. All the concerns of having to do a job for England are gone. It's just now so clear. Spend time in the middle and see what happens.
Well, his problems in Brisbane came with Nathan Lyon, who he's going to face at the other end.
I'd like to see a short leg in there for something potentially shorten at the body.
Something like that, Ian, you're talking about?
Yes.
Well, it was a very good review, wasn't it, by the Australians? They were convinced straight away. You can tell by their appeal that they didn't think that Ben Stokes got an inside edge on that ball. And I think Marais Erasmus, to be fair to him, probably does the right thing. He hears a couple of noises there, and he's got to think, well, I'm not sure, but if I'm not sure, I can't give the batsman out. So Michael Clark then talks to Haddon and Johnson, says, no, let's have another look at it. So it's a very good review. You get to wish here.
I'd just hate to see that balloon off a glove and no one be there. At 149 k's per hour, a batsman who's averaging 12 in the last 6 months, it's worth a fielder.
And the other thing backing your argument is that Pryor is not a ducker. He tends to stand and play, and that was purely a last-second decision to get his head out of the way, but he was looking at standing and playing. Someone who stands and plays, Mitchell Johnson, might get hit on the gloves.
And an edge. Haddon's got him. Matt Pryor's going to have to go. Mitchell Johnson's on fire. Good bowling. Outstanding bowling. Softened him up with a couple of short ones and then got the one in the right spot and found the edge.
Once again, they're checking the front foot, no ball. That's the only thing that's going to save this horror series for Matt Pryor, and that's fine. So Matt Pryor's horror tour continues. He's gone without scoring. His second duck in 3 innings. England 6 for 117.
Oh, Mitchell Johnson, 3 for 24 now. England 6 for 117. Stuart Broad has made his way to the middle. A few boos around the place. I think that'll worry him. I think Mitchell Johnson will be of greater concern to Stuart Broad. Johnson's bowling quick. A little bit of reverse swing. That'll be going in to Stuart Broad. Bat pad as you'd expect. He's got 1 ball left in this over, has Johnson. Will he go for the short ball to try and get him fending, or will he go for the stumps?
Crowded with Johnson. This is like the days of Lillian Thompson. In comes Mitchell Johnson now.
Well, we're just going to have a quick check of that no ball. What a moment. Stuart Broad, bowled leg stump. They're going to check the no ball again, as they've done with Mitchell Johnson a few times this over. What an over it's been. Let's have a look. Oh, he's well back. He's fine. Stuart Broad will have to go. Mitchell Johnson will be on a hat-trick. It's the end of the over, though. We'll have to wait. Broad gone for a duck. England will then tatters at the moment. 7 for 117. Expect 3 wickets in the over to Mitchell Johnson. Stokes LBW. Pryor gone, caught behind, and now first ball, Stuart Broad, a long way across, and that's what pace has done to England. You can see how far across he was there. Mitchell Johnson has unsettled them, absolutely no doubt about that in these first 2 test matches. He's got 13 wickets, he's got 4 for 24. What a spell of fast bowling.
Nathan Lyon now to Ian Bell, who's played very comfortably until this point. How do you fund this, Paul?
Well, in our collective bargaining agreement last year with Cricket Australia, we negotiated a certain pool of money. So we've got $1 million a year for the next 4 years for the program. We hope to continue it beyond that. If we do a good job, I think that's very, very likely.
So an ability really to share with current players and old players the problems cricketers may or may not face, and some, let's face it, having devoted the big years of their lives, that sort of 18 to 33 type age group, do need help.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think the ACR have been really good in this regard in trying to recognise everyone's helped build the game, and those past players have made a really big contribution, and look, a real cradle to grave mentality and looking after the game, and I think they should all share in that. That's fantastic.
Wonderful. Thanks for your time. Well done, both of you. I think it's more than worth it. Cricketers need all the help they can get, particularly those who aren't lucky enough to become the superstars. We're going back upstairs.
Thank you very much.
A big thank you to Paul Marsh and Pat Howard there. Great initiative, no doubt about that. Oh, this is close too. Might have just pitched outside leg. And all of a sudden, Ian Bell is at the other end, watching the carnage unfold at the other. Plays all around one. Now, 2 balls left in this over. Now, can Nathan Lyon keep Bell on strike so Johnson gets a crack at the new batsman? And now he's going to get a single. So that means that Graham Swan, who's the new man for England, will face 1 ball here from Nathan Lyon. And let's have a look at this one. Oh, spun too far. There's definitely some turn there, though.
And you look how clear the part of the pitch that it's bouncing on is. Still spinning, and every now and then he gets one to bounce with a bit of overspin that goes through the gloves of Haddon. So now it's Swan. So what great skill Mitchell Johnson showing. He softened Pryor up and then pushed one across him and got the edge. All their plans are working, and then just nipped the leg stump of Stuart Broad, having had that delay, the side screen delay. So I'm not sure whether that was a plan as well. Broad certainly was across his stumps, and they might have known that's how he goes about it, and he's been able to pick off the leg peg.
Graham Swan to face his first ball. He sweeps.
Get it
Now,
back.
can they keep this to 1? They can. Oh, that means that Swan will be on strike for the hat-trick. Now, I don't think Mitchell Johnson will mind that too much. Michael Clark's up there having a chat to Mitchell Johnson. When are you going to bowl? How are we going to try and get this hat-trick? It's got Pryor and Broad with consecutive deliveries. There's Pryor. Set up with a couple of good short balls, and that was just angled across. A little bit of shape away, and then this one. Stuart Broad expecting maybe a short ball, was way across in front of his stumps and lost his leg one.
Well, what does he bowl? Like Swan went right across then to Nathan Lyon. Can he go at his leg stump too? He can't probably afford to be as wide as he was to Pryor, because Swan will be looking to let it go. So he's got to nibble something from off stump. The angle pitching on off and maybe getting an outside edge. Tubby, you've scored 2 of these hat-tricks before.
Yeah, I reckon they've got a man round at leg gully. They've got a bat pat. I reckon he's going to fire in a Yorker. I reckon he's going to go at the stumps here. Here we go. Mitchell Johnson on a hat-trick. Crowder up. 27,000 people on their feet. Here we go. Chipped away. There's no one there. You can't have 15 fielders out there. Swan will get 3, which is the perfect result if you're Graham Swan, because you're off strike.
It's gold, he's saying. How good's this? No fielders anywhere. I can get the bat on it and pick up 3, but probably be a touch disappointed with that, Mitchell. Just like Nathan Lyon's hat-trick ball in Brisbane. It was a nothing length and didn't really suit the field they'd set. He's finally got 1 delivery wrong.
Well, this batting performance is telling Australia that England mentally are in tatters. The response to 570 has not been very good, and Australia really do have the foot on the throat at the moment.
So for Bell, it's more conservative field. That's a good shot. That's well played from Ian Bell. Got up and under it. That's well controlled.
And the problem that England have got now, they wanted to put Bell at 5 because they like him in the middle order to anchor that middle order. But the problem is he's not going to have too many partners. He's got very few left now, and he could easily be not out 50, which is a total waste with the form that he's in.
Supreme reaction time there. He's looking to watch the ball hard, and then he sways back, and then he sees it clearly and plays a shot. Doesn't just let it go through to the keeper.
I'm just thinking back to the game in Calcutta, or Kolkata as they're calling it now, 2001, when Australia enforced the follow-on. And the batsman who was not out and in very good form for India was VVS Laxman, who batted at number 6 in the first innings. India changed the batting order in the second innings, and they sent VVS Laxman in at number 3. He got 281. India turned it around amazingly and won. I don't think England are going to do that, but are they going to have the guts to send Bell in at 3 in the second innings? I think they've got to.
I talked about the reaction time. We'll go back to the thing you did this morning, Mark, and with Michael Slater, how little time you've got. And so you don't change your mind too often in a cricket shot against this man. In that blink of an eye, it's hit the peg. It's hit off stump.
So what we do there is we've cut the vision from the time the ball leaves Mitchell Johnson's hand to the time Alistair Cook's got to play that ball. It's about 0.38 of a second or something like that, we reckon.
And that's a ball travelling 20 metres in 0.38 of a second. It's fast, it's scary, and you've got to watch it out of the hand.
Yeah. Push up.
Played that well, Ian Bell. You get a single for that.
You've got to watch it clearly and not blink your eye. Otherwise, it even gets more scary. But Ian Bell, that over, was able to watch the ball, see that it was short, then sway back, then decide to play a shot. That's how well he's going.
Well, England have had some terrible moments this Test match, no doubt about that. On this Test series, should I say? There's Ian Bell playing well. They lost 4 for 4. Lower order in the first innings of the first Test match. They lost 4 for 9 at the Gabba in the second innings, and they've just lost. Well, they've lost 3 for none here. Oh, a short ball, and Swan, he doesn't look comfortable either. That was a bit of a waft at a hook shot. He's very late on it. 7 for 127. Nathan Lyon to continue round the wicket to Bell. And to continue in the commentary box will be Michael Slater, Michael Hussey and James Brayshaw.
Thanks, Tub. This game is galloping along on the back of this man here. A nice piece of fielding there. Short cover position or standard cover position, George Bailey. Amazing journey that Mitch Johnson's been on, emotional journey over the last 2 weeks. Lots of people questioning how Australia picked him for the first Test. Words like, how many more chances is this bloke going to get? Has he earned his spot back in this team? Tore the first Test to shreds, and now on a flat pitch in Adelaide Day 2, he's ripped England to bits.
JB, I think the reality was if some of those younger players, bowlers who are injured, were fit to play, then he wouldn't have been looked at.
Great shot. He is the shining light in this English batting lineup, Ian Bell. He looks class from the moment he strides to the crease.
He's a glorious player. Bell is, at the moment, a cut above in his stroke plays, defence. He's setting a standard the other England batsmen aren't following. They do look scared. I know that's a big word to use, but they are gun shy against Johnson, and the fact that he keeps bowling quick. And these are pretty flat conditions. You don't get more benign conditions to take on a quick than Adelaide, and they are really wanting.
You make a good point, Slats, about if our other fast bowlers were fit, would Johnson have been picked for that first Test match?
7 for 131. There is the list of Australia's leading wicket takers. Shane Warne, our colleague, parked right at the top, and Glenn McGrath. What about that duo? DK Lilly, many people's eyes, the greatest fast bowler certainly this country's ever produced, and arguably the game. Brett Lee, our other colleague, unbelievable record. Craig McDermott, the bowling coach now, and you work your way down. Richie Benaud, the superstar. I know Rich will be watching with Baff at home, and we send both of them our love, and great to see that he's on the comeback trail, Rich. But he was an unbelievable bowler. Averaged 27, taking 250 wickets, or as good as. Garth McKenzie, Ray Lindwall, superstars from a bygone era, not that long ago with Garth, obviously. And then Mitch Johnson, now Huss, parked at number 10, and that is a very good record, averaging under 30.
Yeah, phenomenal record. And I always thought, we talked about the conditions being very flat here in Adelaide, but Mitchell Johnson actually bowls very well in flat conditions. He's done well in India before. I think it's because of that extra pace, that slinging action, sliding across the right-handers.
Oh, quick! Right in front of the face of Graham Swan.
It's nasty. That's why they're shaking a little bit, the England players. The top order was struggling against this, and now you've got the tail enders. He's in a nothing position. He's trying to ride it. He does in the end. But when those eyes were closed, that split second before it hit the bat, he was hoping it wasn't hitting the hand or the helmet. That's an ugly scenario. And I suppose when you've got a pitch that's flat, it's not bouncing as much as the Gabba, the shorter ball slides lower, and it can get you in awkward positions like that.
And now just standing and flashing. It's a scrambled mind.
Yeah, just back to the point. So you've got Pattinson fit, you've got Stark fit, you've got Bird fit, you've got Cummins fit. Mitch Johnson is probably still on the outer. That's the reality, but you get an opportunity, Huss, you take it.
Well, that's where another factor of this rotation policy that's been so controversial, really. From a player's point of view, you never want to rest. You want to be playing in every game you can for Australia. But also, you don't want to give someone else an opportunity. Mitchell Johnson, he's got to be first pick now for Australia.
My word.
Gets it away. Graham Swan off the back foot. Not many fielders in front of him at the moment, so some vacant turf away on the offside. He'll pick up 3.
He doesn't need to forget the stumps though, Mitch. He's peppered Swan. That full ball is going to be a real dangerous delivery. You almost feel after the fending off that full ball might have been the option. But can't really be critical. Everything he's doing is working. 4 for 35. This is his 16th over. Outstanding fast bowling.
Yes, and there's an honour board. The players that score 100 or take 5 wickets here at the Adelaide Oval in the dining room. He'll be really eyeing off a 5-wicket haul here for Australia.
Wanted 2, he's not going to get it. Well done by Ryan Harris away at wide mid-on to restrict that to just 1. And that's great work too from your fellow fast bowler, sensing the game, knowing that they want 2 balls at Swan to finish this over. He worked really hard for his mate to keep him down there. It's why he's a beauty.
Yeah, Ryan Harris is a 100% man, 100-mile-an-hour man. Does everything, full bore. Great team man to have. Loves wearing that baggy green cap.
5 wickets beckoning here for Mitch Johnson. Back-to-back tests. He'll take 5 if he can do it. And taken. Wonderful catching from the Australian captain. Mitch Johnson's got 5, and he has made an awful mess of this English top order.
There he is. He's on the honoured board here at Adelaide Oval, and it's been all about fire. It's fast bowling at its best. It's enjoying the moment. He's so confident. Everyone around him's backing him up. Great catching. You've got to say Australia are on fire.
Johnson on fire, Clark on fire. That was a good catch. Went quickly. Johnson saluting the crowd. Congratulations, Mitchell Johnson.
How good's that from an Australian point of view? Mitch Johnson, 5 for 36. Hot, flat Adelaide Oval, 3rd day. This has been an incredible performance, and what a comeback for a bloke that a lot of people thought was gone. James Anderson's got to walk out again with his side in disarray. Hurry! Number 10, work needed to be done much higher than him. Last time he was out in the middle batting in an Ashes test, all hell broke loose.
I don't know where England go from here. To me, they're shot. This was always going to be a crucial day in the context of the whole Ashes series. And they are so far off the pace that I don't know how they get back into it.
Smashed the middle stump out of the ground. Mitch Johnson on fire.
There's been history between Johnson and Anderson for 6 or 7 years in Ashes series. Johnson just aimed the stare as he ran past. Checking the front foot once again. He's okay again there.
Don't check the front foot. Everything's precise. It's a great cherry. Another one. Another one from Johnson. Anderson, look at this stare. Chop that. No words. There's a stare for you, buddy. You're out of there, Jimmy. 9 for 135.
Listen to the Adelaide Oval crowd. This place is there's an electricity at the moment. Mitchell Johnson, 6 for 30. And on a hat-trick. Is he ever going to get a better crack at a hat-trick at Test match level? Monty Panesar out into the middle.
Well, I know that they were trying to fight Tubby up for the big call, JB. I think you might have an honour here. Mitchell Johnson has to wait. The wicket could fall in the 56th over, I suppose. But really, we are witnessing some of the best fast bowling you will see. Everyone's supporting him. There's the catch, Clark. That's flown. Straight through the gate. Talk about accuracy at that pace.
It's a good ball and actually just nipped back in a touch. Destroyed our stump cam. What does Ryan Harris do here? Just bowl wide outside off stump and make sure it's a maiden, or doesn't want to get a wicket?
That's right, just put outside off and then it's left. Bell, mind you, Bell is got he could get out himself, given that they need some runs, don't they? Or what does he do? He just has to play some shots, but they won't give him the single. Normally, you'd push everyone back and say, take the single, Ian, and we'll get Monty on strike, legs 11, or we'll knock him over.
The eyes like dinner plates. He's like Marty Feldman. That's the average there, 5.2.
So Clark keeping that ring field, trying to keep Bell up this end, just get the 6 balls out of the way, give Johnson another fantastic hat-trick opportunity. He had one a matter of overs ago. This is a strong chance, but Bell will try and sneak the single from the 4th, 5th or 6th delivery to get up the other end.
Yeah, if Panesar's on strike, Johnson's got a great chance at a hat-trick. So he can really just angle that ball in towards the stumps and really attack those stumps. A brand new batter, it's extremely hard to face.
Johnson 2 years ago was so disillusioned with the game. He was not confident. It was a mechanical action. There was no flow. He didn't have the support. I suppose mentally he'd dipped and needed the encouragement that didn't come ultimately. And then he gets the injury, he sits out. And you just think of the hard work that he has put in himself and had a really strong couple of people, I would suggest, his wife, maybe DK Lilly and others as mentors.
Yep. There's at least one here for Bell, and he wants to come back, but no. So Ryan Harris will get a look at Monty Panesar.
Yeah, Johnson is someone that took the criticism very, very hard. Took it on board. It affected him. And he needed that break away from the game, mentally and physically refresh, get away from it, and get back to enjoying his cricket. He wasn't enjoying the game whatsoever. He's very settled off the field now. He's got a baby daughter, Rubica, who's just turned 1, so he's very settled off the field. And as I said, there's been plenty of history between Johnson and Anderson over the years. Johnson's won that battle.
Well, I think we all like a comeback, don't we? And we love someone taking an opportunity. You can probably look at Brad Haddon and say the same thing, that time away from the game has refreshed him. He's 36 and playing his best cricket. Mitchell Johnson's exactly the same. And you ask what pace bowling means in a team, we're seeing it. It means everything.
Especially in test match cricket on flat pitches. Need someone with that extra pace. Brett Lee. Now we've got Mitchell Johnson. Dale Staying's always been successful.
Was underneath that one. No, I remember, Slats, we was before Huss joined us, we were broadcasting I reckon it was a one-day game in Hobart, and Mitch had been dropped out of the Australian team and had to go home from that game and fly home to Western Australia, and the rest of the team went on, and he had to fly first to Melbourne, and I was the only commentator going back to Melbourne, so the two of us were sitting in the lounge and then got on the plane, and he looked so crestfallen and flat, and he had a big long 4-hour flight back to Perth. Oh, has that hit the arm guard? I think it's arm guard. Let's wait and see what everyone thinks. No movement anywhere. So last ball of the over here, and then we get a look. Are they thinking about a challenge? I think they are. I think they want to look at this. I thought it came straight off the arm guard, but we'll get the benefit of a second view.
No,
not a challenge. Brad Haddon, I thought, said he wanted to look at it, but they're not going to, and good reason. That's come off the arm guard. So last ball. Oh, and that's given him a lick too. Same arm guard, cop 2. So the over's done, and now we've got Johnson on a hat-trick, bowling to Ian Bell. Oh, here we go. Mitch Johnson again on a hat-trick. Second time in this innings. Massive game in Brisbane for him now to the match. 9 wickets. Here we go. Can Mitch Johnson take a hat-trick in Test cricket? In there, just short of the catching player.
No way. Gee whiz, was he too far back? Should he have crept up just a little bit? In the air for a long time. He didn't want to be bowling this delivery to Bell. He's pushed at it, and oh dear, Chris Rogers thought, I can make the hat-trick for Jono. So close.
Last wicket is what Australia are after. Mitch Johnson's after his 7th.
Surely there's no way Australia are going to bat on that in the second innings. They'll enforce the follow-on without doubt here. You think?
Well, yes, I can see why you would. You've got your 434 runs in front. I don't know that they will, Huss. We're not even halfway through the test. So time isn't the option, or isn't a worry at all. And you wonder whether running Anderson and Broad through 15 overs apiece and keeping them in the field and having a nasty spell at them again tonight. Now they could go out there. They've got the liberty to go bang, bang, bang. They get 550 in front of them again, 600 in front, and they bowl 15 overs at them tonight. And there's still 2 days to go. I think they'll be thinking more that way.
I think if there wasn't an immediate back-to-back test in Perth, they would enforce the follow-on without question. The only thing that'll nag at both Clark and Lehmann is we've got a backup straight away in Perth, and if we have to bowl a lot in the second innings straight away, do we fatigue Johnson, Harris and Siddle before a really important third game? That might be the only consideration. Otherwise, Huss, I agree, you'd do it all day long. You wouldn't even think about it. Good bouncer.
Johnson's accuracy has been phenomenal. Honing in on those stumps, but his bounces, they've all been between shoulder and just above head height. So accurate.
Again, that's on the money. All these short balls, they're so effective because it's in that little channel. The only really obvious thing there is the change up of length. That's a good corridor for Mitch Johnson. A couple of years ago, that would have been all over the shop.
Get wait on! Finds the square fieldsman there in George Bailey. And continuing to talk about Perth, the game you were playing in, Michael. Last time England played Australia at that ground, Mitch Johnson took 6 and ripped that game away from England.
Yeah, he did. He got the ball to swing and swing late at good pace. Got us back in the series. We went 1 down here in Adelaide and went to Perth, and we needed a big performance, and Johnson put in an unbelievably good performance there. Unfortunately, it went downhill from there.
Yeah, and England now thinking that, gee, though, I hope the rotation policy comes back and they rotate him out for Perth.
Absolutely no chance of that. Well played. This is a really high-quality player, Ian Bell. He's got time, he's got skill, and a lot of heart. 9 for 140. Zoolander would have been proud of that look, according to the D train.
Yeah, that's even stronger than blue steel, isn't it? That's a great look. But Ian Bell, 45, he deserves the 50 here. It's irrelevant to him, I suppose, whether he gets a 50 or not. He can't believe the lack of batting around him. He's nestled down there in that number 5 position. He could have gone up to 3, but he's gutsy, that's for sure.
Tweets piling in. There's the big haystacks. Johnny Hastings. He cannot be anything but impressed with. Yeah, joining the conversation. There it is. Giving Monty a nice pounding.
I don't think Monty's expecting too many on the front foot here. Short leg, a short square leg, a man around the corner, 2 slips and a gully. Silly mid off. those eyes. Here it comes. Oof.
They've got to do a Gabba 2 test matches ago for England when they failed in the first innings and then batted and batted and batted in the second innings. And that's what they've got to gear up for now, because this innings is gone. We're talking about the whacker already. If they're struggling with the bounce here, how do they handle the whacker bounce when Johnson can be at least a metre fuller and the ball will whistle through around your neck? So the second innings has to be where they recover and come out with a draw.
If not a draw, at least get some momentum going their way with some, big innings. Again, halfway down to Monty Panesar, some batsmen have got to come out and make a statement, make 100, and at least take something into that Perth test.
You look down at that England batting order, and I just think inadvertently there's more pressure on Cook, Peterson and Bell, because there's no Strauss, there's not the experienced player. You've got Carberry, Root and Stokes, who are all very good players, don't get me wrong, but they're unproven, I guess, at this level. And so inadvertently the more experienced players have to take on more responsibility, and they don't need that really. There's no Strauss this time. Trott, very good and very experienced player, has already gone home. So you have got more inexperienced players, which makes it extremely difficult when things aren't going well. Remember the last Ashes series, Strauss was in good touch, Cook was in great touch, Trott was playing well, Peterson, Bell, they're all seasoned, hardened players, and now you look down, there's a few more inexperienced players. They're all very good players.
Waiting.
Over bowled. Ryan Harris and Maiden it was. Monty Panesar still to score. 940. Very one-sided at the Adelaide Oval. 570. Australia really battered England out of the game, making that big first inning score, but no one saw 9 for 140 coming in 50 overs. It is a much better surface than that. Nothing wrong with this pitch to bat on. 5 for 12 in that spell from Mitch Johnson. He gets a break. Peter Siddle comes back in. Really hasn't had to do much in this series, Peter Siddle. He took the wicket of Peterson, a massive wicket. 1 in each innings in the series, but he just hasn't been required. It's not that he's bowled badly at all.
No, that's the positive thing. He's playing his part because he's not going for too many runs, but he'll come into his own, won't he, in the series? You just feel that Siddle eventually will be required to take those wickets.
He did a good job earlier to Kevin Peterson. Beat him a couple of times and then got that crucial wicket, which would have really dented any confidence that England would have had of batting out the day. So it's all about partnerships when you're bowling and batting, but certainly with bowling, helping your mates at the other end. Johnson's got the rewards again today, but he's been well backed up by all the bowlers, Harris, Lyon, Siddle, and also Watson.
Can you get at least one here, and that'll do. George Bailey covered nicely. So Peter Siddle gets a look at Monty Panesar ×4. Look at that destruction in the middle of that innings there. 5 for 12. Carberry gone here. A good shot and a brilliant catch.
He smashed that. Couldn't have hit it out of the middle any better. Watch where this ball comes from. The middle of the blade. That's just pure reflex. And that's what England couldn't do. They missed those half chances. And there's a decision that was overturned, smacking into the stumps.
The umpire thought Stokes got an inside edge. Little net softened up with a couple of real good short ones from Johnson. Didn't quite get his weight into it enough, and a little edge. See another bouncer at Monty Panesar. Pryor's woes continued. The very first ball, broad bowled around his legs.
Yeah, that was like the Gabba. You remember he jumped inside one and got caught down the leg side. That's exactly the same sort of movement, and that movement tells you jumping at the crease, not confident. Michael Clark was helping Johnson out with that catch. It flew, and Swan desperate, no footwork, just flashing the bat and hoping.
Waiting, no.
Really good catch there from Clark. Side angle just showed how quickly that ball went to him at second slip. Beautiful pair of hands. And then Jimmy Anderson, first ball, good delivery, nipping back in, and then there's the stare.
Obliterated our stump camp. Absolutely smashed the whole thing out of the ground. It's going to cost us a fortune. We're going to have to give Mitch the bill. Look at him. Didn't have to say anything. It had all been said with that delivery.
Well, Monty's loosening up those knees, isn't he? Every ball he's down under it. He's willing to cop one on the arm guard or the chest. So up in lights, Mitchell Johnson once again. Let's not forget he was man of the match of the opening test match of this series as well. 6 for 40. And take a salute.
Waiting.
Nicely played. Finishes the Peter Siddle over 9 for 141. England in all sorts as drinks come onto the ground here at the Adelaide Oval.
Well, Ryan Harris about to start his 14th over. His figures, none for 13. He's bowled 8 maidens from the 13 so far. And he's about to bowl to Ian Bell, 46 not out. 72 balls. He's made it look easy. Oh, he hasn't made that one look too easy. He hasn't done enough to be coming back. And Ian Bell says it hits him high on the thigh, but they can probably have a little review of this and no damage will be done. In the commentary box, I'm joined by Brett Lee and Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, no surprise that Michael Clark reviews. Just getting the ball and nip back to Ian Bell. It hits that back leg. I think height could be an issue.
Captain Michael Clark has requested a review of the umpire decision. The outcome of the review will be communicated by the
Yeah, I think it's definitely a bit high there. It's check the front foot. That's fine. That's perfect. Just going to be the height, I think. That. Well, maybe not.
Not so sure. Certainly hits him in line.
He's got little pads too, Vaughan, doesn't he? He wears little ones.
He's only a small man, Ian Bell.
Quite often, if you get hit above the knee rolls of those pads, it gives the perception that it's going over the stumps. So smaller pads, that's hit just under, behind the flap of the back pad. Height, it decks back. The original decision's not out, and it stays. So Ryan Harris nearly picked up his first. It's a review that Australia have exhausted. And we get on with it.
And Ian Bell's played well. It's been a remarkable passage of play. As good as the bowling of Mitchell Johnson. It's as quick and as hostile as we've seen for a long while. Well, at least a couple of weeks. And it's been as bad a batting display that I've seen from an England side for many a year. Bell's just proven that this deck's a good one. He's in form. He's wasted at 5 in this lineup.
It'd be nice to see him get a little milestone anyway. There it is. Plants the front foot, plays a back cut.
Well, we saw in the Ashes series back in England what a class act Ian Bell is. He was the difference between the two sides, and he's standing up again today. Shots all the way around the ground, front foot, back foot. He just has so much time to play the strokes.
Yeah, his highlight package of that 50 will be something special. Well, now he's gone over mid-off just. It was firmly struck and just carried the man at mid-off.
Well, that's one way to deal with it. Get on the front foot and give it a good slap. I've been really impressed by Bell. Type of guy that never backs down, takes it on, takes on the bowler, and that's just a serious shot.
Well, I think he'd be frustrated as well because he's coming in at number 5 and he'll be looking down the order. He'll be going, wait a minute, I've got a debutant at 6, I've got Pryor out and Nick at number 7. Then the tail is just not going to survive against this kind of pace. So he's wasted at number 5.
Oh, now he gets one to tickle around the corner for 4. Long boundary down there, but it doesn't matter. Varney, you're shattered. You're angry. This is the third time. 136, 179 in Brisbane with their totals. Now 9 for 150.
Well, you wanted to see fight. I thought at the start of the day's play, I looked at the pitch and thought, England, you can still be batting at the end of the day. And 4 or 5 down if you apply yourselves. And look at your scoring options. Yeah, you still got to be positive at the right times, but I just wanted to see fight. I felt this was the day that the heartbeat was going to be going for the team. As I said before, it's been as bad a display as batting that I've seen from an England side for many a year.
But that's what fast bowling does. That's the whole reason why they choose a young fast bowler to come in as in Mitch Johnson. He's been through a lot. He's come back. And those wickets there of Stokes, Pryor and Broad that were definitely done with pace. Certainly with Broad walking across the wicket, looked a little bit scared. The thing I like about Panesar, he's actually getting in behind the ball. He's giving himself a chance. And that's certainly what England need right now.
77% of the runs scored between 2 men. Carberry and Bell. There's a few more percents. Wow. He's carved Harris over cover for 6. Nine for 159. I'll put this in your video textbook. Inside out, a ball delivered at you at about 140 kilometres an hour. Find the middle of the face of the bat. 6 over cover from Ryan Harris. Siddle now. Monty Panesar has to get over another one. It's been a shell-shocking performance by the Australians led by Mitchell Johnson. Binger, you know, what do you make of Johnson's form?
Oh, his form's red hot right now, and that just comes down to confidence. The thing I like about Mitchy Johnson is he never ever gives up. He's got a heart of gold, but you can smell when the batsman's feeling scared. You sort of sense that they're on the back foot. You can sense that they don't want to be out on the crease. They're moving around the wicket. That's the time where you've got to put the foot on the throat, get around the jugular, and bowl some serious pace.
And in the past, he hasn't been able to control that pressure. Monty's out of the blocks. He's got one.
And he's getting in and behind it. Now, as much as we laugh and joke about Monty Panesar, when he goes out to the middle, when he's facing pace, and he generally gets plenty of bounces, he always gets in and behind it. He shows a lot of courage.
You talk about confidence, so that's a psychological thing with Mitchell Johnson. In the past, he hasn't been able to sustain the pressure, especially when he goes short at the body for hour after hour like he's done this summer. Is there something technical as well as psychological?
Well, I think all those things add up to a person feeling that they're not playing the way that they probably can, and that's certainly with Mitchell Johnson. He's a confidence player. I had a good chat to Mitchy before play this morning, and he just seemed that he was in a very good space. When he's in a good space, he's bowling fast, he's scoring runs. That is an absolute jaffer. Bowling nice and straight, nice and full. He's still bowling fast. The difference here is that he's adjusted his length. Another good one that a ball walk across the wicket. Swan flashing one, great catch there by Michael Clark. And that's an absolute jaffer. Not a send-off, just a nice little gesture.
So when you look at those back-to-back-to-back, you talk length. You know, it's the short balls that have been extremely good in between those well-pitched up ones at pace.
Yeah, it's definitely the short balls that count. Certainly here at Adelaide Oval, you can get away with it in Brisbane to bowl that back of a length because the ball flies through. Here at Adelaide Oval, you've got to vary your length, and it's the short ball that he bowls here at Adelaide Oval is the one that counts.
And then a higher percentage of all the others would have hit the stumps. They're up there, and the pace will beat the bat.
And the thing I like too when Mitchy's bowling is that he's not floating the ball up there, he's actually getting through and smashing the crease.
Let's go back to that fear factor, mate. You sniff it. You can sense that. Well, how do you see it? And the movements at the crease, their eyes, what else?
I think it's just part and parcel of being a fast bowler. When you walk out over that white line, over that rope, you get that sense that you're out there, you're in a battle. And Mitchie's certainly got that. He's the most placid guy off the field. You put a cricket ball in his hand and he's psycho. He goes out there and he gets amongst it. He loves it. He loves bowling fast. He loves scaring batsmen. And that's what I love about Mitch Johnson. He's a competitor.
And he's in the top 10 in 53 matches, 220 wickets.
He's certainly come on, Mitchy Johnson. He's bowling beautiful, but this is Bell.
Well, this is the package we're all going to be delighted with, Warner.
Well, you saw a lot of this in the summer back home. He's a pure player to watch on the eyes. He's up there with the best in the world of the enjoyment factor which he produces on the screen and the ease of which he plays all the strokes around the wicket. And it's the time that he has. Good balance at the crease.
Just one slip in place. Siddle bangs it in, keeps Bell off strike at the end of the over. 9 for 161. Right, Ryan Harris is now out of the attack, so rotations happening everywhere. He had 13 overs, none for 13. Now he's got 14 overs, none for 31. 3 fours and a 6 from his last over. So Nathan Lyon is going to be the change-up to try to get the outside edge maybe of Monty Panesar's bat. 4 men plus the keeper around the bat. Plays well. Ian Bell, it seems to me, Vaughan, he's found some perspective in life which has transferred to his cricket.
Yeah, he got married a couple of years ago and then became a father for the first time. And he's always had the talent. He's always had the game. He's always had the shots. If anything, he had a question mark over the mental side of the game of scoring runs when it really mattered. He started to do that a couple of years ago for England against South Africa. And then in the summer, that first test match against Australia at Trent Bridge, the second innings 100 when England were in desperate need, he was the one man that stood up. And then he did it again at Lord, did it again at Durham. So I think he's just found his mental plan of knowing how to cope with the pressure situations. The shots have always been in the locker.
Yeah, he played plenty of them when he was the Shermanator. He had Warne niggling away at him, and if he got through Warne, he had McGrath to come back at him, and you could tell he was talented then.
He had Binger. There's no question Warne got to him. As much as he shouldn't, he did.
So it's going to be nice to see him finish his career as strongly as he's approaching it right now. Monty Panesar playing well. Again, Nathan Lyon up around the high 80 Ks per hour. Maybe he could really throw an 80 K up and see what Monty's going to do.
Get it above the eye line. Monty will have a swing.
Will he? Finally, there's a run scoring opportunity and it might not be there, but it wasn't that. That was 85 Ks, 9 for 161 still. 62 overs they've taken for 161. They bowled 21 last evening. That's night 2, and this is day 3. They bowled 41 today and created all sorts of problems. It's Peter Siddle to Ian Bell, bang on off stump. This partnership, 26, 43 balls. Monty Panesar has accompanied Ian Bell.
Yeah, Monty's done a great job. I was up in Brisbane last week, the first test, and walking out to the nets to have a bit of a bowl to get ready. Some games coming up, and Monty was walking in, and I asked him if he wanted to come out for a hit, just jokingly around. He said, "Oh, I'll smack you around the ground and hit for 6 and that." And to his credit, he went back, got his gear, came out and had a hit.
Tell you what, Heels, there's nothing like boosting your confidence before the big bash. Bowl at Monty Panesar.
He's getting behind the ball though.
You nip him out a couple of times, or he got through you?
It was a bit evenly matched, I think. Got him out a couple of times, but he sort of eyes lit up and he got that big grin on his face when he hit a beautiful cover drive for 4. So he's a good man, Monty. Loves his cricket.
Craig McDermott came out to me this morning at the start of play too, and before the start of play, and said he just picked up his first wicket this morning in the nets, bowling. And he nipped James Faulkner out. I said, oh, God, how is he? And he says, oh, he's not happy up in the dressing room. He shattered his career.
But I'm interested with these scared eyes. David Warner last week in Brisbane came out in the press conference, said the England players had scared eyes against Mitchell Johnson. Bigger, just tell us, when you bowled and you were bowling at 90 clicks, these eyes that they say that are scared, what do you actually see?
Well, it's almost like you, as I said before, you can sense that the batsman's scared, or you can tell by their mannerisms. But to me, it was more, yes, the eyes, you know, you got eyes like dinner plates and they light up. But it was more the nervous smile to me. Well, you know, when you get the inside of your mouth starts to sort of jitter a little bit, they give that sort of smirk that they're all okay. But it's more so that they're not that comfortable at the crease.
I think one of the biggest sure signs that England are scared against Mitchell Johnson was at the Gabba. There was players, and I was watching, and they weren't going down his end. They weren't backing up at the non-strikers end. They were saying, we ain't getting a quick single here. We're not going to go and face Mitchell Johnson.
Exactly right, and that's a great sign for the Australian players, and certainly for Mitchell Johnson. You know, when he can smell blood and he can smell that he's in the match and he's there to try and take wickets and scare the batsman. And we talk about intimidation. We obviously don't want any batsman out there to get injured or hurt, but it's Test cricket. It should be played hard and fair. This guy here, Mitchell Johnson, he would have been tired before, and when you pick up a few wickets as a bowler, it's amazing how much energy you just get in like an over period. He'll be nice and refreshed.
Siddle keeps Bell on strike. 2 maidens in a row now, 9 for 161. Well, Mitchell Johnson's not only captured the cricketing world, the sporting world, all around the world is loving this. There's so many messages from Ian Baker Finch and Rod Pampling, watching it all around the world. Heaps and heaps of messages saying how absorbing that period of cricket of Johnson was, and then Nathan Lyon has been solid from one end as well. Every now and then he's got that one, an overspinner to spin and bounce. So it was, you couldn't put it down, could you? That period of 6 for 40 from 17 overs of Mitchell Johnson.
It's just exciting cricket. There's nothing better for the spectators here today. It's a packed ground, as packed as can be. People at home watching, absolutely loving the efforts of Mitchell Johnson.
Yeah, and I think you look back to the Gabba, you look at Mitchell Johnson in this game, from an English perspective, even though the England team are getting absolutely hammered, for the game of Test match cricket, it's great to see quick bowling.
Got it! Oh, double dropped! Double dropped. Lyon the unlucky one. The edge, the gloves of Haddon, the rebound to Clark, and it was put down as well.
I think this is the first mistake from Australia in 2.5 days. Certainly the first mistake from the Australian captain. Come here!
Greg Chappell hat cost him. The brim was too big. The ball got up over the brim. He didn't know where it had gone. You get that one right.
I think Michael Clark thought there the ball's going to go a lot squarer. It got a bit big on him and hit him in the chest or the stomach region. You see there, he just failed to pick it up. And off the brim of the hat.
Yeah, make him pay, Monty.
Well, the deflection from Haddon's gloves, I think, is the thing that fooled him. So Panesar survives. 9 for 161.
Okay, let's get back into our Hardy's trivia. You've had an over to think about the question. Who was the famous cricket scorer who toured with cricket teams from 1905 to 1957? And your answer, William Ferguson.
Three maidens in a row now. And drop catch just gone down. We think, we haven't really seen Snicko. Here we go. It's a big snick. It's hit the bat. It's hit the outside of the left index finger of Brad Haddon. Another snick. And then the deflections takes the pace off it, and that's what a lack of pace did Clark, and then he couldn't see it past his brim.
Very similar to that Stuart Broad non-walk at Trent Bridge.
It's all yours, Heels.
Well, Stuart Broad did nothing wrong there. They made a big thing out of that. He sort of nicked it, went to first slip. Some say it did deflect off Haddon, some say it didn't. Went to first slip, got caught. Players didn't really appeal, got given not out. So Broad at that stage has looked up and oh, hang on, I'm not out. Oh, hang on, they've got no reviews left either. Then what are you going to do? You've just got to stand there and play on.
Absolutely.
I've always said let the umpire do his job.
I think you started that, actually. You were on Sky, Michael Vaughan, and you threw in the word cheating. Not at Stuart Broad, but you know, the perceptions of that being cheating, blah blah blah. Then you fired up Lehman. He backed that up here in Australia.
Heels, you're mixing me with another England captain, ex Nasser
Who
Hussain.
was it? Straussy?
Nasser Hussain.
Oh, was it Nas?
Yeah.
Okay, so I reckon Nas started to put that word in there, and gee, that's what they ran with, didn't they? It was harsh stuff for Broad.
Yep.
It's a good shot by Bell. Man down there. So Monty comes on strike for 3 balls at least, or at worst, to the pace.
Well, this is where the Aussies need to take that wicket now. They really, really need to concentrate and focus and not let this game not slip away, but every single minute, every single second that they spend out there on the ground, it's quite hot, it's humid. The boys would want to go to that tea break knowing that they've taken that 10th wicket.
He had got two really good ones early. One cannoned into his front elbow. I mean, other than that, he's got underneath the short ball extremely well. Siddle hasn't had that in his armoury much in this innings. He's been all full and looking to get the batsman coming forward. What's he going to produce here? Clark's put in a 3rd slip. That's a short one. It's on the lid. And take those handy runs.
That's it, Monty. Flick him off the helmet. That'll be 4. No, it's not. Nice flick on.
He was after some scones for afternoon tea, I think, and he got him.
There's his scones. I want to see Michael Carberry's helmet work like this. You know, bang off the back of the Albion badge, and I want to see Carberry run one down the furrow he's got.
Carberry's helmet, that'd have gone for 6.
He didn't push hard for 3. He very casually just came back for 2, which means he's in the firing line again. Oh! Now, Peter Siddle's bounces aren't getting up as much as Mitchell Johnson's, and that's putting him in 2 or 3 minds.
I'll tell you what, Heels, I have so much admiration for Tailenders, but particularly Monty Panesar. He's not backing away. He's getting in behind it. He's wearing a few. Straight on the shoulder, showing some courage.
And I can tell you at home that hurts. Anywhere on the body that there's no protection, that really, really stings. You can see, oh, that's got him just in the chest region. But you're right, though. He's getting in behind the ball, and there's nothing worse when you're a bowler and you're trying to run in and bowl fast and intimidate the batsman, and he just keeps getting hit. He's still there, though.
And he plays that with confidence. When it's there to be played, he's done the job. 9 for 164. Panesar 30 balls for 1. 406 runs behind, and this is the pressure you're under. It's supposed to be fun, this game. Monty Panesar is taking heaps on the body. A change in the commentary box as Nathan Lyon continues at the crease. Shane Warne and David Lloyd are with Michael Slater.
Thanks, Heels. He's worn a few this innings, hasn't he, Monty? He's on the shoulder. Bell on strike. And 65 runs to his name. Very solid at the crease, Ian Bell. Working hard for his country. He's just trying to dwindle the Australian lead more than anything. 406 behind England. Every run matters. And it's the time factor, really, isn't it? That they're chewing up time that Australia can bat, or if they enforce the follow-on, which I don't think they would, Just chew up more time in this test match. But Nathan Lyon with that missed opportunity. It was a catch there for the Beggy.
Wait on though.
And they should be in there having an early tea break, really.
What a batsman to let off the hook, Monty Panesar. Straight in, wasn't it? Did he just clip the glove?
Just. It slowed it up. It didn't deviate, it just slowed it up. And you'll see that Clark's hands were higher. Or I should say lower than they should have been. They hit the meat of the hands, and then the brim of the cap, the one you're wearing this morning in the pre-game show, got in the way.
So he just clips the glove and he loses sight of it temporarily, and he's lost it again with the hat. Panesar is back on strike. He's done fine as Panesar, and they can put him in the dressing room and stand up. And he's took every blow coming, and he's still in there.
Absolutely, 100%. He showed some courage. He showed some ticker. He stood there. That's what we want to see. I think I'm sure that Alistair Cook, the England captain, won't be happy with some of the dismissals from the middle order and the tail. It's been quite soft dismissals, to be fair. And Monty Panesar showing some of the better players how you show some courage.
Yep.
Yeah. It's disappointing for England, but they are fighting. This pair are anyway. 9 for 165. Siddle continues. And this is his 5th over of this spell.
I did that once. Went to South Africa, that game reserve. Safari they call it, don't they? Not for me. Not for me.
Why is that?
We were up at 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Going out for hours, for miles.
It's exhausting, isn't it?
And then you come across a lion.
And you've got an open air Jeep.
And they say, look, there's a lion. Well, leave it. He's not hurting me. I'm not bothered with it. Leave it. He's asleep. Leave him. And then they said to us, tomorrow morning up at 5 o'clock, and we're walking with lions. Why would I want to do that? 5:30 in the morning. Why would I want to walk with a lion? They're big, aren't they? They're huge.
I'm hearing you, because maybe they're not hungry at that time of the day.
It's like that shark business. Why do I want to get in there with a shark? It's good television, they said. Brilliant.
Well, it was. We used it.
Oh, look, there's an hippopotamus there. Well, leave it alone, it's fine. What do you want me to do? Throw it a kipper?
Yeah. And you see the leopard. You climb a tree with a leopard.
Yeah, great. Yeah, lovely.
Elephant. There's a shark, look.
Yeah, right. Elephants are all right. They look a bit gormless. But if they get going, if they get a head of steam up an elephant, you're in trouble. About 6 or 7 of them charging at you. Like Mitch Johnson.
No! Remember the time I went in the game reserve? It was a Pindar reserve. We flew there from Durban, and we saw these lions, male lions, but they weren't asleep, Bumble. And the scout who had said, I'll go and find something to see, he just took off, jumped out of the Jeep, he had the rifle, and he's gone off into the bushes. He comes back, right, we're going this way. We came across 2 male lions, and they're frisky as one thing. And we got within 10 metres, and he said, it's okay, so long as you don't stand up, their eyesight can't distinguish you from the Jeep, and the Jeep's too big, so sit still. And dead set, we held the base of the seat, and we were pushing ourselves into the seat. But they're looking straight at you. I said, no, they can't tell they're people there. Anyway, there were 8 of us went out and 6 came back.
I went with Paul Allett. Ian Pacer, opening bowler. He got tick bite fever. There was this weevil macheteing into his groin. You're paying about £1,500 for the privilege.
Oh dear. Well, what's next for you? You've done the safari, you didn't like the lion experience, you've done the shark thing last week. What's next for you?
They wanted me to go out with the snake catcher.
Oh, wait on.
That was Tomo, and that was many moons ago. At 9 for 165. Oh, it doesn't look good. Carberry was getting going. He smashed that one to Warner. It was a brilliant half chance that was taken. And the rest of the batting's been very, very disappointing. So a lot of work. A confidence that has been rocked very hard when you're in another country and you feel like the home team and the conditions don't favour you. As the shark blade came down, outside edge. Bell on strike now.
And Michael Clark had just moved the third slip in there. And if you look at the overs remaining today, there's 44 overs to go after today. It was in the air, it was a hard one, it went down. So basically halfway through the test match with 44 overs to go today. Another 2 days to go. So Australia want to, I would say, get this last wicket and then probably go in and have another bat. It'd be very tempting to enforce the follow-on. I think the reason why Michael Clark won't do that, he might, but if the bowlers all say to him, we feel fresh and raring to go, then he might put them back in. But I would say there's so much time left in the game. With 180 overs to go, plus the 44, there's 224 overs to go. I think they'll bat for another 50, 55 overs to give their bowlers a rest, a good sleep tonight. They'll contemplate maybe even having another 4 or 5 overs tonight. But I think what they'll do, they'll sleep in, have a good sleep tonight, have another bat for an hour, hour and a half tomorrow, and try and break the spirit of the English, get them fighting amongst themselves. Let Jimmy Anderson bowl a few more overs, some hard overs when they're a long way behind, Broad some hard overs, and just keep them out there and frustrate England. And you look at the lead already now, the lead is still plenty. It's 404 runs ahead, Australia still are. So if they bat for 50 overs or so, you know, they're going to be 600 probably, and set England and have 145, 150 overs still to bowl England out.
Yeah, and he smashed that one. That's gone big. And there's a little bit of rallying. That is a tremendous blow. That's gone over the boundary rope, over the fence. If the old boundary was the fence, it was still a maximum.
Predictable. Back end of the oval, looking to save the single, and he's going to dance down the pitch, and he'll come again here, I think. He's looking for a single off this last ball, but he's got an opportunity down the ground if he wants it.
Oh, he was looking for it, wasn't he? Advancing. 9 for 172. Magnificent innings from Australia, 570, and they have England reeling, 9 for 172. Mitchell Johnson back into the attack. I think the passage of play that has just stunned England and taken the Australian support to another level was the last spell of Mitchell Johnson. They basically lost, what was it, 4 for 6. It was, and that backs up those blocks of wickets at the Gabba in both innings. So it'll be Monty. Look at those eyes as Johnson steams in.
Well, he's coming again, Monty. Johnson with a 6 for 40. Got to admire the way that he's played, Panesar. He's been an example to the rest of the team. Bell is helping him and cajoling him through this innings. I mean, he is a number 11 and you just usually get him out, but he's stuck in there, and he's took some blows as well.
Well, you can think back to Cardiff in the late, what was it, 2009? It was Jimmy Anderson and Monty that held out for the draw. That was the last Ashes test he played in, actually. Bowls him! Straight away, Johnson is able to carve out another wicket and close the innings down for England. It'll be 7 for, and he's on his way to another man of the match performance. Long way to go though for Australia.
Another stellar performance from Mitchell Johnson. It's been thrilling, absolutely magnificent for Australia, the team, for Australia spectators. He's got right into England, he's disturbed them, disturbs the stumps once again. Never mind this, he bowls to the left, he bowls to the right. Mitchell Johnson can bowl all right.
Warney, that's his best against England, and stay with us. We're going to try and have a chat with Mitchell as he walks off the ground. Obviously elated and getting the support that he deserves from his teammates.
Yeah, sensational effort from Mitchell Johnson. Really did lead the attack He was bowling sizzling fajitas with some jalapenos on them that hot. He was bowling with some serious heat. 7 for 40, best figures against England, and didn't he bowl well? He bowled some serious pace and hold the ball up and hold your head high. Mitchell Johnson would work hard to get there.
Yeah, it's one of those great sporting stories. There's so much pride and passion. He's come back from not really enjoying his cricket a couple of years ago, and he's the star performer. But hats off to every member of that Australian cricket team. They're all contributing, they're taking the catches, and they will be hard to peg back given they're the front runners at the moment. So Bumble, that's your England team, mate. They're all out for 172, and I can't believe it. I thought they would bat through the day.
Another massive crowd at the Adelaide Oval has enjoyed a spectacular day for Australian cricket. England bowled out for 172. Mitchell Johnson taking 7 for 40. The Australians not enforcing the follow-on, so Chris Rogers and David Warner are out in the middle, and up in the commentary box are Ian Chappell, James Brayshaw and Ian Healy.
Thanks, Mark Nicholas. Hi, everyone. And the crowd has thinned a little bit. Finally, they can get away from the cricket and go out the back. That enthralling session had everyone in here. There's a little diving effort at Gully. Jimmy Anderson swings or seams it away from Chris Rogers. And now they're 400 ahead. 398 was the lead that England chipped away at the end, their last partnership. They couldn't get any closer than that. Now it's 400.
That's interesting. It's hit the inside edge and gone in the air to Gully.
Got lots to do, Chris Rogers. The average is not good enough yet. 34. 72 in the first innings he got, so he's on the way to improving that. Anderson looking like he's operating away from the left-hander. Anderson, the English have just had a massive team meeting. Team huddle, and Cook was quite animated in his verbals, and they broke up.
Don't know what they're doing talking. They're wasting their time talking, mate. It's time for England to act. And they haven't been acting, and really the time for action was much earlier in this test match. This is a complete waste of time. Words.
Anderson around the wicket has to really stand up, even if it's just with a bit of intensity. He's looked well within himself in this innings.
Davey Warner's played really well so far in this test series. Magnificent 100 at the Gabba. Batted beautifully in the other two innings too, but found a way to get himself out on both occasions. Really shelling catchable balls to that point region. You live and die a bit with the way Dave Warner plays, but he's been in very good touch.
Those stands were jam-packed right to the top. Very often the lower levels are full, but right to the top you see that the one on the left, the Chapel stands, is thinned out a little bit because people have taken the advantage of the tea break and gone out the back to watch it on big screens and relax, and they weren't out there when Mitchell Johnson was steaming in. Big in-swinger this time.
Interesting conditions here at the Adelaide Oval. We had a northeast, basically a north breeze coming in, and it's uncomfortable in Adelaide when the wind comes from that direction, but now there's no wind at all. If you look at the flags above the big jumbotron here, they ain't moving. So it is warm and still.
What was that, the jumbotron?
Is that what it is?
What is it?
Big screen, I don't know. I think just
right,
next to the old scoreboard.
Okay, the screen. Big telly. Borrowed it from you for this match. That's been pretty good by Jimmy Anderson. He didn't have this much bounce in the first innings, but none for two at the moment. Yesterday, the buzz around that village was Michael Clark, Brad Haddon, Ryan Harris. And then what can Mitchell Johnson do at the end of the day? Today, it's all Mitchell Johnson. He has thrilled the Australian public, at least. He is one of two major quicks around the world now. Dale Steyn, who has sustained it for a long time, and Mitchell Johnson's re-emergence, very exciting.
Well, the issue for Stewie Broad is that this is just the start of the third innings of a Test match, and they are 400 behind. I don't know how many times in Test cricket in recent times this has happened, but I'd suggest it wouldn't be many.
And it's only just past halfway in the match. There's 41 required overs still today. And so it has been another impressive demolition by the Australians.
Well, I know you'll have his ears pricked, William Morris Lorry, waiting for me to say it, but this smacks of when he didn't enforce the follow-on against the West Indies at the SCG. My first game as vice captain. He asked me what I thought we should do, and I said send him back in. He said no, I'm going to bat again and give him 900 to get in a day and a half. Admittedly, it was a 6-day Test match, that one.
And did you still win?
We fell a bit short. I think we only set him 700, and Australia got up. Yeah, Sobers got 100. I reckon he got 100, and then I almost deliberately threw it away as if to say I can get 100 off your bowlers any time I want, and then gave it away. But yeah, Australia won. In the end, probably 300 odd.
Probably sitting at home thinking the end justified the means.
Yeah, that's right. He sort of pricked the ears up, but then, oh, tell them we won, tell them we won. Hi, Bill. Definitely missing you.
Candice fouls on. It's Davey Warner's much better half, and she'll be nervous because he hasn't got underway as yet. Davey, just a single, so I don't know whether Candice can hear. Can you hear us, Candice? Oh, well, yeah, a bit of a smile on her face. She's listening in. There he is, the boy. Made her very proud so far in this series. Played magnificently well.
Really well designed package we saw in the break too of David Warner and his life. His real passion to look after family. See mum and dad stress-free. Gives him such a great buzz.
Yeah, I read a piece, well, I'm not sure whether it was earlier in this year, where he talked about how he keeps remembering those days where he was packing the shelves at Woolworths, and it keeps him grounded. The fact that he keeps reminding himself of the fact that he didn't have much money, the family didn't have much money, and even when he got enough to help the family out, he still keeps reminding himself of those days when he was working at Woolworths.
He's helped his family out and thinks he's leading the path that was set for his brother, but it wasn't to be for him. And now he sponsors George Bailey with shoes. He's got the family covered, George Bailey covered. And his mates from school are still his mates.
Wonder if he's got a mate called Johnny Alphabet, like the coach.
Stuart Broad finishes his first over, just a single off it, and it's none for 3. Fans everywhere, in the stands and in the roofs. They are huge. Now David Warner, Jimmy Anderson has meandered to the top of his mark. He starts his 3rd over for the innings, so not his, but the innings is 3rd. That's a single down to fine leg. Warner's looking for a fumble, doesn't get it. Sticks with the single.
It was interesting talking with Brad Haddon this morning, and he remarked that he thought that the English bowlers were just a little bit too short. He said that he was able to play what he thought was too many balls off the back foot quite comfortably, and he said our ambition, meaning the Australian bowlers, has got to be to just pitch up a little further, get them coming forward.
Or is that edged? It is. Beautiful bowling from James Anderson. He's got the ball swinging and he gets the length right.
Around the wicket, taking it away from the left-handers at 137 Ks. This is a beautiful piece of bowling. Seam position, magnificent. Just enough off the pitch as much as anything else. The feather, simple catch. And Australia in early trouble, 1 for 4 in this third innings of the match.
Well, there's not a whole lot to gain in this process for Australia. The batsmen are going out to bat. They know they bat out the afternoon. You want to pile some runs on, and there's not a whole lot of time to spend in the middle, and maybe they'll get impatient. That's what England have got to prey on. Jimmy Anderson got it perfect for Chris Rogers. Doesn't really get forward onto the front foot early, but Jimmy Anderson had the player balancing act, get him playing the shot at a ball which is in the right length for that lack of footwork. He did it well. 1 for 4, Watson at the crease.
And the difference on that occasion, the big difference, was the length from Jimmy Anderson. Just a little bit full in the first innings.
Oh, he gets one down the leg side. He's done one of those to the left-hander and now one to the right, and he'll be zeroing in on that front pad of Watson.
This is a beautiful ball. Full enough, drew Rogers into the stroke and then just got the ball to leave. Whether it was a little bit of tail in the air late or whether the seam just took the ball away, he had to play. Well, probably didn't have to play, but was drawn to play. Feet didn't go where he wanted them to. And the feint edge was enough.
Well, he's got it swinging away, and Carberry takes a catch. Anderson away to the left-hander, then away to the right-hander, 2 for 4.
Well, this is reminiscent of the previous tour test match at Adelaide, except it was in the first innings. I think it was 3 for 2 Australia, and Anderson was the man who was doing the damage with outswing, catching the outside edge. He's okay there with the front foot. So he's followed up the wicket of Rogers with that of Watson, caught by Carberry. And Australia 2 for 4.
Or can you believe he's in already? 2 for 4. He's probably thought he can just put the wheels up for an hour or so and watch the openers and the number 3 go around. 4 runs on the board and he's in.
Yeah, he won't be overly happy about it either. Had a good time in the field as captain. He would have thought, all right, I'll get in, I'll have a drink, maybe even a shower, and be able to sit and watch for a while. 3 overs into the innings and he's out there. Big 100 in the first innings, so he's in very good form. Shane Watson just shelling one to point. Modern batsmen hit the ball in the air a lot. They go aerial and aren't worried about it, but it does always present you with the opportunity of being dismissed.
It was another shot that Anderson drew him into. You definitely didn't have to play at that one. But again, it's getting your mindset right for what we're trying to achieve this afternoon. It's so wide and swinging away, and yet he played the shot. Going to get very clear on what the target is this afternoon. At the moment, it looks like it's trying to get 200 in 40 overs or something. But you've still got to establish your partnerships and establish your footwork, and that's when control will come into your play. But no control there for Shane Watson. Anderson, beautiful control. He's got the seam pointing for in-swingers, then out-swingers. It's an outswinger to start for Clark.
And whereas there wasn't any swing in the first innings early on, a little bit of swing for Anderson here. So much so that he's only got 2 men on the onside. He's got a deep backward square leg and a mid-on. Ball to Clark, an attempted outswinger, didn't go too much. But obviously going to concentrate on the outswing to Michael Clark.
Really got to get everything back going again, Michael Clark. Start working on leaving the ball, defence, then get your body right. He'd be stiff as a board, knowing his body. 2 for 4. For the third time in 3 innings, England dismissed for under 200, 172 to follow up their Gabba, 136 and 179. And they're on target here to get Australia for under 200 as well. 3 overs, 2 for 4. Broad starts his second. Warner crunches one out of the middle.
He finds the middle of the bat regularly, does Dave Warner. He's got a great knack of being able to crunch balls through gaps for 4.
Well, that's the difference between hitting a 4 and getting out. This is virtually the same ball that got him in the first innings. He just poked at the one in the first innings, but that one he gave it a really good crack. It was probably more of a forcing shot off the back foot than a square cut, but it was a full-blooded shot, whereas the first innings he just poked at it.
Broad might target it again though. Happy to see if he certainly is. He kept his top hand much better. The one he hit for 4, he lost it in the dismissal in the first innings. That's the 4. It was nice and tight and compact and front shoulder working. Watch the elbow drop away there and the bottom hand push through.
It was a bit of a shovel shot the first innings. Almost shoveled it to Carberry in that backward point position.
On the pads danger area.
He's a lot calmer at the crease, Dave Warner. That's the thing you notice. His footwork is calm. He's still. At times early on in his Test career, he came in on the back of being an unbelievable short form player, where his feet and body were moving around all over the place. He didn't know where he was going. Still had success, but he looks much more like a conventional player now. His feet are calm and steady, and his head's still, and he's giving himself the best chance of playing really good cricket shots.
Well, at least those couple of early wickets will revive England a little bit. If they'd taken a pummeling, say, from Warner for the first half an hour without getting a wicket, having fallen short of 200 again for the 3rd time in a row in the series, they would have been just down on the floor. At least, and particularly Jimmy Anderson getting a couple of wickets, that's what they need. They need leadership from Anderson. Broad's been giving them plenty. They haven't got much from Anderson until this innings.
Michael Clark's all over the place. He's taken guard, he's walked down, he's not settled at all. Then he's readjusted his gloves and he's finally ready to face up, but he's trying to get everything organised. Physical, psychological, now technical. Oh, and it's swinging away from him from Broad now.
The thing Michael Clark is you start each innings again from 0. I mean, as stupid as that sounds, he made 148, played beautifully in the first innings, but you don't just walk out in the second innings and do exactly that. You don't pick up from where you left off, you start again. And that means watching the ball closely and getting your feet moving and getting yourself into the innings.
And the thing about the first innings, you're fresh, particularly when you bat on the first day. Now he's not so fresh. There's a bit of stiffness and soreness after batting for so long.
Just assessing what the new plans against him are going to be. 2 for 9. A Hamish classic. No reading for the youngster. What's him putting off the parenting reading while the Ashes is this good. Mitch Johnson, now England getting wickets. Warner's going to look for 2. Gets it easy.
Loves his cricket, Hamish, an ambassador for the Renegades in the BBL. And Andy is partner, of course, with the Stars. Mitchell Johnson's tash oiled with the tears of Englishmen. 7 wickets. That is some performance on a batsman-friendly surface.
That would be the most satisfying thing for him and the Australian setup. And they thought of resting him. I don't think they thought of it, actually. It was rumoured. It was a school of thought. Make sure he's fresh for Perth. Adelaide mightn't suit him, but wow.
Well, that's the thing. When you get into a batsman's or into a team's psyche with pace, it can show up also on docile pitches. Once you've got into their mind with your pace, I've seen that happen a few times before.
And the history, Chappelli, shows you that, oh, going to be some overthrows here. And that's an untidy piece of work from England in the field. Stokes, the offending player. Really good fast bowlers always perform well here at the Adelaide Oval. Spoke about Craig McDermott and the fact that he had a very good record here. That's just an ugly throw that gets over the top of Pryor. Dennis Lilly had a fantastic record at this ground. So if you're good enough, you take wickets here, same way you do at the Gabba and the Wacker.
Square leg, the top of screen, moving to square leg or fine leg right around a square. And that's exactly where Michael Clarke hits it, but he beats him.
Well, that's the problem with trying to get Clarke LBW early in his innings. If you just get it slightly wrong towards the leg side, he's such a strong player off the pads. It can cost you plenty.
He's more than anyone, Ian Bell probably and Brad Haddon, have trusted this pitch and have got onto the pace of it and enjoyed it. Everyone else has found it tough.
Before I get another abusive message from Jeffrey Thompson, Chappelli, I better mention that in 6 tests here, he took 24 wickets at an average of 21, so he had a very good record here too.
Yeah, unfortunately he spoiled it a bit by playing tennis on the rest day in 74-5. I think he got 5 in the first innings for not a lot. Couldn't bowl him in the second innings because he busted his shoulder playing tennis.
That's in the air, a touch. Oh, brilliant fielding. There's a chance at the keeper's end. Misses. It would have completed a magnificent effort in the field by Stokes. 5 overs gone, 2 for 17. Clarke on strike. Short leg. Another square leg man too. There's 2 of them there, you'll see, almost behind each other. But there's some feeling out here.
No love lost between Jimmy Anderson and Michael Clarke, that's for sure. This ball goes in the air. It's a wonderful piece of fielding. Stokes picks it up and then has a crack, and it would have been out if that ball hits the stumps. In fact, it would have been comfortably out. And then we see some of this business. These two don't like each other. It's basically as simple as that.
Nothing was said until Jimmy Anderson got his cap, and then both men, I think, were dying for the other one to say something. And Clarke got Anderson to say something first, and he turned back.
Piece of bowling. There's just a bit of movement off the seam. It's gone away from the outside edge of Michael Clarke's bat, so if you hit the seam, even on the 3rd day here, there's some assistance with the new ball.
And I think we're seeing exactly what Brad Haddon was talking about. If you bowl that slightly fuller length, you can really trouble the batsman, especially when the ball's new.
Wait on.
You reckon they're not getting on too well, James? That's today, Adelaide. Not a lot being said. It's all body language and bluster. This was verbal. Back line, Clarke to facing Broad.
And that's the only time in a game of cricket, a proper game of cricket, where sledging becomes an issue, is when it stops the game. As long as the game's not being interrupted and people are getting into their positions and continuing to play properly, 99 out of 100 professional cricketers don't really care what anyone says. It's an irrelevance, sledging most of the time. It's rubbish. It's when the game stops and umpires have to come in and separate people, that's what's unacceptable.
Well, I'm going to disagree with all those people who say it's part of the game, because it is not part of the game as far as I'm concerned. Gamesmanship, sure, no problem with that. The occasional blow up, happen in the heat of the moment, spur of the moment, but the premeditated rubbish is not part of the game, in my opinion, and the administrators should have stamped it out long ago, and they'll have real trouble on the field if they don't do something about it.
I think these two have been better this test than they were in Brisbane, the two umpires in Brisbane. So they're onto it. There's 5 men on the leg side. That's why there's just a single there. There's a man for that shot, and they steered away from that side of the ground for the hole over until the last ball. 2 for 18. David Warner 10 not out, Michael Clark 6 not out, 2 for 18 from 6 overs. Jimmy Anderson will come hard here at Michael Clark. He's got the ball swinging both ways. He's got a pretty defensive field right now. Jams in a Yorker to start.
Why are we seeing this from England in the second innings? Where was it when they needed it on the first day? That's the question you've got to ask. A lot more life and penetration in the bowling of Anderson here in this innings. They needed it in the first innings. Not much good producing it after the opposition who got 570 on the board.
The question to the people, millions watching: do you condone sledging? 80% say yes and 20% say no. Pretty comprehensive. Yeah. And now it's sort of drifting around a little bit. What people probably need to know is that so little of it happens. It is, everyone focuses so hard on it when it does, but there really isn't much. We've hardly seen any in this game. Both sides have played the game properly.
No, you're right. That's for sure. And it's clearly written now, the spirit of cricket. And it's a preamble to the laws of cricket. And number 5 says it's against the spirit of the game. And there's 6 different things, but number 2 is to direct abusive language towards an opponent or an umpire. So if you're going to uphold the spirit of the game, which everyone wants to do, then that can't be in your makeup. And when it does happen, it's a blow up. It should be isolated and dealt with.
And it's quite clearly written in the laws that the captain is responsible for his players. And if, for instance, an umpire gets a fast bowler is cranky and has blown his lid, not much point in the umpire going up and speaking to the fast bowler, because he won't get anywhere. All he's got to do is say to the captain, "Hey mate, you got a problem with your player. If he keeps going on like this, he's going to be on the sheet and you'll be missing him for the next couple of games. Now you better get it sorted out." And that's the right way to approach it, because the captain should know his player and how best to handle it.
This is where Michael Clark has had the only problems he's had in this series. When they get that ball underneath his left armpit, even on this flat surface, it's the only time in his unbelievable batting, in the last 5 days, that he's been presented with any issues at all.
Now Jimmy Anderson's getting bounce. His direction has been great. Clark says, "Get down, get down." So he's swung it. He's got his line right. When he's tried to be straight, he's been hard to get away. And his bounce is working. Inside edge to finish. 7 overs gone now. 2 for 18. Well, it continues to absorb Australia early pressure. 7 overs, 2 for 18. Watson out for naught. Rogers nicking through to Pryor for 2. Pryor 4 catches for the match.
How long, chaps, they bat for Australia in this third innings? How much time do they want to soak up before they get back out there and rip into this English top order?
You're asking the wrong bloke. I would have sent them back in.
I know that, but now that they're batting, what do you think?
I would have said, boys, stick a fork in them. They're done. Let's keep them right on the mat while they're gone. We'll have an extra day's rest and everything will be fine for Perth. And there'll be a mental mess by the time we get to Perth.
Broad 3 overs, none for 8 now. 3.1 overs, none for 8. Yeah, I guess now that they have decided to bat, they have to give them a full night's rest. The bowlers, the bowling attack, maybe bowl for a burst before lunch tomorrow. That's if they can stay in.
This is the other problem with not enforcing the follow-on. If you do have a bit of a collapse, suddenly you're defending as a batting side when you're way on top in the game, and you're suddenly forced into a slightly defensive mode when it should be you should be all over them.
Yeah, I think to your point, the scheduling is what's front and centre in the minds. They're really concerned about Perth straight away, especially if it's really hot over there, which every chance of being. And the bowlers have to do a lot of work to bowl England out twice on a flat surface in Adelaide. Those concerns drove this decision, I'm sure.
But so much responsibility has now fallen on the shoulders of the captain again, coming in very early. 2 English bowlers having a good dash at him. There's a pull shot. They've got a couple of men out for that. It's just a single. So he's the man that has to do the settling again. This partnership is 16 and the total's 20. So settle it, then attack again, and hopefully by the end of this day you feel back in control of the match that you've defended for an hour or 2.
Just seen the projected forecast for Perth for the start of the test match, 35 and rising. A lot of cricket to be played before we arrive at that point. 418 is a big lead.
The other thing about it is that mental aspect of the game. I mean, England are totally deflated, having been bowled out for 172. They're not really in the mood for a fight. Now, I'd have been interested to see what they would have done. Would they have batted Bell at number 3 in the second innings? If they didn't, they were off their rocker, but they may not have done it. And I think when you've got a side in such a muddle mentally, you've got to keep them in that frame of mind.
Where have their weapons gone? You look through their top order, there's no weapons there that can hurt. You know, Carberry and Cook. And then Peterson and Bell are the 2. Peterson seems to be a bit airy-fairy. So that's why the Australians can be confident. Who's Carberry come in for?
Well, they had Compton there a while ago. Then Root came in for the Ashes to open the batting. And you had Bairstow at 6. And then Bairstow went out for the last test at the Oval, and they tried that experiment with Wokes and Kerrigan, which failed dismally. And Carberry probably wasn't going to play as an opener until he did well at the start of this tour.
And he continues to do well. But it's through graft and grind rather than hurting your opponent. 2 for 21. Right. I think he broke down with the side strain, didn't he? Or abdominal side type strain. And wasn't seen again after the injury.
Yeah, you had Bresnan coming into the series. You also had Tremlett coming into the series. I reckon Tremlett played 3, which suggests that Stuart Broad played 2.
Yeah, I would say 2.
Okay, let's have a look. Well done, fellas.
He's become a cricketer in that time, hasn't he? Since he exited out of that series to today, he's grown enormously.
Swan into the attack.
Oh,
good drift to start. So another challenge for an opening bat.
Good foot marks too for Swan to work into with the left-handers, of which he's got one at the crease at the moment in Davey Warner. Nice patches there for him to be aiming at.
And there's a bit more fizz about those first 2 deliveries from Swan. I was watching him warm up on the second morning, and he just went through the motions. There didn't appear to be any great plan, but a little bit of fizz about those first 2.
And it's a bit like batting, and we say get a solid base with your bat, and then your forces transfer right to your hands through your body. Same with bowling, driving through the crease, using your body out of your legs, then the rotations of your body to assist what you get your fingers to do with it.
How much longer is Dave Warner going to put up with this? His natural style is to get the ball to and over the fence.
Yeah, I hope not. That's pretty serious bowling, wasn't it?
It is, but he doesn't normally sit back and wait.
He just finds it, tries to thread a tiny little gap on the offside now. One more ball to get through.
The man is back at mid-off. Kevin Peterson is about 5 metres inside the rope at long off.
With Swan bowling so well, that over with that fizz on it, that's underused position, that's for sure. Long off, unrequired. 2 for 21. 11 wickets have fallen on day 3 of the Adelaide Test, and there's still 33 overs required to be bowled. Oh, there's a massive conference up there at the end of the mark. Finally, a little moment in the game they can enjoy.
They're balmy, all right, singing when you're 419 behind and the opposition's still got 8 wickets in hand. They are balmy.
Well, 2 for 21, that's all they're seeing.
I think at that point of the game, that's when they think they're right in the game. They've got to absolutely step up and lift their 11 boys.
What, at afternoon tea time after a lot of drinking, you mean?
It also helps them enjoy it, Ed.
I'll tell you what that has just happened on that Commonwealth Bank logo is there have been 3 men up there helping Ben Stokes enter the bowling attack. Changing the bowling. Stuart Broad's finished from the Cathedral end and Stokes is on. A ring field, really. They've got 1 slip, then a ring with a catching cover on the left of screen, and on the right of screen the 3 men you can see. Mid on down the bottom, and a mid wicket, or just 4 to square leg, and a square fine leg down on the rope. This was one of your chestnuts.
Oh, I just don't understand it. I don't understand why there isn't security stopping people from running across, and how when you're at the cricket you don't understand that you can't do it anyway. It's 2013. It amazes me.
You sure they weren't security guards running across?
The security hadn't finished their song. They're there. But straight to the man that's there for a single.
I mean, often you think some of the stuff that batsmen see behind sight screens at first-class grounds is ridiculous. You get massive sight screen to deal with, you can see here, but look at this bloke, top of screen. I mean, honestly, and there he goes, the other one's off as well. You cannot walk along there when a bowler's running into bowl.
Every second over they have to stop people, don't they? And coming into the 3rd afternoon, it's a disciplined role that security has to perform there. David Warner with a swiping pull shot. So Alistair Cook being quite frugal with Anderson and Broad. 4 over bursts to start this innings, even though they had Australia 2 for not many. And it's a bit of a letdown, bit of a come down to Stokes.
So what's he thinking of Perth as well? Tell you what, Perth's not going to help him much if he's 2-0 down.
And they won't have much bowling under the belt anyway. They need more, you'd have to say. Anyway, that's what he's done. The highlights are in favour of England, you'd have to say, in this innings.
Jimmy Anderson, the man that got the ball to dive away from Rogers. That was a beautiful delivery. Moved away late and then Watson crashed a catchable high ball to Carberry. Beautiful shot there from Dave Warner, who plays lots of those. That's magnificent, top of the bounce. And this was a chance too if it hit, gone. And then we see again just a little bit of discomfort for Michael Clarke, that ball rearing up into that sort of left armpit area.
Second man going out. So Clarke's been really keen to play the pull or hook shot when the ball's been short. He's ducked under a couple, but played 3 or 4 shots at them as well, like that. Controlling it all very nicely along the ground and happy to stick with singles.
They're not going to trouble him much at that height. The 2 deliveries that have bothered him, the one at the Gabba and the one just a while ago from Jimmy Anderson, have all been up nearer head height, certainly throat and perhaps a little bit above. But if you're going to bang it in and only get it up between waist and chest height, Michael Clarke's going to deal with it very comfortably.
Partnership 22, David Warner on 15. Now it's 2 for 26 after 10. After the next ball.
That's if they don't score.
Exactly. Come on, Stokesy.
They're every chance to score. I just watched Davey Warner and he's got the fast twitch fibres starting to roll with him. I reckon he's 15 and he's thinking, right, I need to start having a piece of some of this.
Ooh, well bowled. Well bowled. 2 for 26. 2 for 11 for Jimmy Anderson in Australia's second innings. Graham Swan, his first over was impressive. What's he got for the second? A change in the commentary box. Mike Hussey and Shane Warner with Mark Nicholas.
Thanks, Ian Healy. And it'll be a good contest. We've talked a lot about Michael Clarke's ability against spin. We've made features of it in the mornings prior to play. Swan looks to have a little more spring in his step here. England with a slip and a short leg and a man on the drive. Pretty much the field that we discussed when we did the demo yesterday morning. The sort of field that Shane Warne would like to see for an off-spinner. There's a subtle change actually in that the back pad has now gone fractionally behind square, which is unusual, sort of a leg gully. Mid on his back, and I think Shane would prefer to have him up at least to start with. And that's the easy single that's been driving your crackers all game.
Yeah, it is, and good afternoon, everybody. It's just disappointing to see Swan have him straight back straight away. It's irrelevant, the score right here and now. It's about bowling and bowling balls to the same batsman. And I just think the batsmen have to earn the first couple. Good shot from Davey Warner. That'll be 4. Got it on the full. Yeah, I just think the batsmen, you know what it's like as a batsman. They're worrying, when do I go down the wicket? When do I play that big shot? And if you're just allowed to get a single, it's very easy then to feel relaxed. Here's a shot of Davey Warner, a big full bunger from Swan, but he was good enough to put it away.
He just opens the blade of the bat. It just lets his wrists, rather than hit it back towards Swan, he goes just a tad inside out to pick his spot.
Get it!
Well bowled. Some spin there.
When you think about what we've had, just over 2.5 days play so far, and everyone was talking about how flat the Adelaide wicket was and what an unbelievable toss to win, which it was. It was a bad bowling day, but the ball has done enough, and there's been enough chances created from some quality bowling. And I think it shows its credit to the curator for the first time a Test match is in a drop-in wicket. We've had 22 wickets fall already in just over 2.5 days, and England probably spilled 3 or 4 chances too. So it's been a fantastic service for everyone.
Oh, no!
We saw Michael Clark and Brad Haddon when they got in, made big hundreds, so the quality comes to the top.
Damien Hoff is the curator here. I chatted with him about the drop-in. He was very pleased with it, and he thought that with a little more time, they'd get more pace into the pitch. But other than that, he was very pleased, given it's the first year. 2 for 33. 8 wickets in the bank for the Australians, with this monumental advantage of 431. You may just have turned on, and if so, it means you missed Mitchell Johnson's magnificent performance. 7 for 40, a bowling performance to go into the history books as one of the very best. And one of the very fastest.
Now it was super, wasn't it? Captured everyone's attention, and the crowd were lifting off the roof, even though some of the roof's only half finished or half completed. They were lifting it off, and it was an amazing atmosphere and intensity in the crowd. They got right behind him. He was on a hat-trick. He was on a hat-trick twice, he was, and it was just fantastic to watch some quality high fast bowling by 155 kilometres an hour. And unfortunately for England supporters, they didn't want to know about it. The majority of the England batsmen, there was a lot of soft dismissals, but it was tough to face with some serious pace. He was actually bowling some sizzling far heaters with some jalapenos on them, he was. It was quick.
7 on the list, all-time list. Ray Lindwall, a touch above him. Jeff Lawson there against the West Indies in 1984. Sean Pollock down the bottom, the South African, amongst the seam bowlers on that list. Ashley Mallett's figures, 8 for 59 against Pakistan here in 1972. With Australia's finest off-break bowlers, and Albert Trott the best. The figures of 8 for 43, but a long time ago in a different age. Different type of cricket. The game that we see today.
Yeah, it was an outstanding performance today from Mitchell Johnson. There's Ashley Mallett. Be enjoying Nathan Lyon's bowling. I believe he did a bit of work with Graham Swan in the lead up to this Test match as well. How long would you bat for, Warnie? Do you have a crack at him again tonight, or would you wait until maybe around lunch tomorrow?
Oh, in the air. Look, I think it's something that we can all debate about what we would do. I mean, in my opinion, I think he should probably bat for an hour or so into tomorrow and try and break England. Let Anderson and that bowl some hard overs and keep an hour and a half tomorrow and give yourself sort of 165 overs, 160 overs to bowl them out. What about you, Huss?
Yeah, well, it probably comes down to how long you need to bowl them out. The runs are irrelevant. Already 431 in front. Good over from Stokes. Australia 2 for 33 as drinks come onto the ground.
Shane's Ashes career began with that famous ball, the ball of the century they called it. Soon after, of course, he had an Ashes hat-trick. He finished with 195 Ashes wickets, more than anybody else. Sir Donald Bradman scored more than 5,000 Ashes runs, 1900s, 2 triple hundreds, and he led the Invincibles on his final tour. This is the Immortals, these two men named as two of the 5 Wisden cricketers of the century, the last century that is. It's well presented, a framed bat and ball paying tribute to them both. There are 100 units only, It's licensed by Cricket Australia, and it's going to sell quickly, so act as quick as you can. 1300 676 020, or visit www.officialmemorabilia.com.au. That must have been nice. One of the 5 cricketers of the century, as called by Wisden.
Yeah, it was. Thanks, Mark. It's pretty proud. I think it's one of those things that happened in 2000, and when you're still playing, it's an amazing achievement. It's something you feel proud of, but you don't really understand the enormity of it, I suppose, being that unbelievable company until you finish the game. You sit back and people tell you about it. It's quite a proud feeling to be in that sort of company. The only thing I will say, the other 4, Mark, are all Sirs, and mine's I'm just Shane.
There's time.
So
there's time.
I know it's a long way to Australia in the post, but I'm still holding out some hope.
Sir Garfield Sobers, Sir Vivian Richards, and Sir Jack Hobbs. And Bradman, the other one, of course. There's time, Sir Shane.
A nice ring to it, I think, Mark.
Arise, Sir Shane.
You've knelt the... Oh, no, I won't say it, actually.
Let's get back to Swans bowling pretty well, Mark.
I was going to say you've never knelt before anybody, but...
No, I'm not going to. It's like Swan's start here, but don't like his field. Too many easy singles. There's enough there already. Well, there's been a lot of discussion about the follow-on and should Australia kept batting. This is what the punters think there. How long should Australia bat for? 9% after lunch tomorrow. Early day for majority. 57%. And late today, 39%. So I'm with the majority there. Early day for hour or so. Just break the back of England a little bit. Send them out there again. They've basically been in the field for nearly every day of the Ashes series so far. If you go back to Brisbane, they bowled everywhere but the last day. They've been in the field for 2,021 overs. Sorry, 202.1 overs. I was going to say 2,000. So. Sorry. 202 overs they've been in the field for. Sorry, I'm not reading this right. Come on, Mark, you read that, will you?
Yeah, these English bowlers would absolutely hate being out there at the moment. It's the end of the over. 2 for 33.
Well, the lead's 430 right now, so with 30 overs left tonight, 29 to be precise, say 3 and over, say 90, a lead of 520. I mean, there is a temptation to declare this evening and give England a nasty half hour, but I reckon bat at what, 40 minutes in the morning?
Yeah, I think if Australia were going to declare tonight and have a crack at England, they would have enforced the follow-on. The whole point of Australia going out to bat again is to give their bowlers a rest. They know they might have 2 hard days ahead of them. Give them a rest now, give them a good night's sleep tonight and come out fresh tomorrow. I think it's just a matter of getting the England team out there, let them run around, maybe an injury to one of their main bowlers. Not that you wish that on anyone, but that might happen. It's part of the game. A little bit of bickering between the fielders, just to let them get weary out there and then go out there and try and face a massive battle of probably 170 odd overs and staring down 550.
Those stats you were reading, Australia have batted for 350 overs in the series, so England have been in the field for 350 overs. England have batted for 202.1 overs, that's all. And so Australia have had 15 hours in the field as against England's 24 and a half.
It's a lot. Thanks for correcting me there, Mark. Never was any good at reading that sort of stuff. I can add up.
It's all right, you could bowl.
And we made the point that the England bowlers wouldn't be enjoying being out in the field again. They've been in the field all day on the first day of the Test match until after tea on the second day. Good delivery there from Stokes, and they find themselves out in the field again on day 3.
I'm with you, Huss. I agree. I mean, this is the beautiful thing about Test cricket. There's so many different opinions out there. At the end of the day, it's all about winning and trying to get an advantage on the opposition. I think at the moment Australia are 1-0 up. They're dictating terms and they can do whatever they want because there is so much time left in the game. Remember, there's 180 overs after today plus 29. There's still 209 overs left in the match.
No run.
Yeah, so I guess from England's point of view, they'll want to try and slow the game down, not let Australia score too quickly, and then try and set themselves, okay, we've got to bat a whole day and we're going to have to bat probably 2 sessions. And that gives them, I guess, some hope. Get a couple of guys in. They know the task that's in front of them to try and salvage a draw in this particular match. Whereas sometimes if you've just got to get straight back out there, if they did enforce the follow-on, it can be quite daunting.
No!
I don't know, what do you think, Mark Nicholas?
I think England was shot. I think if you'd bowled that then this evening, you'd have probably knocked 5 over and done the lion's share of the work. It's 2 for 33.
Swan bowling well here to David Warner. Alistair Cook's got 2 slips in place, a catching cover and a long off.
It was 2005 in England that England finally managed to break the Australian dominance that had gone on since 1989. England won that series 2-1. Then Australia got phenomenal revenge, winning 5-0 here under Ricky Ponting. England led by Andrew Flintoff. A devastating performance, the series in which Shane Warne, Glenn McGrath and Justin Langer all retired from the game. In 2009, England sneaked it. That was in England after that remarkable draw at Cardiff when James Anderson and Monty Panesar held on somehow. And at that stage you said there really wasn't a lot between the sides. Australia then had a difficult couple of years. England had a couple of very good years under Andrew Strauss and played their best cricket here in 2010-11 with that fabulous performance, winning 3-1. They went down in Perth, so they were no means infallible, but the 3 tests they won by innings, which is a considerable performance. And then there's a good hit. Really powerful man he is, isn't he?
Super shot from David Warner. Pocket dynamo. I'm going to keep him down for long. He's always busy looking for those singles, and he's just felt there was a time, a little release shot, and he got all of it.
Yeah, it's the first time he's played the sweep shot and gone across the line. Swan's been trying to get him out, caught in the slips or catching cover. Davey Warner's been playing pretty straight and defending and trying to play a few drives through the offside. He's picked his ball really. Picked the right line, the right length, and smashed it away over mid-wicket for a beautiful 6.
Well, the big difference for me is that David Warner looks in control of his talent, which he hasn't done at times previously. It's 2 for 43. We ran a piece during the tea break in which David Warner talked about his life at home, about growing up, about the influence of his parents, his family, his now girlfriend, and how he could feel himself changing and how much things meant to him and how he understood he'd made mistakes. Very revealing. And that is Candice, who's played her role in if you like, rethinking the way David Warner looks at his life and approaches his cricket.
Yeah, I think it was a fantastic story, and it's good to see both Candice and David joining forces and being a good team, helping each other out. And he's worked out his friends over the last 12 months, who they are and who his close mates are, who the people he can trust are. He's probably found out a bit about himself, how he reacts. There's his father. Howie in the pink, supporting the McGrath Foundation.
Brad Haddon's father on the left.
Nice to see the support of the parents. I was very lucky with my parents for my whole life. Always drive me around as a little kid, coming supporting and just sitting up in the stands. It's always nice to have the support of your mum and dad.
And that's a long chase to Stuart Broad. And he'll enjoy watching Broad chase the board. He said in that piece at tea time, I used to worry for 2 weeks about having to face Stuart Broad. Now I barely think about it the night before. That's the perspective that he's got into his life.
He's always been such a generous guy, Davey Warner, as well, who'll do absolutely anything for you. He quite often flew friends over on a tour just to treat them, to make them feel a part of it. You heard in that piece that he bought his mum and dad a house. Very family orientated, very friend orientated, and very, very generous guy.
Wait!
I think the one word that really stood out for me in that interview with Davey Warner was balance. I think in life you have to have a balance, and if it starts to tilt one way or the other, too much one way, it's time when your life really has to change. I think he got to that point, but now he's found a balance in his life, and you know, he just looks calm. He looks more in control with everything he's doing. He doesn't look as frantic. I think shows a piece of his mind too. He's nice and relaxed. He's happy with who he is. In a great relationship. They're a team. Enjoying each other's company. He loves his family. And always helps if you're 1-0 up and you made 100.
Oh, there's a stroke. That's a special stroke. Almost with a straight blade. Just shutting the face on it to drag it wider mid-on. More off the back foot than the front foot. He doesn't actually go back, but
It wasn't actually that short. Clark just picked up the length so quickly and banged it away through mid-wicket. It's just short of a length.
But there is a difference in that he's in the crease. He's using the depth of the crease. He's got his right foot pointing to cover. He's not too squared up, and he's not caught on the crease or half forward.
Wait!
It's a little subtle change he's made since the first innings in Brisbane. It's 2 for 51.
Yeah, welcome back. This England players just getting a quick drink. Australia just changing some gloves. And just looking there and thinking back to the first test when Alistair Cook gave Michael Clark a single. Just wondering if he's thinking about giving him a single now. He's got 200s on the board. They're 1-0 up. They're 449 behind. Well, to take up the slack, it's Mark Taylor, James Brayshaw and Mick Slater. What are your thoughts, Stubbs?
Thank you, Shane. I don't think they'll be doing that today, giving Michael Clark a single, that is. I don't think it was a great move at the Gabba at the time. So if Michael Clark needed firing up, which I don't think he did, mind you, I think the series itself would have fired him up enough. But since that moment, he's played very well. Here's Graham Swan. So is David Warner. 29 in the first innings, but 49 and 100 in the first test match. Really has got Australia off to a really nice start. Even his 29 on the day one was cut short, but he was a brisk 29 and it got Australia's innings off to a nice little cameo start.
Beautiful, Sonny boy.
He's played really well, Dave Warner, and you never have any issue with the scoreboard ticking over while he's at the crease. That's the beauty. Seen on a number of occasions in this series already when England are batting, that their innings can get very stagnant. No singles, no rotating in the strike. Not much happens, long periods of time with no scoring. That never happens when Dave Warner's out there.
You know, I suppose that'll take us to the point where what will England do the second time around? They're going to come out and have to bat for, I reckon, at least 5.5 sessions here. Probably think Australia will bat sometime to mid-morning tomorrow. Are they going to change their batting order? I think they've got it, really. I think Bell's got to move up the order. He just looks a class player and their form player at the moment.
Australia haven't enforced the follow-on, but you could go back to that Calcutta Test match many moons ago when India changed the batting order. And they gave the opportunity to Lakshman, who batted 6 and then he batted 3 in the second innings and then batted all day with Dravid. So maybe England should look at that, 2 for 52.
So there's Australia's lead down the bottom, 450 runs now. Still 2 days and the best part of an hour's play left. Beautiful position for Michael Clarke in Australia. That man there will know, we've got to drive this home. We go back to this time last year, Australia in a dominant position in that game. Couldn't get over the line. Lost James Pattinson on the last day and couldn't bowl South Africa out. In the end, it cost him the series. So the job is far from done yet. They need a few more runs and then 10 more wickets. And no rain.
So Monty showed a lot of courage with the bat. He hung around with Ian Bell and was getting hit all over the place, but he was in behind them and showing strong ticker, wasn't he? And now he's got the ball in hand. He'll get turned. Some should bounce. And really should just try and pick up as many test wickets as he can. This is a test match he's been waiting for a long, long time. His last Ashes test match was way back in Cardiff when he was able to bat that test match out with Jimmy Anderson to save it.
Come, Monty boy.
It's a long time ago.
Oh, get on that.
The turn there. There's 2 guys on the leg, or 3 guys on the leg side boundary now for David Warner. Just about bet that David Warner will be thinking left of screen there. Hit with the spin. I'll be getting ready if I was out at deep mid-wicket. Tries to cut against the spin.
He's already clubbed Graham Swan into the stand, and that's a lot harder to do because the ball's spinning away from the bat. Now, as Tubb says, he's got it spinning into him, and that's the smallest boundary on the ground. So I can't imagine too much time will pass before Dave has a look at that part of the ground.
Catch it!
Shouts of catch it. So you've got the man in the deep to cut that big shot. I mean, this is his natural hit. Man out there, and then there's a man deep backward square.
Just having a look here at the moment, it's David Warner. Not a bad idea. Get an idea of how much the wicket is spinning, what sort of pace Monty Panesar's bowling at. He'll be looking for something that comes up out of the hand. He's going to try that slog sweep. Looking for something just a little bit slower that he can put the foot down the pitch and then hit with the spin. At the moment, Panesar's pushing through pretty quickly. That was 91 and a half.
It's looking, this boundary isn't big enough. There's not many boundaries big enough for Dave Warner, but all this eventually will become part of the outfield.
Uses his feet on that occasion. Takes a single off the last ball of the over. And it's 2 for 53. So the run rate's around about 3 runs per over. Australia are in no real hurry at this stage. Almost as if they just want to keep England out in the field for a while now and give their own bowlers a rest. That's what this is mostly about. If they were to declare now, England would still need a record run chase to win a test match.
Yeah, 451 you suspect is more than enough. This is about giving their bowlers a break with a test match to come and getting out at the right time tomorrow and tearing into them.
There's all the talk about resting the bowlers, giving them the maximum break before they bowl again tomorrow, and then the backup test match or the back-to-back test match in Perth. But the ultimate rest would be if they could win tomorrow and have the 5th day off.
Catch him.
And that's in and out, over cover. Gee, that's a good shot. Really good control. I thought when he was originally playing the shot, he was going to hit it down long off's throat, but he just opened the face of the blade.
His batsmanship has improved enormously, Dave Warner. When he first came on the scene and we saw him in that T20 game at the MCG against South Africa, I think it was just flat bat clouting of the bald wall parts. There was not a lot of science. It was just clear your hip, hit the thing as hard as you can and hope it ends up in the stand, which it did. Since that time to today, he has got so much better.
Now he uses his feet, picks up the single, and that's a good part of his batting also. He hasn't forgotten the single.
He'll be used as an example for a long, long time, simply because he's come from 2020 cricket to test match batting. And the history of the game has always been the other way around. You come from a strong technique in test cricket and being able to bat for lengths of time, and then you modify your game to play the short form. So he's the new prototype. All the youngsters are going to have to take the path that Davey Warner's taken because of T20 cricket and the focus on it.
Get on it. A little lap shot. Just a little controlled lap around the corner. And I think he'll be the first of probably quite a few. I can't help but think with the amount of kids that are playing short forms of the game now, that they all look up to David Warner, don't they? I know my younger boy Jack, when he was first started watching the cricket, was a big David Warner fan. They all wanted to hit balls out of the park, play ramp shots. But now David Warner has shown all those younger viewers that you can do both. You can also play this form of the game.
Yes.
Chris Gale's probably another one. Recent times you'd probably say Chris Gale's been every bit as good in Test cricket as he has been in T20. 2 for 61. Talking about T20 cricket, don't forget the KFC Big Bash tickets are now on sale. Start at $5 for kids and up to 15 years of age, and family passes for $42.50. Bigbash.com.au is the website to go to, and don't forget you can see that on our live streaming. Big Bash. Cricket.com.au is the website you go to download the app. That live streaming of all the games right throughout the summer.
Brilliant product, BBL. Great skill, great entertainment. Best short form players in the world descend on Australia.
Whoa! There we go.
Cricket ball. Panasar's bowled fairly quickly in his over and a bit so far. Still bowling around about 90 Ks. Hasn't really tossed one up yet.
Yes.
Bowling very quickly. Panasar, it's almost to me as if he just wants to stay on when he first comes in. Monty Panasar did this yesterday, or when he first came on to bowl. He bowls it very quickly, spears the ball in, and if he stays on and bowls a few mains, then he'll get a bit slower.
There are the speeds you're talking about, and they're all quick for a finger spinner. This interests me now. Dave Warner, short boundary, away to mid-wicket square leg. There's coverage there everywhere, as you can see, but that doesn't always stop him.
I'll tell you what they would do. They'd struggle to get the ball back if he hits it into the first tier. Given that it's an unfinished stand, how would you get that? I don't think you would. New ball. Is there anyone up there? Would hit a towering 6 into the top tier. And that will be the thing in the next little while. These record hits we talk about, the biggest hit. There's a seat at the MCG where Simon O'Donnell clouded one.
Oh, beautiful.
And there'll be a new measurement with the new stand. So that went to the first tier of the new stand that we sit in, and then on the eastern side, it's so impressive, isn't it? They've done a wonderful job. And at the top of all the roofing there are these massive fans that circulate the air. 20 overs gone, 2 for 62. That's what we're talking about. Massive fans, and there's several. The roof of the Bradman stand and right the way around the ground, circulating the air. And, I've never seen that before. Tubby's got one in his house.
I'm going to say they have to be bespoke. Surely you can't go to a shop and buy a fan that big.
You don't need those when you've got wonderful air conditioning in your house, mate.
Geez, I've led you straight down that path, and you do not miss an opportunity.
So word, mate, I'm just saying that the air conditioning I've got is very, very good.
I know those Dakins are outstanding, aren't they?
Go and wash your mouth out, Michael Slater.
That's actually shameful. How quickly Tubb walked through that door.
Oh, dear.
No air conditioning for you, Slater.
Well, talking of temperature in the air, it's been the warmest day out of the three. It was very blustery, wasn't it, day one? And we had those few showers in the morning, and then it was cold. There were a lot of jumpers left at home. People that travel interstate didn't think it was going to get below 20 degrees, and then warmed up a little bit yesterday. It's still a day, and summer has arrived today here in Adelaide.
Yes,
just looking at the England field at the moment, it amazes me how quickly they take the foot off the gas. Now, look, obviously they're miles behind in this game, but got Australia 2 for 60, and now also David Warner's hit one really good shot inside out over cover. We've got a deep cover in place. And we're going to see lots of balls like that bowled wide of off stump. We've got deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg, deep mid off, deep cover, and it's 2 for 60. And there's still 2 and a bit days to go. I think they're better off at least just trying to get some wickets, get something back from the way they've bowled so far in this match.
Yes, Graham.
It's very defensive. The thinking is very defensive very quickly.
Well, you think it was 2 for 4. And at that stage, you had some real momentum going, but it was snuffed out so quickly. And that's sort of systematic of what we've seen with England with the ball so far in this series.
Down.
It's going to get through, and there'll be at least 2. That'll do it. They haven't been able to maintain the rage with the ball, and that's where Australia have been really good. They've had sustained periods of aggression with the ball and put England under enormous pressure.
And 463 now the lead, and I've just been handed a scorecard from 128-29, which is when England's biggest chase in the 4th innings to win a game was 332. We'll come back and revisit that. 2 for 65. So Panesar to continue. Oh, he's knocked him over. Got right through Michael Clarke's defence. Speared it in, and I've got to feel it may have straightened a bit too.
No question. 91.3 Ks. So again, Monty Panesar's fired it in, and he's beaten the batter, one of the best players of spin bowling in the world. Let's have a look at this. There, that has spun, and a bit of dust too. So Michael Clarke goes, and Australia now 3 for 65 in the 3rd innings of this game, and Monty just, oh, there we are, just a little, might have got the pistol out of the holster.
Oh, Monty Panesar has struck for England, knocked over the Australian captain. Just when the game was drifting along, the wicket falls. Steve Smith, maybe looking to get some runs. Missed out. 3 innings so far in this series. Best score of, I think it was 31, I think in the 1st innings at the Gabba. Didn't get a start here in the 1st innings. So he'll be keen to impress, to make some runs and cement himself a spot in this side. A few around the bat now.
Oi!
Bat pad offside, 2 slips. And a bit of pressure for Steve Smith.
And he had the ball rattle into his stumps too in the 1st innings, Steve Smith. Look at that. That really did turn and straighten. So Michael Clarke will be really disappointed from a personal point of view, but from a team winning the game point of view, he'll know that that turn's going to be great for Lyon and maybe Smith in this last innings.
Oh!
Play from Steve Smith. Used his feet there. Generally a pretty good player of spin, but he got caught on the crease in the 1st innings, a bit like Michael Clarke's dismissal here. Sort of half forward and then back, and squared him up. Played inside the ball, which spun away. Little edge there as well. With the hot spot there. Cannoning into off stump.
Yellow penny, boys.
Well, it darted in, didn't it? That was good delivery from Monty. He was happy with it. Not bad getting a man in terrific form out.
Standing, Monty.
Yeah, just going back to that discussion I was having last over about England's biggest chase in their 942 test matches, that's how many England have played, is 332. That's their biggest 4th innings chase to win a game. At the moment, they need 465 if Australia lose their last 7 wickets for naught.
And they're struggling to make 200 these days.
Soft hands there from David Warner. Yeah, so Steve Smith, he's got a bit to play for, though. As I said, he knocked over by Monty Panesar just before tea, I think it was. It did straighten a little bit, quite as much as Michael Clark's did a moment ago. Just got caught on the crease. He was back when he probably should have been forward. A little bit of turn takes it past the outside edge. Yes, 1928-29 was when England side chased down 332 to win at the MCG in that game. No run there, so wicket taking over for Panesar, 3 for 67. So Clark out for 22. David Warner still playing well on 41. And field well spread for Warner. Facing Swan. And he'll get a single. I dare say they'll move the field in now for Steve Smith.
It is a big innings this for Steve Smith. He made a good fighting 30 in the first innings of the game in Brisbane. He's coming off a test series in England where he played well in the back half and obviously made a century. He wants to desperately establish himself in the middle of this Australian batting order.
Well, he's a natural stroke maker, JB. I don't think he'll hang around here. I think his way to get out of any form slump is to play some shots and not repeat what happened in the first innings, getting caught on the crease. I think if he goes, he'll go playing a shot and he'll start to skip down, and you might see him try to bang one into this new stand we've been talking about.
Wait on.
You can't find the gap there. That was the one to put away. Interesting field on the onside. You got mid on and mid wicket a bit deeper for Steve Smith. They're not way back. They're about halfway back to the boundary line.
Go routine right now.
So there's a bit of a temptation there to have a go to that short boundary Michael Slater's talking about. But if he doesn't get it right, those two guys are in a position to take a catch.
Yeah, you'll often say they're in no man's land, though, won't you? It's sort of, you're not stopping the single, you're not stopping the four, but you're right, it's to entice him.
Oh, wow, Swanee.
Watchful, just bunkering down. He'll understand the pressure. The game's not in any doubt, so there's no pressure in that respect. This is about an individual trying to stay in the test match side.
Down.
That's 3 for 68. So Australia's lead 466 now. Panesar to continue.
He's been the best slow bowler for England in this game, Monty Panesar. He had some really good moments in the first innings, and he's starting to really fire into this pitch and get some nice turn. And the dust is flying off when the ball hits the track too. So again, these are all good signs for Australia's spin bowlers when they get their turn.
He's so good to watch, Dave Warner, because you're always expecting something to happen. You always know the big shots around the corner. He's quite animated. I don't think there's anything better than getting that baggy green on. Removing the helmet, you don't see it too often these days. So it's just a great relief when you can put that baggy green on and start carving them around the outfield.
Yeah, well played. Given a bit of width. He's prepared to throw his hands at it, even though there is some bounce and turn. Near enough to the middle of the bat to get it to the fence for 4. Davies 4 runs short of his 50.
Go, Paddy, beautiful, Paddy.
It's been a good schedule for the players this year, in particular Dave Warner. He was able to concentrate on 50-over cricket running into the Sheffield Shield start, so it was one form of the game. Then he started playing the 4-day stuff, and it's been bang-bang test matches. So a guy who does play all three forms of the game and probably more natural in that striking, he's been able just to focus on each mode of batting, and he just keeps, I think, getting better and better and better. 4 away from another Test match half century.
Nice deflection too. Maintain the strike, yeah, and pushing his average up while he's doing it. Up near 40 now, David Warner. 3 for 73. That's out the back of the Sir Donald Bradman Pavilion. A lot of people enjoy it out there. Quite often the latter sessions of the Test matches here, people tend to find their way out there. The big screens, they keep an eye on the game, but you don't see a lot of live deliveries.
Now, I slid out there a while ago, just did a quick lap, looking for a mate of mine, Tub, to quickly say hello to, and it was ticking over nicely.
Well, I was showing yesterday, and we'll come back to that view where you've been in the years when you haven't been commentating, and I'll just quickly, if I get a chance, give an example of that. And it's a very interesting sort of, the map of JB. He starts there, then he walks across to that bar, and then he's over to that bar, then he's back there, and then when he leaves, it's a very interesting walk out of there. It's very different than when he arrives.
That's because I'm following the likes of Lehman and Blewett and McIntyre, who are all over the shop by that stage.
You're not suggesting that the Australian coach has been in those sort of areas?
In a previous life.
There he is. I saw him earlier today in the players' race on a bike, doing a half-hour little session.
Well, like an exercise bike, a speed bike or something, one of those spin bikes.
Exactly right. And we went round there to interview Mitch Johnson, who'd just taken those 5 quick wickets, and he jumped off the bike, and then for the next hour we sat there talking, because as soon as he got off the bike, he didn't get a wicket. So after an hour, we told Darren Lehman to get back on the bike. 2 balls later, Mitchell Johnson got the wicket. So I think he's going to be doing a bit more cycling over the next couple of days. Is the
Won't
coach.
do him any harm.
Right on!
That's 3 for 75. So the lead now 473 for Australia. We're changing the commentary box. Shane Warne and Michael Vaughan are with Ian here.
Thanks, Mark Taylor. They've had a brilliant day once again. A day dominated by Australia. Scintillating performance by Mitchell Johnson. And Australia have put themselves on the radar of the English bowlers by batting again. Anderson was good, 2 for 11. Broad was okay. Swan, none for 31. And here's Panesar. Smith just getting one past short leg and scooting off for a single. So Panesar 1 for 9 from 4. So sitting up on those grassed areas at the Adelaide Oval, couldn't be better. England didn't make 200 again, Michael Vaughan.
No, it's becoming quite common. The Australians decided to bat again, understand why. Get the English out there to put more overs in the legs of Anderson and Broad. Anderson bowled nicely with that new nut, his pace as well.
Right on!
Better than they were in the first. You know, a fumble. That sums up the England performance this week.
The crowd really like it because it brings up Warner's 50.
Yeah, well played, the pocket rocket. David Warner. 52. He's in really good form at the moment. Just 75 deliveries, 5 balls and a 6. There's his father, proud dad. And his mother. Good to see. Well played, David Warner.
That's why these type of batsmen are so handy, if not on a normal day, just in batting times where conditions are a bit tough. The English side are going pretty well. Australia are not that sure on exactly what they want to do, but Warner can just flow. Picked up 54 now off 80.
Yeah, I mean, he's had his issues, but this boy can seriously play. Got time, he's got touch, he's got power. Plays on both sides of the wicket. Front foot, back foot. Scores quickly.
And probably fast men and spinners.
Oh, dealt with. Just watch the foot movement. So sharp to pick up length and then push back and just give himself a little bit of space to whack it through the offside. Problems for the England side. Everyone's wanting a chat.
So he judged beautifully the length, and he spent time out there, so he now assesses it's not going to rip back at me. He judged that perfectly, and the gap was there for him to try that shot. He gets the right ball to do it to.
Oh, yes, Monty. Just watching Monty Panesar over the last few years and watching him bowl, I think his best weapon is when he bowls fast and straight at the stumps and has natural variation. You see this one to Michael Clarke. It's quite quick. Look how flat and quick it is at the stumps. That's a really good cherry. I think when he tries to slow it up like he is at the moment, David Warner outside off stump, he just drops it short. He's better off just firing him in at the stumps and natural variation. 3 for 86 and have a drink, boys.
Second test match, day 3. 3 for 86 Australia. Steve Smith on the left, David Warner on the right. Their lead is 484. Everyone thinks that's enough, but Australia are going to give their bowlers a rest overnight and come back firing at the Englishmen, who were shell-shocked. Well, 3 times out of 3 in this series haven't made 180. And so you'd have to suggest they might be shell-shocked, but Australia not that willing to test it out today. They'll be in with all guns again tomorrow.
Yeah, the England side yet to pass 200 in this series, so you can safely say that 4-8 that the Australians ahead's pretty safe.
They seem very reliant on Peterson or Bell doing something big, that's for sure.
Well, they've been reliant on the likes of Alistair Cook over the last few years. Jonathan Trott, who unfortunately had to go home. Peterson, Bell. Matthew Pryor at 7 for so long has been the rock of the England side at 7. He's done what Brad Haddon's done in this series. His team out of trouble. Always attacked, always been on the front foot. And in the last 9 games, Matthew Pryor's just had no impact. Right back to the start of the summer, he was named England Player of the Year. And then the first test match against New Zealand at Lords, he bagged a pair. So it's been downhill for Matthew Pryor since he got Player of the Year.
And I'd imagine that's a huge hole in the dressing room when he's down on confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, Heels, that the keeper's such a pivotal member of the side, the engine. And he's just had a poor run of form, and that has to affect his energy around the group, his energy out in the middle. You know, he'll be thinking so much about his batting because he knows that when England play well, it's generally down to the whole order contributing.
Steve Smith, front foot cut.
Yep, smack. But just going back to that Pryor, he's had 0-4-0 in this series. He's faced 10 deliveries only. And I think that on the back of what he did in England this year, he didn't make a run either. It's got to dent his confidence, and he's one of the senior players. And in this test match, you felt before the match, it was a real senior players match, 1-0 down. Tough conditions in Adelaide, they really needed to stand up, and they just haven't done that. Ian Bell has, but the rest of them haven't done it. They've got to dig deep and find something in the second innings.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at the England side and you look at the likes of Cook, Pryor, Swan, Anderson, Broad, Peterson, Bell. They're the seniority in the unit. You know, the likes of Joe Root, Carberry, Ben Stokes, Monty just coming back into the side. You can't really rely too much on them. You hope that they can show up and just produce a bit of magic, but the senior core 7, they have to show up. And so far in the series, they haven't.
He was good today, wasn't he? Ian Bell, 72 not out. Made batting look normal when everyone else was ducking and diving and jumping.
Well, he made it look like it was at times in slow motion. He's got that much time to play the delivery.
Michael Carberry looked good too. He really worked hard. He was one that did put a high price on his wicket. Was out to a stunning catch that turned a big moment in the match. David Warner was the man who took that catch. That's worth a shout. It's darting back. The umpire says it's darting back enough. No shot offered. It can hit you outside the line of off. You can ask the question, he does.
Well, it's definitely coming back. He didn't pick the in-swinger. Looked like that Steve Smith's batting on about middle stump and got a fair way across. But when you don't play a shot, it doesn't matter about if it's pitching in line or it's whether it's going on to hit the stumps. Let's have a look at that front foot. I think he's just okay there, I think. And I'm not sure it's come back enough. That's my initial response. It was on the way back, but maybe not enough.
Yeah, I'm not too sure it has come back enough. It was just starting to come back. Is he going to miss that off stump?
Oh, he's bent the knee. He's bent the knee there and got outside the line. So Steve Smith must have been expecting a leg cutter or an outswinger or the ball to stay outside the line of off. It's hit him precariously close to off stump.
Well, Steve Smith would have had a proper flap on there. No runs so far in the series. He's desperate to get some in this innings. And that dreaded thud of the pad when you leave one.
And you just think, what was I doing? Use my bat.
Jimmy Anderson will be fuming. 2 for 15. He stormed into his second spell now. This is his 5th over, the first spell of 4. He's not believing it. Not believing the technology at all. 3 for 90. Close shave. Steve Smith going, oh no. Bell and the English team loved it. Now it's playing Panesar to Warner. So a little twist and a let off for Stephen Smith. The half chances have gone Australia's way in this second test, that's for sure. What else is going to happen for the rest of this night? There'll be plenty of shots like that if Warner stays at the crease. He's used his feet, he's got to the pitch of the ball, and he's hit a brilliant off drive against the spin of Panesar.
That's a high quality stroke. Monty Panesar, as we've seen already this afternoon, has been able to get some turn and bounce. And to trust yourself to use your feet there and that. Look how late he goes, but then he's not overbalanced. He doesn't try to over-hit the ball. It's a full face of the bat. It's an excellent stroke.
So we're going to stay with the cricket right through to the end of play. There's 15 overs required, so just under another hour of this. Warner might be able to pick up a triple figure score. So just been informed 6 o'clock is the cut-off time, so they won't get all the overs bowled, but so at 6 o'clock we're staying with the cricket right the way through. This partnership at the moment, 29 from 38 balls with another 45 minutes to go.
Oh yes, Monty Panesar.
That's Monty at his best. I know traditionally we talk about spin and slowing it up, but Monty seems to still be able to turn the ball when he bowls fast. And one of his biggest weapons is the natural variation we spoke about a couple of overs ago. Oh, it's close. That's close. Maybe height. Struck him in line. I think that's a lot closer than people are thinking here. That's really close. My first instinct think maybe high, but it's worth a shout.
My first instinct going down. It gripped and spun.
And they decide not to. Alistair Cook walks over and Monty Panesar says, nah. I think they think exactly the same. Going down, doing too much.
Hang on. Have a look at this. Pitches in line. Tell you what, that's close.
It's really close, isn't it? Like, it's a great delivery. He's darted it into the rough. It's gripped and spun and nearly had a wicket. 3 for 94. Closing in on 500 lead. Jimmy Anderson working furiously on the ball, getting it shiny on one side. Fancies himself against Steve Smith. He's darted one back in last over. He's trying again. VB scoreboard highlights, of course. The devastation of Mitchell Johnson. First time in his career, back-to-back 5-wicket hauls. Everything he tried worked well. The bounces were the shock weapons, but it's the full balls. All the wickets came from full deliveries. And that's what Australia endeavoured to do right from ball one today. They needed it up there for the Englishmen to be on the front foot.
Yeah, and I tell you what, I think he'll be keeping that tash.
That was a wicket which brought about a hat-trick opportunity. He was twice on a hat-trick. Swan swiping at one, Michael Clark taking a catch which took plenty of catching, and Jimmy Anderson departs. Clean up the innings with Monty Panesar, who battled extremely well, but ended with that last wicket dismissal. Mitchell Johnson, 7 for 40, have a VB.
Yeah, I think he might have a few tonight.
I don't think he'll be allowed to, will he? They've been given a rest for a reason. Don't wreck it.
Yeah, probably not too many, but I think it's still important when an individual gets 100 or gets a 7 for like Mitchell Johnson today. You sit in the dressing room at the end of the day's playing, you just crack a tinny open and have a chat, and one or two of the players, no doubt, will have a conversation and maybe make a speech or two about the performance. You got to celebrate success, Warnie, haven't you?
Yep. It's called hydration. It's very important to hydrate. Everyone will know a gentleman by the name of Andy Lee, who was the Melbourne Stars hydration officer. It was his role to make sure that all the Melbourne Stars players were hydrated properly. He did an excellent job.
Now they've had a shout at that. Anderson's gone around the wicket. Pryor really likes it. He'll probably convince Cook to have a review here.
Too high, I'm thinking. He was jumping in the air, Warner. Angle change from Anderson. He's been excellent in this innings. His paces have been up. Got the ball moving around. This is the Jimmy Anderson that we know.
This is the best he's looked in this second innings for the whole series so far. He was flat in Brisbane. He looked flat in the first innings right from ball one. He's looked hard. He's looked like the Jimmy Anderson we know. He's become an excellent bowler. He's into his 6th over. He's 2 for 16. He's got a bit more of a spring in his step,
hasn't he? He's leading. Right on. That one's in the middle of the bat, but well fielded. He has. He's really zipping through the crease, slamming that front foot down and coming up and over and swinging it.
Yeah, he has. He's got some late movement, but all his paces have been, above 135. He's got it to 140, 141 in the first innings. You felt he was bowling at around 130, 132.
No! 3 for 95 it is at the Adelaide Oval. 3 for 95 Australia. Steve Smith on 9 from 20 balls. Monty Panesar bowling quickly, angling into the right-handers and trying to spin it away, but he gets hit down the ground straight over the top of his head.
Yeah, good shot from Steve Smith. I'd like to see Steve Smith be a bit more aggressive and just show a bit more intent. At the moment, he looks like he's just survival. He got 31-0 up in Brisbane. Still a few chats about his spot in the side. He come off 100 at the Ashes in England. But I think he plays his best when he's aggressive. He plays the spinners well, he uses his feet well. He doesn't look to just survive. He's a very talented cricketer, but I think he's got to show a bit more intent like we saw.
Oh, yes,
He's solid in defence, but show some more intent. He's a busy player.
Yeah, and he's in good form too. He's had a great Ryobi series, and then this season following up the Ashes tour. So there's no reason why it shouldn't start to flow at this level.
And it's a great opportunity for him to cement a spot in the side too. I think he had a better opportunity than right here to make a big score.
Down. Wait. Oh,
the Australian dismissals in the second innings. He came out looking to blast something, I suppose, and get the lead well into the 500s. And looked ugly for a while. James Anderson had different ideas, and Rogers was the first to go.
Yeah, good late movement from Anderson round the wicket, the angle into the stumps, and then just getting it to go across and away from Rogers. He'll be disappointed with his foot movement there. They were stuck in cement.
And then Shane Watson was the next one to go with some late swing again. It was full. It was the length that Jimmy Anderson bowled. It's quite full. That was wide and there to be hit, but it just left Shane Watson, and Carberry hang on to a good one at point.
Might be a turning point for Carberry as well. And then a magnificent delivery from Monty Panesar around the wicket. Took the off stump of Michael Clark for 22. Things had settled, and it was 3 for 65, having been 2 for 4.
Yeah, just going back to Carberry, you've got to say that the way that he's coped with that drop on day one, he came out and played very well as a batter at the opener last night, getting through the 21 overs and then playing well today. And then to get one in the mitts, that next chance that you get, and straight in the buckets.
The abrasive nature of the Adelaide pitch has got Jimmy Anderson interested in reverse swing, so he's running in, covering up the position of the ball in his left hand so that David Warner won't see too early what's going to happen. Now he's very watchful in defence. 61 not out. Anderson 2 for 16.
Yeah, I'm liking Jimmy Anderson's energy in that at the moment. It's quite a good skill to have your bowling, your left hand, covering up the ball. Seeing a little bit of late swing. It's a good skill to have. He's a real athlete, Jimmy Anderson. The pace in this second innings, just about every ball he's bowled has been over 130 kilometres an hour. And in the first innings, just about his maximum ball was 130. He's 140.8 is his highest. Definitely had his energy up. Looks like he's got a bit more rhythm.
Which is translated into better length too, I'd say. That ball particularly to Warner. He's got it right up there. They've taken a leaf out of Australia's book maybe, and saw all the wickets of Mitchell Johnson were hitting the stumps, bowled. They were full and edge to the wicketkeeper Matthew Pryor. Stuart Broad walked inside one that went on to hit the stumps. There was a lot of body bashing, but there was great follow-up. That was stump height.
Well watch from David Warner there. Yep, the length's the key in Australian conditions. You can get sometimes carried away when you do see it fly through and you do have that bounce. Some opposition teams can get carried away with banging in and it flying through the keeper and looking good. It's all about being effective. I think it's taken the English bowlers a while, but to get the right length, it's always full of a good length. Make the batsman come forward.
Really impressed with David Warner, how late he's playing the ball. There's just a hint of movement. And he's just allowing the movement to happen, and then he's just playing the ball right under his nose.
Oh, this time he's seen it even better than the last one, Warning. He's had the presence of mind to go over the top. Picks up 3. That's the end of Jimmy Anderson's over. He's got 2 for 19. Monty Panesar out of the attack. Stuart brought in. Monty was 7 overs, 1 for 28. The Cathedral end. Australia wide on 9. We're staying with the cricket until the last ball, and that's another 30 minutes. Then it's 9 news straight after that. The best of both worlds. Last night we did both, went to Gem and put the news on 9. Tonight, Australia wide, it's on 9. And then the highlights. 10:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time. Highlights of this day.
Will you be back in by then, Warney, to watch the highlights?
No, no chance. I'll be still out tonight. Might have a little look around Adelaide tonight with some mates. What are you doing, Warney? Let's go. We'll check out Adelaide tonight. You'll be with me tonight?
Got my dancing shoes ready.
Yeah, I wonder if someone can tweet us in there and let us know if there's some 80s music or something that Michael Vaughan
Bit
could
of
do
Human
something.
League.
Oh, yeah.
Go
Don't
West.
you want me, baby?
Steady. Boney M.
By the rivers of Bal.
Deacon
Bit of
Blue.
80s stuff.
Deacon Blue.
70s and 80s.
Spandau Ballet.
Gold.
It might be
Don't
karaoke.
forget Dexy's
you two
Midnight
need, I
Runners.
reckon. How many photographs do you reckon you would be a party to in a night out, Warney?
Oh, too
I'd
many.
stop there if I was you, Heels.
I think it would be fun. Why don't we try and look for an 80s place tonight? You can strut yourself on the dance floor. Just strut your stuff.
I was going to say we could put a couple of wigs on, but
your hair's looking very good. Yeah.
No,
80s
but I mean,
music bar. You in, Heels?
No.
Why don't we have a little look around?
I'd love 80s music, that's for sure. I've got an engagement tonight, but no, how many photos do you reckon would get taken of you? You know, people come out wanting a photo any night you go out.
Yeah, lots. But you know what? We don't mind doing them. But if we're just there trying to have a quiet night with our friends, have a bit of fun, you don't mind doing the odd photo. But it's just when they don't even say hello and just say photo, selfie. That sort of gets a little bit annoying. So if you're out there tonight with the same bar, just come over and say g'day. No photos. No photos. Oh, my arm, it's broken.
Warner's tried offside. And this time, Stuart Broad has pitched similarly, and he's gone down the ground with a straight pull.
well, this is crunching. Broad back into the attack, and he just drops it. By the way, that's a terrible whistle. Look at that. Well, this is a crunching shot. Brilliant from David Warner.
Well, Stuart Broad's working on that plan to have him spoon something into the offside, like in the first innings. He's come up with another option, and that's the scuffed side of the ball. There's one, the other side will be shiny red. That's what they're trying to get, a discrepancy between the two sides great enough so the ball swings a different way. It's looking easy now. So you're right, if he's in tonight, you know, it's worth coming down for the first hour. You think we'll probably bat for another hour tomorrow if they're still
Yeah,
in?
I mean, I can't remember an opener in such a good position. If he can be 75, 80 not out tonight, Australia 520 in front. What a position to find yourself in on day 4.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to miss the cricket tomorrow. It's going to be fantastic. Hopefully Davey Warner can get through tonight. Australia trying to forge for victory. Mitchell Johnson steaming in and bowling some chimichangas and sizzling fajitas. Bowling with some serious heat. Plenty of entertainment. It's going to be a good day. Sun's going to be shining. Full house. We'll be able to see because we'll have an early night after a bit of dancing, won't we, Warnie?
We'll be nice and loose.
Get home at 10 past.
They bowled 32 overs now, 3 for 107. England are getting their length and control right to him. Changing the commentary box. Warne and Vaughan are going to put their slippers on and their dancing shoes. Mark Taylor and Mark Nicholas are with Michael Slater.
Thank you, Ian. That's right, Michael Vaughan. Strictly come dancing in the UK. He got to the quarterfinals, I think. There's been a load of cricketers win it over there.
He was terrible. I mean, really shockingly bad. How he survived the first 2 rounds, I don't know. He got lucky, but he cannot dance. And you're right, Mark Ramprakash won it. Darren Gough won it. Phil Tufnell did all right. But Vaughan, anyway, he made it a fair way through. I don't know about quarterfinal, but he made it a fair way through. He just got a bit better as the days went on, I suppose.
Phil Tufnell, you mentioned him. Where's Tuffers? Tuffers actually is not in Australia this time round. He was working on Channel 9 there one season, wasn't he, in Ashes or two ago? He was part of the cricket show. He was part of the tea time break. And he's remaining in the UK because of his commitments over there. He's always in the wild. He's doing those reality shows. Anyway, back to the cricket. Back to Warner. Back down the ground. Bowler, back to your mark.
Ferocious strike. Whoosh, speed of those hands. This is a really good innings. 73 already, 8 fours and a 6 in it. He looks such an accomplished player. Both sides of the wicket, off both feet. Whoa.
Well, we're seeing a batsman mature. We're seeing a batsman start to really read Test match cricket. And we might even see Dave Warner get to 100 tonight. That's the speed of this innings. He's still operating at over 70 runs per 100 balls. And he can start to think about the 100 now.
Yeah, isn't it interesting too how the same thing happened at the Gabba, that he was going great in the first innings and got out. 29 here, 40 odd at the Gabba. And then clearly furious with himself for giving away good form. He made that form count in the second innings at the Gabba, where he made 100, and it looks as if, well, he wouldn't back against him here.
And Steve Smith at the other end, I hope he sort of takes a leaf out of David Warner's book, because he's obviously searching for runs at the moment. I interviewed him before this Test match, and he said he's still trying to cement himself a spot on this side. He doesn't feel at all that he's an absolute permanent member at this stage. He's batting at number 5, so he's there to make runs first and foremost. He knows that. So far he hasn't got them. Here's an opportunity to make a 60 or 70 not out himself. And I think it was Shane Warne saying earlier, he does look so much better, Steve Smith, when he's being positive, looking to score. And already he's given out and received a reprieve with the DRS, but not playing a shot. And that's not his game. His game is he's a fidgety sort of guy. Keep the energy level up and look to score. That's when he plays at his best.
He's snoring around the crease a lot. I thought he'd come out with a more positive approach. It's a good stroke. He doesn't get it through. Valuable time in the middle. The lead now is 510 for Australia, 511 to be precise, and it's all about the time. But Dave Warner's career is starting to look outstanding in the Test match ranks. He's back from being out of the side. It's up over 40. And that's where it should remain. That's the quality player he is. He'll get that up into the high 40s, I think. He'll always maybe be a little vulnerable early because he goes hard at the ball, but he's getting into a better mode. 3 for 113. 20 minutes remaining in the day's play. There is an allocated 9 overs remaining, but it'll be the 6 o'clock in Adelaide that'll determine the finish, and at 6:30 the Eastern States. And we're looking forward to focusing on this Dave Warner 100. I wonder if he'll have a dash tonight. It mightn't be of strong focus. He'll be happy to bring it up in the morning, but it can only take 2 overs with Davey. A couple of big overs and he'll be in the 90s. We look at his career, the hundreds from 3 to 4, spread out, a few half centuries. There was a little bit of a dip, but he's back in form and more focused than ever.
Yeah, Tasmania, Perth, Adelaide, and Adelaide again. Maybe. The Gabba, of course, in the first test of the series. Nice touch from Steve Smith to find that gap. Oh, that's good running. They run 4. And that's a bit humiliating for England to concede a 4 and then an angry throw and a measure of a desperate day.
The other thing I like about David Warner is he's becoming more consistent. If you go back to the start of his career, he got those 200s. He got one there and one there. The first one was at the at Hobart, wasn't it? And that wicket that did a bit. And then the second one was the big 180 against India. But look at all the white bars in between that. There's no other scores to go with it. And then there was 150.
No!
Then there was 150 before the next 100, which was here against South Africa. But in recent times, I like to see this a little bit more from the opening batsman. Just the odd 50 as well to go with the hundreds. And he got the 100 there at the Gabba last week. That one there, but there was a few hundreds early on, 300s, but only 150, and a lot of misses. And that hurts you when your opening batsmen are missing out a lot.
Wait.
It's nice when you're in between those hundreds, you're making the odd 50 and 60 and getting your team off to a good score. At the Gabba there, he made 49 the first innings when it was a bit tougher, and then got the 100 in the second. Looking a much more controlled and consistent player to me.
He's fitter than he's ever been. It was great at the tea time break, the story of Dave Warner and where he's come from and what he's doing now, the training on the beach with Cairns. He didn't think it was for him. It was all too hard getting up at 5:30, and then it all started to fit into place. He's lost 9 kilos from the start of that fitness program till now.
That's not bad going either for an opening batsman to have that average of 43.3 in the second innings. 39 in the front, so he's reasonably consistent. That's a good sign also. And the good news is it's all getting up there. It's in the 40s now, not the mid-30s.
No.
3 for 117. It's been a beautiful day, around 30 degrees. And it's a massive lead. Okay, the tweets keep coming in. The Woolshed on Hindley Street. There's some cracking 80s tunes out the back. Hashtag dancing shoes. Now, what this is about is when Warney and Varney finished off their stint only minutes ago, they were talking about doing exactly that. Getting out, having a bit of a boogie. Warney's stuck in the 80s with his music. There's no doubt about it.
Terrible music in the 80s.
Well, they said it was going to be the forgotten decade, but if you start reeling off the 80s music, you'll find out that there's some stunning music coming out of that 10-year period.
And Spandau Ballet as well.
Yeah, well, you can use the same example now. It ended up being a ripper of the decade. That's what I think. Anyway, you're stuck in the 70s, Tub. That's your era.
Go easy, go easy. What do you like about the 80s? Who was your favourite? Come on, in the 80s.
Well, I think there's a few people answering that before I even opened my mouth, and he didn't quite get hold of that one, Warner. That one was living on a prayer, that shot. Is that a giveaway?
Never heard it. Is that a song?
Well, I know they'll be in Adelaide on Wednesday night, and security might be called to the mosh pit.
Do you know where we're going with you to see John Bon Jovi? Because we want to watch you. Your performances are legendary.
No crying, please, Michael. No crying.
You know, in competition we talk about white line fever, that people can be a certain way, then they step into the competitive arena and change. Well, it's a little bit like going to a Bon Jovi concert from there.
There's a story going around that they're staying in the same hotel as us, the Intercontinental, and that you are going to turn yourself into a waiter and provide the room service for JBJ.
It's crossed the mind. But, sleeping out in the street if I attempt that. It's worth a try. I'm sure he has the club sandwich at about 12:30 at night.
I just hope John Bon Jovi's got good security, that's all. He's going to need it, I reckon, to keep you away, Slater.
We have met before, you know, after a Milton Keynes
goodness,
concert.
move on.
Oh, we won't bring up Bruce Springsteen, otherwise that'll be the remainder of the coverage.
Well, let's not do that then. Let's stick to this incredibly talented left arm spin.
So we've got long off in the deep, and it's an in-out field. 35 overs down. It's a run rate of 3.38, 3 for 118. What an entertaining day's cricket in this Ashes series. That's on behalf of the Australian supporters. I'm sure the Barmy Army are a little bit frustrated. They haven't seen a performance like this for a long, long time from their beloved England team. They've been a successful unit for many seasons now. They've taken the little urn, the proud little urn that has been in existence since the late 1800s, the last 3 Ashes series, and Dave Warner is taking it by the scruff of its neck at the moment, and that's what a lot of these Aussie boys have done throughout the series, each of them contributing nicely.
Someone asked me about the Ashes and the origination of the Ashes and the urn only the other day, and it goes way back. It was 1882 in London at the Oval that Australia beat England when the Demon Spofforth, Fred Spofforth, bowled out England. And the Times of London printed an obituary for English cricket. That's a good delivery. Saying that English cricket had died and it should rest in peace and the Ashes would be taken to Australia. That was not the start of the Ashes. It was when Ivo Bligh, the Honourable Ivo Bligh, took a side to Australia in response to that defeat, determined to win against Australia in Australia. And when he did so in Melbourne, a couple of ladies burnt the bales, put them in a little urn and gave them to Bligh, or gave them to a lady called Florence Murphy, actually, but that story is too complicated. So that's really what the Ashes are, some burnt bales.
Yeah, it is, and it's an interesting story, and there's all other possibilities, aren't there? And if you read about the history of it, it's there's a couple of facts that are a little bit sketchy, but it was sort of came about as they've done in that era in a lot of ways. There's a bit of a fun thing to do, or who would have thought that little urn would mean so much these days?
And it is little. I'm trying to think what it would equate to, but it's not much more than the height of a bale.
Oh, a bit underwhelming in that respect. And very rarely...
You've held a replica aloft, haven't you, Mark? You held a... I know not the original one, because that stays in the museum at Lord's, but
they did bring it out, didn't they? Was it 4 years ago?
Yeah, it came on a tour.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I think it might have been the tour 7 years ago, actually. But there was massive insurance because it's sort of close to crumbling, I think.
Very rarely leaves that Lord's Museum. It's only been a couple of times, and I was in the lift earlier today, and they've got a replica. They've got replica urns going to a lot of the corporate boxes, and there are giveaways for certain people, same size exactly. There's a bit of a split in the cork on the original Ashes, and that's how they've been remodeled. So it is a perfect replica. The players often get them during the series at some stage. I know that I've got a couple at home. It's flicked to the onside. Let's go back to the start of the day, and we'll show you the wickets as they fell. England couldn't stop the rot once it started, and it was Joe Root who got through a torrid time last night, top edging one into the deep. You could see what he was attempting to do, but was unable to keep going. That was Rogers in the deep. I don't know what Kevin Peterson was doing here. He's walked down to the bowler, he's trying to get going, and he flicks it like he did at the Gabba to the man. And this was the real turn for me. Carberry being caught brilliantly. Reflex from Warner, who's now contributing with the bat. England missed a lot of chances. That was a review decision. Turned in favour of Australia. And Stokes unable to do anything. And Pryor, well, his woes continue. He's way out of nick. And I get the sense that he's just down in the dumps. Broad, after a strong delay, there was a reflection off the side screen. Jumping around, so was Swan. That was a shot. He didn't want to get in behind it. And first ball, Anderson out of there. Big stare, back live.
Brilliant, Monty. Brilliant, Monty.
Yeah, we saw A strong stare from Johnson. You couldn't stop him at this stage. And then finally Panesar out for 2. He'd been gutsy. He wore a few. There's a couple of bruises to prove that he was fighting hard, but England cannot get to 200.
It was a good team bowling performance though, wasn't it, really? It was obviously Johnson, 7 for 40, was the real destroyer. But
go, go, go!
There was a few things that made it up. First, it was Nathan Lyon getting rid of Joe Root. David Warner's catch off the bowling of Shane Watson. And in there was also a wicket to Peter Siddle. So there was a few things that set up the carnage, I suppose, from an Australian point of view. That catch certainly was a big moment in the game. And then Johnson had the middle order and the tail just to rip through.
Yeah, we said at the time that the slow-mo doesn't do the catch justice. It was a brilliant bit of work by David Warner, who wasn't far from the bat. And it was a full-blooded pull right out of the middle of the bat from Michael Carberry, who played very well. There are the figures. 7 for 40 for Mitchell Johnson. A historic performance. A wicket each for Nathan Lyon, Peter Siddle and Shane Watson.
And just a reminder to everyone at home, we hope you're enjoying the coverage. You'll be staying with the cricket until the last ball, and then it'll be 9 News. He'll take that. He'll take that all day long. Getting closer to the 100. How much time have we got? 6 minutes. I don't think we'll see it tonight, but you never know.
And highlights tonight. If anybody hasn't picked up on the fact that we're showing highlights of every day's play throughout the Ashes, 10:30 at night, and you haven't seen Mitchell Johnson's performance or David Warner's catch or David Warner's innings, because we've delayed news tonight, we will be a touch later than the 10:30 tonight, so just keep an eye out for them, but usually 10:30 in the evening.
81, Warner's got the strike. 12 balls to get these 19 runs. 3 for 126. 4 in a row. And we are really enjoying the new setup here at the Adelaide Oval. We've got brilliant facilities. There's great viewing from the highest seat in the house to the concourse. That one shoots low, so there's a sign of things to come. If you cast forward to tomorrow when England have to bat again, and the extra pace that the Australian bowlers produce, the ball will start to shoot. It might start to burst the top even, get a little bit of extra bounce, but traditionally it stays lower and lower and lower. Now we're behind that sort of glassed area in the middle as you pull back. It's a little bit like the Great Southern Stand in Melbourne, isn't it? That tiered seating right up to the top. Bird's eye view.
Nearly always get a few people up there too, don't you? People want to see what it's like from the furthest seat. Check the view out from up there. You always tend to get a few people. There they are. Have a bit of a look. A couple of kids up there. Just hoping that David Warner will still be there. May not get to 100 tonight. Needs 19, but hoping he's there for tomorrow.
Well, that was jam-packed earlier today, and it's a long time since I've heard anything like the roar when Mitchell Johnson was doing his worst to England in the middle of the afternoon. It was quite fantastic. They were chanting and roaring, and that's what it meant to him.
It was interesting when he got his 5-wicket haul too. He sort of held the ball up as they do these days to the change rooms first, and then he sort of swung it round to the Barmy Army. I think the chants over the years have been remembered by Mitchell Johnson. He was very quick to say to the Army, I've now got 16 wickets in the series. Not bad from 3 innings.
He's stealing a single, and that's to Monty, so there's always a single on. You always get 100% commitment from Monty. He's not the quickest, and Davies had a little bit of a word. Now, a lot of the vacant seats are because people are out there. It's a very popular area, and there's all the shade cloth in the world to get out of the sun. It is warm, but it is a humming place at this stage of the day. Always difficult to keep Mark Taylor out of that part of the ground. In fact, we've had to change his accreditation that says not allowed in the festival area.
I was noticing there was a couple of spare seats out there. One of them might have my name on it.
And there'll be one more over after this. So final delivery from Stokes, and that's a solid forward defence. Steve Smith, he is in control of this innings. You normally see him plough along a little bit quicker, 19 from 49. So Dave Warner will take strike. He's 82 and continuing in that form. Yeah, a bonus night for the bowlers, isn't it? They'll all have massages. They've probably had the ice bath, and it normally entails getting in and out of the ice bath. You're in, and then you can often jump in a shower, warm shower, then back in the ice bath. Massage tonight, good feed early night. And one step closer to regaining that little urn that we've been talking about.
Have you ever had an ice bath?
Yeah, it came in just as I was finishing.
Shocking.
They're no good,
isn't it? No.
They're no good. No, they say that they're beneficial, but didn't feel like it.
Yes, I had one.
Oh, it's shocking, isn't it?
The thing is, I think the wheelie bins that we have at home to throw our rubbish, so that's what we're using. That's what we were using. I couldn't get out of the thing. You have a chair next to it to leap into it. Once I was in, I was stuck.
Your head would have been under the water, wouldn't it? In the wheelie bin?
Mate, I'm taller than you these days, so don't say that. Problem... Okay, height might have been an issue, but the width of the bin was a little bit of a problem for yourself. We got those clearway bins that sit out the back of supermarkets for Mark Taylor. Sorry, mate.
I just think that if you're one of them, one of those English bowlers, Ben Stokes, Stuart Broad, James Anderson, and you've had the kind of day England have had, and now having basically covered the ground that the batsman couldn't cover in the second half of today, you've got to go in, your head bowed, and then the physio says, get in the ice bath, son. Oh.
Well, they try and set them up in good delivery. It was a delivery that got him in the first innings, and Michael Clarke dismissed in the second innings to a ball like that, straightening. Yeah, they try and set them up. All these new stands now, Nico, are built with a spa-like setup that is the ice bath. So it's more of a spa that you're getting in.
Still a big spa of ice. Anyway, last ball of the day.
More runs to finish. Staying on top Australia right to the end. It's a day that Mitchell Johnson will take as his own. Australia now leading by 530. It's 3 for 132. Thanks for your company. We look forward to you joining us for the fourth day of the second test in the Commonwealth Bank Ashes series.